Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the second day of action here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the 2024 edition of Island Magic. If you were with us yesterday, it was a sensationally gorgeous day here at the island. It was near 32 degrees for most of the day. It was beautiful sunny skies. The action was hot on the track, but when you look at the sky and at the circuit today, it is the polar opposite. Here in Melbourne, they talk about 4 seasons in one day. It's 4 seasons in a weekend here at Island Magic. So our Sunday schedule looks a little bit like this. We're not too far away from seeing the Porsche 944s out on the circuit for their second race of the weekend. Formula V will be up after that. After them will be the sports sedans. Australian Formula Open, the fastest wings and slicks in the country, will be up fourth. Improved production, Formula Ford, historic touring cars rounds out our morning's group of races. And then we get into the trophy races. That's right, here at Island Magic, we do award some very prestigious trophies along the way. Porsche 944 with the Endeavour Cup, Formula V with the Maury Fordham Trophy, the 50k plate for sports sedans, the Matthew Flinders plate for improved production, the John Roxburgh Trophy for the Australian Formula Open, sports cars, which is the Victorian Tourist Trophy, Formula Ford get their own one as well, and the historic touring cars to round out proceedings at about 4:20 this afternoon. Give or take, there might be a little bit of trepidation along the way with the weather as it is. It is scheduled to clear up a little bit this afternoon. Most of the rain has passed through. It's just a passing shower or two, just keeping a little bit of moisture in this newly resurfaced circuit, which we did see does retain the water a little bit more than what it used to, if evidence is to go by from the earlier state round at the end of June earlier this year. Just touching on 17 degrees at the moment, as you can see there. It doesn't feel like 17 degrees when you're outside at the moment. There are plenty of people running around with coats and jackets on, but a few people getting away with shorts and T-shirts as well. It's not as cold as it is in the wintertime, but it is certainly wet. And a few drivers will have rubbed their hands together, I think, this morning, when the skies were grey and the rain was coming down, and thinking that today might just be their day if it stays like this. It's not scheduled to be, as I said, wet all throughout the entire day's running, but the weather does funny things sometimes here at Phillip Island. When it's cold, the weather stays around, but when it's warm and the rain comes down, it tends not to hang around for very long. We are only a couple of minutes away from getting the racing underway for the day. And of course, as we said, just on the schedule a few minutes ago, the Porsche 944s will be out next. And there they are, sitting in the marshalling grid, waiting for the go signal. And I'll tell you what, there'll be a bit of anti-fog and a few wiper blades that will have been changed over this morning just to prepare themselves for what lies ahead, for the short, sharp sprint races that are going to punctuate the morning's running. We'll be back shortly with the 944s.
It is a wet and soggy Phillip Island, but don't let that dissuade you from tuning into some thrilling action that's coming up here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, because when the rain falls a little bit here, the action comes alive. It's a brilliant track in all conditions, but that weather just adds that little bit of an extra challenge, and it's something that this part of the world is renowned for, those changeable conditions that Steve DeVries spoke about earlier in the intro. Porsche 944s will be leading us off for the last day of school for Phillip Island Racing here for race 2 of their weekend. My name is Matt Dunlop, and joining me alongside is Joey Kellogg. You wish you were out here today in that number 77 car, but it's laid up at the moment, but we get to have your company up in the combox. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me. Yes, as far as I'm concerned, these are absolute perfect conditions for Phillip Island. A bit of slippy and a bit of slidey, a bit of glidey. Yeah, looking really good out here. Pumped to be along for the ride today.
We saw last time we were here in the Victorian State Series, it was a bit damp as well. And when you've got these conditions where it's not sopping wet, but it's not completely dry, you can tend to get a couple of good racing lines side by side all the way around from the start line, around to Honda, even through to Siberia. So keep an eye out for a lot of good side by side action, particularly from this front row. James Westerway, who won last time out, will line up alongside Adam Brewer in the number 3. Behind them, Damon Woods, who made his debut yesterday. He was first ever race in a 944.
Very impressive.
Put it on the podium. Fantastic outing in that number 17 belonging to his uncle Ryan Woods. He'll line up alongside Mark Verdino, who currently sits second in the state, the Club Series champion.
He's fired up.
19 points behind Cameron Bella, who starts from 5th. He had issues with the clutch line to let go yesterday.
Yeah, they thought it was they thought they'd have to pull the whole thing apart, and at the last minute realised that the 5-hour job was actually only an hour job. So really lucky to get away with that. Just a clutch line.
So he's feeling pretty good about the feel in the clutch pedal. So he'll be looking to make those positions up quick smart as he starts alongside his long-time rival Chris Lewis-Williams in the number 37 machine.
He'll be bummed with his 6th yesterday. He would have liked to have been a bit further up, but he'll be fired up today. Absolutely fired up, and he is the Rainmaster. So look out for him.
Looking forward to it for sure. Tony Andrzejewski in only his 3rd outing so far this year. His first at Phillip Island this season as well. This is going to be a baptism of water again for Tony Andrzejewski alongside the pool master himself, Andrew Jackman.
Andrzejewski loves the water, so does Jackman. It's really great to see Tony up there since he damaged that car here last year, I think it was. But he's back with a vengeance.
Behind them on the 5th row, we have Jack Atley in the pit lane clothing, number 35 machine, starting alongside PJ Grant, who had a great outing last round in Calder Park 3 weeks ago, looking to recoup some of that pace here today in that number 84 machine. Behind them, it's Joshua Brisbane in the number 56, alongside Mark Torbitz, who hasn't been feeling great about the pace in that number 71 machine, but is hoping to recover what he can, with Tony Westerway and Nicholas Carpenter rounding out the grid.
Yeah, Torbitz was complaining. Well, everyone was complaining of a bit of overheating yesterday, especially Mark. So with these cooler conditions, I would suspect we might see a little bit more performance out of Mark Torbitz's machine. And yeah, I think all these engines will be like enjoying sucking in the cool air rather than those volcanic temperatures we had yesterday.
Certainly was volcanic in comparison, and you can just see the contrast here at Phillip Island. It's one of the reasons why I love this place. Like, I feel like I'm lucky enough to be in this nice sheltered commentary box, not getting rained on there, not having to wrestle a car through these corners, but we get the benefit of seeing these fantastic drivers at work throwing these things around.
I would much
here.
prefer to be going sideways around Phillip Island motor racing circuit in these wet conditions right now. But I am very happy to be in this box. It's an incredible vantage point around looking at an incredible track.
So a lot of the rain that's on the track right now fell earlier this morning around 5-6 o'clock. So it's mostly died off. There's just a little bit of light drizzle still hanging around. But because these are the first cars that we see out here on the track so far, none of this, the moisture on the track has had a chance to really clear off. So there's going to be quite a bit of spray off the start here and in the first few laps especially. So the drivers will need to be wary about that, of course.
Yeah, as Darren Smith and yourself were pointing out earlier, it's certainly with this resurfacing, the water behaves a bit differently on track. Looking out from the commentary box, it's quite amazing. The surface looks absolutely fantastic as we've got the grid lining up now. Westerway in first, Brewer in second, Woods in third, and Verdino making up the top 4. Really excited for this race. Pumped.
Isola Di Capri are making it possible for us here in the Porsche 944 Challenge, but we've got to thank Porsche Cars Australia, Savvy Finance Hobart, Butcher's Diner, Campione Electrics, EJM Advice, AVI Technology, LK Diesel Service, Don Watson Transport, Trico, of course, and they've been fantastic as well for coming on for State Series and helping us get some more coverage for our sponsors in that State Series. And now we get to round out the 944 Challenge season here at Island Magic. So one last outing. The green flag is getting ready to wave at the back, and there it goes. So the red lights will be coming on soon. The revs are going to start building, and it's going to be a very, very
treacherous start
here. Minimising wheel spin. The lights are on. We're underway here. It's a pretty toey getaway for most of the field, and the number 3 and 28 at the front are side by side. So pretty even launches there as Jamie Westaway goes to cover the inside, having the benefit of that pole position. But it looks like Adam Brewer's got a bit more of a run around the outside. Is he going to be able to hold much pace, or will he back off? He's going to very comfortably slot back in a second position there. He almost has to hold off Cameron Bella, who's made his way up to third already, jumping 2 spots off the start. So a ripping start for the number 55 as he slots in there. And just look at the amount of spray there. Everyone's just going to be focusing on just getting the car around the track at this point. No heroics at this point, just wanted to make sure it's nice and clean. But once they all get settled in these conditions, then we're going to start to really see these drivers come alive. Yeah,
fantastic stuff there. A couple of bad starts there. Woods got away terribly. So did Torbert's. Torbert's held up a few people at the back there. But this is, really close at the front. Everyone will just be, Brewer wiggling and wagging his way through Honda there, trying to make a move up on the inside of Cameron Bella. Everyone will just be feeling out the track around this first lap, seeing where the grip limits are. Although Westaway is pulling a couple of tenths away from Bella already, as we see Brewer take the high line around Siberia there.
Bella was able to get a really good run through the outside of Honda there, which I didn't think there'd be a whole lot of pace in the wet. But he was able to go right around the outside. I think that's partly because Brewer was taking it pretty easy after what was a pretty sketchy run in there on the brakes, just trying to make sure it was pointed in the right direction. Cameron Bella took advantage. He's made his way up into second already from 5th position on the grid, and he's all over the back of Jamie Westaway straight away. Yeah. Is he going to try something into MG as they crest the top of Lukey Heights for the first time? He's having a look. Jamie Westaway is just moving the car to the inside of the track a little bit. He's already keen to block that. He wants to make sure that Jamie Westaway does not lose that first position that he's holding on to. But they're all fanning out as they exit here, trying to find different lines, find where the grip happens to be. Not a whole lot of rubber on the track, of course, at this time of day and with the amount of rain that we had yesterday, which means we can see Damon Woods coming up the inside, or at least trying to, of Mark Verdino as they round turn 12 for the first time here. So he'll have to slot back in. Mark Verdino still sits in 4th position, but at the front it's going to be Jamie Westaway who leads from a hard-charging Cameron Bella. Behind them, Brewer sits in 3rd in the number 3. Verdino, Damon Woods behind them. Then it's Chris Lewis-Williams sitting tight in 6th position. Behind them, it's the rest of the field is continuing to file through here as we see Andrew Jackman on the inside there.
Chris Lewis-Williams, big tank slapper, and he's gone off at the entrance of turn 1. He's got his rear wheels in the kitty litter. Hopefully he can get that out. He's bogged it.
He's not moving anywhere. That will surely need to be a safety car very soon, I assume.
I think the boards will come out almost straight away. That is a huge disappointment for Chris. He'll be really bummed on that one.
It's so tricky. I was having a chat to a few of the drivers before this race started about, people who are finding themselves having good, comfortable ability under brakes. That all goes out the window in these conditions because you can't rely on the car's braking prowess as Jamie Westaway goes wide into Honda. The safety car boards aren't out yet, so Cameron Bella's taken the lead here.
Oh, my Lord.
What a coup from the number 55. He's made his way up into 1st position. The drivers have a directive. If they run wide at turn 4, they have to take the MotoGP long lap penalty route. That's what Jamie Westaway's done, and he's lost a gaggle of time there. So Bella is going to be streaking away in the front.
With only 2 minutes left and the safety car board's not yet out, we've got local yellows into turn 1.
They're looking to cover it under local yellows at this stage, so we'll keep an eye on that one and see how it all goes. So the race will continue as so far. That is one passing opportunity that is struck off this track for what I assume will be the rest of the race, but there's plenty of other places where they can race around here. But all these drivers who have got crews in their radios would have been saying, local yellows, get your passes done where you can because there may be a safety car at any point. So this is going to get real feisty all of a sudden.
Looks like Woods has taken 3rd off Verdino, 4th off Verdino. I know Verdino went wide, or deep, into MG last time around. What's interesting about this is that because of the rain, everybody has, well, not everybody, but a lot of people in 944 paddock have changed their setups. So tyre pressures, sway bars, etc., etc. Now that does sort of improve the car and make them easier to handle in the wet. But it is also the first time that they'll be actually driving those cars with those setup changes. So they do behave differently and they can catch you out, which is possibly what happened to Chris Lewis-Williams on turn 1 just there.
Yes, setup is always a tricky one of these cars because they really don't have a massive window in what changes they can make to the car. It's basically, as you said, tyres, pressures, sway bars. Apart from that, they got to keep them pretty much stock standard. So one of the big changes that a lot of drivers like to make is switching to a brand new set of green tyres for wet races, because they're an all-weather, like a semi-slick, the AO50 Yokohama Advan tyre, and when you're using a brand new one, you've got more tread depth. So that will come into pretty handy for these drivers here, because they want to be able to channel as much of that water out as they possibly can. There'll be 2 laps to go now, we're hearing in our ears. So not a whole lot of racing left to go here. Anyone who's keen to make a move such as this battle pack here, they'll want to get it done as soon as possible. We saw these 3 cars having a great scrap yesterday in the searing heat, and they've resumed that battle once again in the wet and not necessarily cold here. It's actually somewhat warm, so it's interesting. It's very changeable, as Phillip Island always happens to be. But PJ Grant currently leads the battle for 10th position, with Mark Torberts right behind him. He hasn't been feeling great about the pace of his car. He's looking to get it sorted for next year so he can make a good run. Speaking of a good run, he goes up the inside at Honda, looking very steady on the brakes.
He'll make that stick.
Great move there by Mark Torberts. Steady as you like. Makes it look very easy, which I'm sure it is not in these conditions.
No, it's interesting to see the way the cars are behaving. I'll take a visit down to the Porsche 944 pits after this and ask the guys about how the track feels as far as grip, because you're not really seeing many people wiggle and waggle under brakes or exiting out of corners. So it looks like the grip is certainly higher than it has previously been in the wet since this resurface, which is pretty cool.
Look at this now, PJ Grant now trying
Last
to hold
lap
off
board's coming
Joshua
out now.
Brisbane as the last lap board comes out for the leaders in front of us here. So Bella's got 4.45 kilometres to go around this Phillip Island circuit if he wants to take home his first race win of the weekend and do the best job he possibly can at defending.
Massive gap to third place. From now that's gone from 4 seconds out to 9 seconds between Westway and Brewer in second and third. So we could have had some maybe Adam possibly had a little misadventure off track or something there.
Potentially, there's every chance that if there's a bit of a gap between these cars here and there, they may just be looking to take it a little bit easy and just focus on getting the thing home rather than pushing the boundaries, trying to get every single last 10th out of the thing. So we're seeing a bit of a battle, a couple of battles shaking out towards the rear of the field here. Fastest lap so far, 2:04.5 in these wet conditions. Jamie Westaway, he hasn't fully lost touch of Cameron Bella yet, but I don't know if he's going to be able to do much. I think Westaway's strategy is just going to be sit close but not push too hard and see if Cameron Bella happens to make a misstep somewhere, but knowing that number 55 racer, a misstep is very, very unlikely.
You'll see them both taking the wide line around Siberia there, which has traditionally been the fastest way round in the wet, and see both Cameron and Jamie taking that route around there again.
Meanwhile, I think there's been an off-track excursion for Damon Woods at some point, because he's dropped right down to 13. So very unfortunate for Damon Woods there, having a great run so far, but he's got himself unstuck. So that is not great for him, but he's still got the car on the track, which is the main thing. But at the front, Cameron Bella still holding off Jamie Westaway by around 1.5 seconds here. So looking to be in a good spot here, but it depends on how much momentum you can get. It's so important to get momentum off these last 2 corners, especially in these conditions.
It really is.
Find the traction wherever you possibly can, because there's not a lot of it to go around.
100%, absolutely, as we see the 2 leaders come round turn 12 right now onto the straight, and it looks like the Bella has protected that lead. Excellent, fantastic effort from him. 5-time champion from 5th to 1st in race 2. Absolutely amazing stuff.
Fantastic performance from Cameron Bella. He is your race 2 winner here at Phillip Island, with Jamie Westaway not too far behind him. So Jamie Westaway will be disappointed not to keep the winning streak going, but still a fantastic finish. Of all the races he's finished so far this season, he's not been lower than second, that number 28 car.
Wow, not surprising.
Rapid. Adam Brewer has crossed the stripe in a very lonely 3rd position, with Mark Verdino holding off Andrew Jackman, who's made his way up to 5th, which is a great
Excellent
result
stuff.
for him.
That's great stuff.
Just ahead of Tony Westaway, who started rear of grid and has made his way up to 6th position, which is an awesome result for the number 50 machine as well. This is Tony Andrzejewski now trying to hold off Joshua Brisbane. Sorry, that is Nicholas Carpenter. But further back, Tony Andrzejewski has crossed the stripe in 7th, with a bit of a gap behind him to Mark Torberts. He's made his way to 8th position. Great running from Torberts, but these two are side by side. Brisbane, Carpenter. Carpenter's going to get the jump here, and it's going to be Carpenter in 9th position, just ahead of Joshua Brisbane, which leaves PJ Grant to cross the stripe in 11th place. And we're still waiting to see if there's a couple more cars circulating. I can see Atlee a bit further around behind the track, so he's still circulating. Not sure what has happened to the number 17 of Damon Woods. And obviously we saw Chris Lewis-Williams marooned in the gravel trap earlier on. So unfortunate end to Chris Lewis-Williams' race in the number 37. I almost suspected he may have just jumped on the anchors just that little bit too hard and just locked the rears up and rotated the thing around. But
he did everything right to try and save that. He was just super unlucky.
And there's just not a whole lot he can do in that situation. You just got to hold on and hope that nothing bad happens, which luckily nothing did. Jack Atlee will come across the stripe in the last position of 12th on track. Don't know if that car sounds particularly healthy. We'll check it out once we go back down to the paddock. But let's take a look at what happened to Tony Andrzejewski now, fighting side by side with Andrew Jackman, and just looped it all on his own. Made his way to the inside of, I believe that is turn 3. So he did a great job to keep himself out of trouble for the most part.
Great stuff. Yeah, he loves the wet, Andrzejewski. I've seen him go sideways a lot, and he manages to keep it together 99% of the time. He's very, very talented, very highly skilled driver. That was a good job there.
If you're looking for some entertaining onboard camera footage of a driver catching a slide, you can be sure that Andrzejewski's got some great stuff in his own archives. But let's take a look at the provisional results. Cameron Bella gets his first win of the weekend ahead of James Westaway. Adam Brewer rounding out the podium about 13 seconds behind that pack as well. Mark Verdino fourth, and again in the number 44.
Very lucky to hold on to that fourth, Verdino. Very lucky with Woods going off.
He certainly was. Andrew Jackman, a great recovery to fifth position ahead of Tony Westaway, likewise in sixth. And Drevsky made his way back up to seventh ahead of Torbitz, Carpenter, and Joshua Brisbane rounding out the top 10. With PJ Grant and Jack Atlee, the last of the runners on track in 11th and 12th. Damon Woods and Chris Lewis-Williams, non-finishers in race 2. We will be back on track for more Porsche 944 action later on today, just after 12 p.m. But before that, we have so much more racing to come around this circuit, including the ever-beloved Formula Vs, with Stephen DeVries jumping the commentary box. It's going to be a cracker. Don't go anywhere, folks.
Thank you to Matt Dunlop and to Joey Kellock for the 944s. It's time to now turn our attention to the first of the open wheeler categories here this weekend. It is, of course, Formula V. My name is Steve DeVries, and opposite me for both races today is someone that knows a little bit about racing here in the wet. He's the driver of the number 76 Sabre 02, the bright orange beast that we haven't seen for a little while, and that's Josh Munro. So, Josh, welcome to commentary for the first time. It's nice to have you on board.
Thank you very much. It's nice to be here. It's really good to be on this side of the fence and get to watch the racing rather than sitting in the car for once.
Yeah, well, from your perspective, you're used to watching this after the race is over, not so much while the race is going on or before it's even started, because you're normally concentrating on the steering wheel and preparing yourself to go out in conditions like this. What was it like the last time you raced here at Phillip Island in the wet?
So the last time, this track is very difficult when it comes to in the wet. Different to the other tracks that we race on, this tarmac here is always very smooth. It gets resurfaced quite a lot, obviously, for the motorbikes. So for us, you're very much on your wits here because the car can go at any moment here, right? There's not a lot of warning. Whereas you get in other tracks, you got a lot of grip. It's a lot more coarse on the tarmac. You feel a lot more of the grip. You can still rely on the track a lot more. Whereas here, you're very much on your wits. You've got to rely on your skill in the car, your throttle control, your steering, everything a lot more. You've really got to be awake when you're driving on this track. So all the drivers going out there now are really focused. They're quite nervous and their heads in the game.
And on top of that, tyre pressures would be a big factor here because you do need to open up the tyre tread face a little bit to try and clear as much of that standing water. So that means naturally pressures have to go up to make that sort of more of an oval shaped tyre, because you don't want to have like a lower pressure for like a slick tyre starting, because it just won't clear the water.
Yeah, of course. You still want to get the tyre to the road, but like you said, you want to get that a lot higher in the PSI into the tyre, so you are counting for the fact that you're not going to get the temperature in as well, right? You need to remember that those tyres only work in a certain temperature window, so we are looking at changing those PSI to account for that, but also account for still getting as much rubber to the road as you can.
Let's have a look at this grid before we go too much further. Michael Kinsella was the man who won yesterday, and he actually won pretty comfortably. It was a 2-second victory for him over Curtis Porter, so the New South Welshman ahead of the Queenslander. Ash Quiddington, who started in 7th yesterday, got himself up to 3rd, and crucially ahead of Lee Partridge, because that means he strengthens his grip a little bit further on the 2024 club title, but they're going to be starting alongside each other. Reith McCarthy and Andre Curran will be 5th and 6th. Reith was in that battle group with 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th, but he was the 4th car across the line yesterday in that second group behind the race winner, so he starts next to Andre Curran. Alex McDonald from Queensland having another good run here after last year's exceptional effort. He's going to start alongside Silver Fox Racing's Brock Hamilton in 8th. As we go over to the next page, Darren Williams from New South Wales is going to be next door to Simon Pace in the Sabre 02, so 2 Sabre 02s there on the 5th row. Ash Clifford in the number 17 starts 11th. The first of the Acura cars is Rocco Spinley. He starts out of 12th. Right behind him, his 2 stablemates are Malachi Windsor and Darren Power. Matthew Harriott in the 19 starts in 15th, and Shane Purvis in the number 6 is going to start 16th. Cameron Bell and Adam Prua, the returning Rob Vile and Charlie Richardson rounds out our top 20. And going through shot there, Mick Fisher in the number 33, he starts 21st. Phil Gardner 22nd. Kathy Lisson from Western Australia 23rd, and Xavier Babbage Hockey in 24th. Michael Lloyd, Callum Lamont, Stephen Butcher and Aaron Pace. So Aaron Pace was actually the last of the retirees from yesterday, with Edward McFall, Rod Lisson and David Campbell also not seeing the flag. Rod Lisson, we believe, is not going to take the start for the remainder of the weekend. The bottom, or the big end on the engine, unfortunately appears to have let go, and that's fairly terminal, so not expecting to see the Lighttech Systems number 71 out there. David Campbell, who also is from WA, one of the 1200 class runners, he had I think it was a spark plug lead, looks like it came off partway through that race, so it should be a fairly easy fix to get him back out there. Edward McFall came back to pit lane with his nose cone partially hanging off, and Aaron Pace looks like there was a rocker let go and left a whole bunch of oil coming out the back of that car, which is why he actually pulled off the circuit toward the end of the race, actually at the beginning of the penultimate lap, I think it was, and he was off the circuit at turn 1. But they've got that Sabre 02 tidied up. He's going to be starting from the rear, and I would expect he'll try and make a bit of progress from there, because he was comfortably sort of on the fringes of the top 10 before that little mishap happened. So be it worthy of keeping an eye out to see how he goes from the rear of the grid. So come into the grid positions here. Josh, what goes through your mind when you've got a wet start? Because normally the gear change from 1st to 2nd is fairly quick, but in conditions like this, is it any different?
Yes, that first gear change, it is quick, and it is actually incredibly crucial. You will always see the people that don't quite make that first gear shift correctly right from the start, because you'll see them drop back extremely quickly. So in this point here, you are still thinking about that first shift, but you're thinking about taking it earlier, and you're thinking about how you're going to take that shift and where you are. Less about the people around you and more about your start at this point.
Yeah, well, we did see Curtis Porter look like he did miss that first to second gear change yesterday, because he did sink back to about 6th or 7th, and he did, fortunately for him, make up a fair bit of ground and got himself back to second place after that little mishap after the 6-lap sprint yesterday. Rain lights are on, as we can see a few drivers with little bits of flashing red coming off the tips of the mufflers, because that is crucial, as a spray is going to be quite difficult for some of these drivers to keep their wits about them and keep their eyes focused on what happens ahead.
And when you're in that spray, when you're behind another car, that is the only thing you can see. Even in conditions like this where the rain isn't falling, the spray coming up is so extreme, that is the only reference you have that there is a car nearby.
Yeah, basically trying to just keep a reference to the car in front and follow in its wheel tracks, which in itself is quite a difficult challenge, as you said, with the spray emitting. There's just a couple of drivers we're just waiting on at the back. The green flag is now waving. This is a very short sprint. It's only going to be a handful of laps, 10 minutes plus 1 lap, and away we go. And already a few drivers struggling to put the power down, getting a little bit too greedy at the start line there. Curtis Porter looked like he was one of them. It had an initially good jump, but then looked like the car jumped sideways on him as he tried to change from first to second gear. His start has actually not been too bad. He's gathered it up in the middle of the phase as they run down to turn 1. And what you were saying, Josh, check out the spray with 32 Formula V cars just absolutely tearing it up into turn 1. You'd be struggling to see if you're, sort of half a dozen rows back from the front.
Yeah, at this point in the race, it's quite crucial to have that visibility as well, because you are as bunched up as you are going to be in the entire race. So you want to make sure that you understand the cars in front, beside you, and even behind you. So this part is quite crucial, and you are really unawares of everything going on around you. And it doesn't help with the spray like that. It is near impossible to see what's going around.
McCarthy there tucked into the back of Lee Partridge, and I thought for a minute he was going to swing out to the right-hand side and maybe think about an opportunity down at Miller Corner or turn 4 on this 12-turn circuit, but he thought better of it and decided to play the long game there. Not a lot of passing moves happening here in the beginning, but check out this line. This is something that you will see in wet conditions. Typical Carter lines, taking wider approaches to corners, because that's where the grip actually tends to be. You don't really want to be on the racing line all the time, because in the wet, that's where you need to use those unconventional lines to get around some of these corners.
Absolutely. So where you would normally take that racing line is quite rubbered in. There's a lot of rubber bedded in there. And when you drive across that, you can feel it. Your car just has zero grip. It will just slide. With a lot of the karting lines, you do need to cross that racing line again. And the moment you cross, even in a straight line, you can feel it.
Oh, 3 wide moment down the hill into MG. McCarthy decided he did want to take a look at Partridge that time around. Partridge himself was having a move placed. I think that might have been on, I think it might be on Ash Quiddington there, the number 12, his championship rival. So in actual fact, it was Curtis Porter. I apologise. Actually, it was Porter that he tried to make. He got that move done on, who's fallen back through the field. Quiddington himself has actually gone back to the back of this group of 5 cars. So there's been a little bit of exchange in the lower part on the top 10 on this first lap. Kinsella doing what he did yesterday. He's trying to make a break for it.
Lee Partridge and Reef McCarthy going through turn 1 side by side. That is scary in the wet to do that. These guys are very talented and very brave to be making moves like that.
I'll tell you what, a few of these drivers would have relished these conditions this morning when they would have opened the curtains out getting out of bed, and they would have thought, yep, this morning it's going to be my day. These are the conditions that some of them absolutely love, because it is the great leveller. The wet always brings out the difference between the driver's skill and the cars that are underneath them. As we've seen in years gone past, you can be in a car that's not a front-running car, such as Ayrton Filippi a couple of years ago when he was in the Avanti and he was going around, turn 12 and, rounding up 2 or 3 cars at once. If you've got the confidence and you've got the skill in a car that's sort of underpowered and not a front-running car, you can make some great progress in Formula V in a wet.
Yeah, absolutely. It really does level. This is all about skill.
Oh, McCarthy, big slide going through Siberia as well. Fistful of opposite lock there. He is really trying to push the envelope.
And we're seeing Andre Kieran come through as well. This is a fantastic race so far. A lot of changes already, and we're only at the start.
Absolutely. So McCarthy through now to position number 2. Curran has now gone through to position number 3, a second and a bit up the road. Kinsella is doing as he pleases, I think, unless he's made a mistake. I'm just trying to see where he is. Has he made I think he's had a moment. Yes, there he is. He's actually at the back of the shot here. So he had a 1 second lead across the line last time around, and he's had a moment somewhere on this lap. So McCarthy is now the new race leader.
He has dropped back massively to the back of this front little pack. Let's see if he can keep on. But we are still early on in the race. This track is notorious for swapping positions right till the very end, so it could still be that he could come back through.
Absolutely. So he's definitely got the pace. We saw that yesterday. When he got into clear air, he very slowly edged away and edged away and edged away some more. But he's got a fair bit of work to do now. He is running, it looks like, 7th in the queue. He's actually got Brock Hamilton and Alex McDonald tucked in behind him at the moment. Actually 6th in the queue as he crosses the line. So he's definitely got his work cut out for him this time around. In the wet condition. Check this out. Stephen Butcher in the 1200 entry there, the Stinger, going right around the outside at turn 12. That's what I mentioned a few minutes ago. We've seen a few drivers do in the past here when it's been wet. The underpowered 1200 car is definitely got a lot more grip, and it is leveled against its 1600 competitors when it comes to cornering.
This other group here at the back is fantastic to watch as well. The good thing about Formula V is you don't just get the racing pack at the front, you get them all the way through. No matter what your skill level or your car level, you will always be racing with people in this category, which is what makes it so fantastic to drive in.
Well, that's what we saw yesterday as well. There were battle packs up and down the field in the dry conditions. There was half a dozen to 7 cars in some of those groups, and it was an absolute privilege to watch. This is a great exchange between Adam Prue from Tasmania and Cameron Bell in the number 4 machine. So they've traded places twice on this lap. Prue just had a slightly better exit coming out of Southern Loop and got a lot better drive traction out. So they're going to go through turn 4 now. Looks like it's Charlie Richardson and Phil Gardner tucked in behind them as well. They're trying to mow down this pair with Darren Power in the 44 and Stephen Butcher, who I would say have rounded them up in the last couple of laps, because they're taking some of these big, long, sweeping, wider lines, as you said, Josh, staying off the traditional racing line as much as possible and out where the marbles are, giving them much more grip in these slippery conditions.
Yeah, that's it. And Darren's actually has dropped down quite a lot from qualifying. Qualifying in 10th yesterday, dropped down to 17th now. It seems like he's having a bit of a tough time in these conditions at the moment, but still holding on in that top 20.
So coming across the line, they're just putting the last lap board out now. So it was a short, quick sprint. So just 4 laps will be the duration for this one this morning. McCarthy with a 3/4 of a second margin over Andre Curran, who's getting closer. McCarthy was the quickest driver that time around. He extended the margin by 0.3 of a second, so he's pressing on, trying to grab what would be, well, it's been a while since we had race wins for McCarthy, but given he's been out for 12 months, it's been a while since anybody else other than either Reece McCarthy, Ash Whittington or Lee Partridge or in some cases Nick Jones have had a win in Victoria this year.
Yeah, that's it. I spoke to Reef earlier just to ask him, was there any rust coming into this weekend, means that he hasn't driven for a while, and he said, no, I just got back in and just started going again, which is it's great to see. I mean, with a man of talent like Reef does, I'm not surprised.
So there's your top 3 going through shot, McCarthy, Curran and Partridge. You've got the 12 there of Ash Whittington from the Silver Fox stable, so he's running in 4th, so he'll be quite happy with that because he just needs to keep the car on the circuit this weekend to take home the 2024 Victorian Formula V Club Championship. So he did have a healthy points margin coming into the weekend and just needs to finish every race. So he's doing a fine job. But I tell you what, Porter and Hamilton will be lining up to potentially slide past him in the last couple of corners and maybe down the front straight. Kinsella might be having some further issues here. He's dropped back to 8th behind Alex McDonald. So they were having a few little challenges with that car after qualifying yesterday. They were getting a little bit of overheating. But now into the final couple of corners, Curran's still searching for his first race win in Formula V. I'm not sure if he's going to come up just a little bit short here. He's in a good position if you're in the dry for a slipstream down the front straight. But McCarthy is a seasoned veteran in Formula V. He knows how to hang on to these from the last couple of corners. Let's see if he can chalk one up here. Checkered flag is at the ready. Curran is ducking, weaving, but McCarthy will do just enough here. Puts his finger in the air. He knows he's home and hosed, and he chalks up a win here at Island Magic for the umpteenth time. I've lost count of how many times he's actually saluted in a race here. Kieran will start alongside him on the front row for the feature race this afternoon, with Partridge and Whittington behind them. We're watching a couple of competitors coming to the line here. This is the Darren Williams and Simon Pace. So they were just outside the top 10 by the looks of things there. Malachi Windsor actually jumped into the top 10, so that's a good drive from him.
That's a fantastic drive for him, especially because he's running quite a new car. Only run for 2 races and coming to grips with the new car, especially at this track and especially in the wet. It's a fantastic performance by him.
I'll tell you what, Charlie Richardson tried her karting line on the outside at turn 12 and she might just snaffle. I'll tell you what, that was a close run thing there between Brewer and Richardson. It has gone Richardson's way by, well, the clock says 0.0028. So that is, I don't know, how did we measure that? Do we just call that an inch?
Oh, I wouldn't even.
That was a no. That was like an inch. The nose tip on the Formula V car was enough.
Looking out of the commentary window here, I could not tell which one. It was an absolute photo finish. That was awesome.
That was a very close finish, but that's what happens. Sometimes we see people just take that longer line. It gives them a bit more grip, a little bit more straight line speed coming down the front straight. That's those unconventional lines coming into play, isn't it?
Absolutely. And for the main straight here, where slipstream is king, you really need to set yourself up, not just on the straight, but about 3 or 4 corners beforehand to be able to get yourself in a position where you have that power to get through. So that's awesome driving.
Last of the cars coming to the line here is Kathy Lisson from Western Australia. So she'll at least see the checkered flag. So wondering if maybe she's had an off-track moment somewhere, or potentially there might be a little gremlin with the car. It sounds okay as it crosses the line. So I would say she's maybe had an off-track moment somewhere in the on the last tour. So there are your provisional results for the second preliminary race of Formula V. So McCarthy grabs a win, so that's a win apiece to himself and to Michael Kinsella this weekend so far, with Kieran second, Partridge and Whittington behind them. Curtis Porter in 5th place. Good result for Brock Hamilton, so he was right on Porter's tail coming across the line there. Alex McDonald up to 7th, which is where he started. Kinsella fading to 8th, so might be a bit of mechanical searching going on there after this one. And good result for those two there. Rocco Spindley and Malachi Windsor jumping into the top 10. 2 young guns out of the Acura stable. They've really come on strong in the second half of this year.
Yeah, it's fantastic to see those guys come up and into the top 10. It's great to see new talent come into the sport and really get fostered through to show what they're really made of.
A couple of drivers in there as well. Good to see Rob Vile. He's making a little bit of progress. He picked up a couple of spots from where he started. Stephen Butcher, what a remarkable amount of progress he made. He was down towards the bottom end of the field, but as we said, the 1200 class car there absolutely had a huge amount of turn and a huge amount of speed taking those wider lines, and you know the offset between the 1200 class cars and the 1600 class cars is basically null and void in the wet conditions. He absolutely showed that there. What a great drive from him.
It is fantastic to see. Yeah, like you said, when you get into the wet, you get some strange things like that happen where the engine doesn't matter as much, even though this is a really horsepower heavy track. You know, in Formula V, you brake twice, maybe 3 times the entire circuit. Right, you've got turn 2 where you lightly touch, you've got Miller where you hit the brakes hard, and then again you've got Lukey Heights at the bottom. The rest of the time you're pretty much flat.
Thank you, Josh. Great insights as to what it takes to drive a Formula V car around the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We are going to take a short break here, and the next category is already lining up to go. It's the big bangers, the sports sedans, and they are up next.
Welcome back trackside to Island Magic 2024. I can't believe 34 years of Island Magic and the Vic Championships as it was known in the early 90s. And of course these trophies, these famous trophies we award every year go right back into the 60s and 70s here for the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. It has been an amazing weekend. We were talking all day Friday about tyres and blisters and what we're going to do, try and straighten up the tyre. Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit offering grip like no other racetrack in Australia since its resurface. A magnificent facility, wall to wall, fence to fence, cliff top to cliff top. This is the best permanent racetrack in Australia, and we love to celebrate it at the end of every season with Island Magic. The 50k plate for sports sedans is on the menu every year, and arguably the feature race throughout the weekend here. The Ramada Resort Wyndham here at Phillip Island presenting Island Magic again here this year. Of course, the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship, the internal series, the fight is absolutely on for the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedan Association, supported by QP Lubes and National Blind Supplies. Sadly, we haven't got Francois Habib in the race this year, the guy from National Blind Supplies, but his car is. It's out on track with a different driver on board this weekend, and he'll be coming from the rear of the grid. Really looking forward to seeing how this race plays out after yesterday's race was held in very, very hot conditions. And Stephen Lacey greeted the checkered flag in first place. He tried a few years ago at Island Magic and for the 50k plate sadly failed in his Camaro. He's come back in his IRC GT SS and giving it another go. His fastest lap in the heat was a 1:32.91. He was being chased down by Jeff Taunton in the Pace GT SS Mustang. He did the fastest lap of the race at 1:31.63. It was very hot yesterday. Let's have a look at the grid. There's Stephen Lacey on pole position. Jeff Taunton, I don't think will be with him unless they have repaired the Mustang overnight. I didn't get a look at the field as it left pit lane, but certainly the green and yellow Mustang got home second after starting from the rear of the grid. Ray Hislop on position 3, and I'm going to say watch him. Chas Talbot, what a great run for the veteran yesterday, got home in 4th place in his Camaro. Dean Cam in the number 66, the Chevy Corvette. Let's see what Dean can do. He's bolted on the Michelin wets, and the Corvette will be a nice piece of kit. No, there is no Jeff Taunton out there. Milton Seferis is the next one on the grid, with Brett Dickey in the turbocharged Honda next. Not ideal conditions for the turbo and the way it comes on with power. Travis Condon, the last time this weekend in that Corolla, he's building a new space frame one, so hopefully he sends that off nicely. Battling for the title with him, John Ippolito in his black Commodore. Greg Lynch has had steering issues all year long, and he hopes to have rectified them today. Aidan Munger to Adrian Reed. Rand McGlurkin. Adam Poole is in the Dodo car. It will be a rolling start, and the last car on the grid there is Andrew Parker, making his way around in the Holden VS Commodore. Front row of the grid clear for Stephen Lacey, and it will be a massive spray down the straight, and away we go. Rolling start, beautifully done. Everybody lined up nicely. Poole splits the middle of the pack there. He is on a massive charge. Down the inside, Ray Hislop knows his way around here in the wet and in a Falcon, but it is going to be Stephen Lacey that heads the field up to turn 1. Have a look at Poole charging in the Dodo Commodore. Seferis looking up the inside of Dean Cam. Dean's come out of the 3rd row of the grid, and he is in 3rd position already. But Ray Hislop gets the pedal down mid-pack. Have a look at this. Poole round the outside, Condon in the middle, and Seferis just being gazumped by the field coming through. Look at Poole. He is ranging already up onto the back of Dean Cam. He won't see him. Dean will just see a whole lot of spray down the inside. The reigning improved production champion, Victorian and National, jumped into the Dodo car out of Ravage Raceworks, Francois Habib car here this weekend, and he is relishing this. Lots of data available for these cars, so they were raced here in supercar trim, so they know exactly what to do, what springs to adjust, what sway bars and settings to adjust, tyre pressures, etc. So the ex-supercars do have a bit of a distinct advantage. Here's a great battle going on. Seferis is not enjoying the wet weather at all. He's going backwards at the moment in the ex-supercar from Highbury Automotive. But there's Brett Dickey for Bollards Direct. John Ippolito lining up behind him. Looks like Andrew Parker. He's also ranging up behind there. So he's had a really good start, but no one quite like Adam Poole, who has come from the rear of the grid, just like Jeff Taunton did yesterday. And Jeff got through and got a second place yesterday. The Bollards Direct car leading this group around. Ray Hislop will lead lap number 1. This is a very short, sharp sprint race. Sports sedans love a short, sharp sprint race, and they come charging down. There's a back of Ippolito. There's Andrew Parker. He's trying to find some clean air to run in. In fact, he's slowing, coming down the straight, popping and banging as well in the number 14 Sentinel car. So Hislop leads lap number 1. Stephen Lacey logs in behind him there. So at the moment, it is only Ray Hislop with a clear windscreen. And it looks like Aidan Namunga gets just out from behind Andrew Parker. And Andrew continuing on slowly. Let's hope he finds his way clear of the track if the car's going to stop. Dean Cam now just gets back through on Poole. So that battle remains intense. Dean Cam is out there this weekend to try and cement the club championship. Is already the Victorian State Circuit Racing Championship in sports sedans for season 2024. The number 66 gets another title and races on with it. This is more issues for Milton Severus as Greg Lynch goes through. Let's hope that Greg can get a clean and easy run. They have engineered this car magnificently down at Ravage. And they've just had a couple of niggling problems. They've put a new power steering rack in it for today, which they've fettled with right throughout season 2024 as well. But Greg is one of those kind of guys that if you want an energy boost, just go and stand next to Greg. He'll tell you his story. He'll tell you the story about the whole sports sedan field, and he'll throw in about a bit of Vic V8s as well. A really, really enthusiastic racer. Smile on his face every single time that you talk to him across the top of the hill, these two Commodores. That one in front that looks like a HRT car, no, it is not. It is a replica. It is a bespoke built car, and it is not the Mark Scaife car from that era, but that's just what Greg likes. He loves the car. He has the replica driving overalls as well, and it does look $1 million. Won races in Victorian sports sedans as well, here particularly a couple of seasons ago. Ray Hislop goes fastest with a 144.20, and he is head and shoulders above anyone else in the field at the moment as we see these cars streaming over the line. Ray Hislop driving away with it out in front, and the cars have just strewn out a little bit in this one so far. I would suggest that's something to do with trying to get some vision. Big racing wet tyres pump the road dry. In fact, you can see only after 2 laps, the drier line starting to appear around the circuit. It's Greg Lynch again. See if we can get a good look at Brett Dickey in the Honda. He has got Johnny Polito, and there's championship points on request there as well. Here comes Dean Cam. Positioned nicely, really not getting challenged by anyone around there. Adam Poole was chasing him down. Poole's now got back through him, and you'd actually expect to see an ex-supercar in these kind of conditions to do quite well. They've got the tyre technology to suit the chassis perfectly. They were designed for those sorts of cars, so they bolt on those Dunlops or sometimes the Kumos, which were used in the Kumo series. But Ray Hislop is absolutely smashing out the laps at the moment. A 44.218 is the only one operating in the 44s. Steve Lacey's fastest lap in P2, a 145.93. Dean Cam has just come to the line there as well, a 147.59, a 146.22 for Poole just in front of him in Francois Habib's National Blind Supplies Dodo entry. And of course, all of them doing it for the Groove Train Eastland. There's Adam Poole. For those improved production fans, he's parked up the Monaro just for the moment and really enjoying this transition into a sports sedan, albeit an ex-circuit racing supercar. We all know them very, very well. For those watching overseas, this was a domestic series for Australian-made cars. We don't do that in Australia anymore, and that series has moved on to American silhouette cars of the Camaro and the Mustang. 2 laps to go in this one for the Groove Train Eastland. Wow, what a short, sharp hit out. And I guess, as expected, Ray Hislop is standing very, very tall in these conditions. He's got the Dunlop control wet that this category uses in a professional manner underneath his car as well. And he's no stranger to winning races here and improved production over the years, many, many races. And indeed, in his improved production car, he won a sports sedan race as well. This is a great inclusion. Great to see the 75 of Aidan Munger. Great to have a different looking car as well. I guess Brett Dickey's the other one in the I guess the coupe style. And Aidan has been running this car on and off for a season or so now, but certainly really starting to push pretty hard with that black car, and great to have him there. He was basically on his P plates. His car has got a stock TR660 gearbox. It's an LS1, bit under, bit over 300 kilowatts, depending on which story you hear. Johnny Polito, full contention for the floor pan class. Now, this is one of the classes within the category. As we see the last lap board coming out, being displayed now. Brett Dickey charges across the line. The turbocharged Prelude just being left a little bit wanting here today, as there is our race leader in the Newlon Falcon. It's an FPR chassis that Ray is tuning up. He's also building a bespoke sports sedan as well, and yes, it will be a Falcon. He does love a Falcon. If you want to hear the fantastic journey and story of his motorsport, a Tasmanian that has really taken on all before him in Australian motorsport and done a brilliant job along the way. Check out the Grassroots Racing podcast and look down for Ray in the 55 of those podcasts that are now out there as he cracks it sideways, coming out of MG corner for the last time. Stephen Lacey just out of the sight of the back of him, coming out of MG corner as well. So he won a race yesterday, but it is going to be Ray Hislop in the wet. Comes round there, wipers still scraping the windscreen clean. Adrian Reed will just go down one lap on the finish line there, but the 49 from Adrian Reed Smash Repairs gets across the line. But Ray Hislop takes race number 2 for the weekend here for the Ramada Resort. Groove Train Eastland. Across the line goes Stephen Lacey. Adam Poole brings the National Blind Supplies Commodore across the line. Dean Cam cementing his points haul for the internal championship within the sports sedans as well. So outright, Dean came into this weekend looking very good indeed, amassing lots of points, sitting on top of the table for outright. Brett Dickey leading the Class B 2 to 4 leader, and Johnny Polito just leading Travis Condon, 56 points to 60 points at round 5. So keeping an eye right across those guys there. So that's how they came in. Cam to Habib, so Habib won't score any further points. Ippolito, Condon, Brett Dickey, Greg Lynch, and Ben McLeod, who isn't racing here this weekend, is the outright score. But Ray Hislop takes race number 2 to the guy that won race number 1 and sat on pole position in the number 78 Mustang. Poole in the Commodore, Dean Cam in the Corvette, Travis Condon in the Corolla. And, well, as much as we have enjoyed the last couple of seasons of seeing that magnificent little Corolla in the hands of a very, very talented race driver and preparer and everything, Travis Condon gets home in 5th place. Brett Dickey, supreme drive there. He is definitely going back to North America next year, piecing together his Pikes Peak deal. He's already done the deal for Texas, and it's great to see him home in 6th place. John Ippolito confirmed in 7th there as well. Greg Lynch, Milton Seferis, after a real race-long battle out of 6th, ended up home in 9th place. Aidan Munger, welcome to the top 10, mate. Great drive there to Aidan. Adrian Reed, Darden Brown, and Andrew Parker only completing 1 lap. So that's how we see race 2 for the weekend. Ray Hislop, 144.218. You've got to put that into perspective. Very, very wet conditions. So done a terrific job. We'll take a quick break now, and we'll be back with Formula Open Australia and a bit of breaking news in the next moment or two. Welcome back trackside here to a damp Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And we have got some major Australian motorsport news to release to the world here this morning. We're very, very privileged just before we go into the first race for the weekend for the Australian Formula Open this weekend. Formula Regional Australia has been given the go-ahead by Motorsport Australia to run in 2025 as a way to create a stronger pathways program for junior races on home soil. This is huge news for the motorsport landscape here in Australia. To be run by the current promoter of GT Australian Formula Open and three-time Formula 3 champion Tim Macro has confirmed a new alliance with the Formula Regional Oceania organisers based out of NZ, with both series sharing cars and technical support across the Tasman. The partnership will see the current spec TRS FT60 cars shipped to Australia once the FRO season finishes in February. Compete in Australia as part of the Formula Regional Australia before returning to New Zealand in late October in preparation for their new season. While the majority of the cars come from their base in Highlands Motorsport Park in the South Island of NZ, 2 Tatis F318 cars are already in Australia, owned by Tim Macro Racing, one being raced this weekend by Chris Huang. While other Formula Regional cars globally will be eligible to enter. Technical advisors will also be supplied by Alpha and Toyota New Zealand to support the Australian Championship and competitors. Formula Regional Racing is the second step on the FIA's global pathway for single-seater categories. It was launched in 2018, the first series in Asia and North America, followed by the European Series in 2019 and the Japanese Series in 2020. The Formula Regional Oceania Championship was rebranded in 2022 from the Toyota Racing Series. In Australia, Formula Regional Australia will provide a new opportunity for drivers coming from the GT AFO and F4 Series to develop their career at the highest level, while still at a reasonable cost and without the need to go overseas first. It also cements the commitment for safer open-wheeler racing in Australia in line with Motorsport Australia's Safety First policy. With a modern state-of-the-art Tatis chassis, the latest FIA safety features including the Halo, eligible engines will include the Toyota, big focus on that, and the Alfa Romeo, making FRA, Formula Regional Australia, the first Formula Regional Championship with multi-makes of engines permitted. Formula Regional Australia aims to prepare drivers for global Formula Regional Championships, FIA Formula 2, and of course the FIA Formula 3, which we regularly see now as part of the Australian Grand Prix. Also USF 2000 or Indy Pro 200. Local teams are already expressing interest include Tim Macro Racing, Volante Rosso, Gilmore Racing, and the South Australian powerhouse of open wheeler racing, Team BRM. FR teams from Asia have also expressed keenness to be part of the inaugural season in 2025, including the Australian outfit Evans GP, which running offshore these days. While the current F3 cars competing in GT AFO will not be eligible to race in the new FRA Championship, there is a vast number of series across the country that they compete in. FAO assisting teams with their transition. So that is absolutely massive news to the Australian motorsport landscape, and we're very proud to announce that with Australian Formula Open here today as we go into their first race of the weekend. Terrific news, and what a great organisation that is already up and running as far as this open wheeler series is concerned, with what Tim Macro has done, Philip Island has done, and the people that have been working away in the background here as well for open wheeler racing at Motorsport Australia. So we're really looking forward to seeing how this can all transpire. And by the way, happy birthday, Philippa, and what a great way to do it at the track. Let's get into this. Our first race for the weekend was supposed to have been yesterday, but we certainly had some issues here locally at the track that didn't happen. Our cars make their way out on track, and we are set for a ripping race, albeit wet. Ryan McMillan leading the championship, and indeed our champion-elect has sealed up the deal for the 2024 Australian Formula Open races for the season. Miles Bromley right alongside. Now Miles has been doing a tremendous job and has had his frequent flyer points ticking up very, very quickly. He was returned from the US, went to Indianapolis Motor Speedway in October to test with the USF Pro Championship team TJ Speed Motorsports. So he sits on the front row of the grid. Thomas Gallagher in the AFO 1 car there as well in position number 3. Kyle Evans is next. Chris Huang in the Formula Regional car, which is the Cirque Winehouse Tatis that he's got there. Tim Macro racing for Hunter Salvadore there as well, alongside in the number 3. Lachlan Evanet, who has come out of Formula Ford, done a terrific job in the Victorian Championship right throughout this year, and has his car down there as well, out of position number 7, car number 88. Isaac McNeil. We go to Jaden Hamilton. And it's Nathan Beer, Matt Rosler, and Paul Biazzi, the South Australian, off the rear of the grid. Great to see a really good, strong field of cars running here this weekend in the Australian Formula Open Championship. Really looking forward to seeing how this racing takes off. 4 different classes represented here this weekend. There's the Australian Formula Open 1, Australian Formula Open 2, which we see the FT50, the Dallara F304, the older Formula 3, the Tardis FT50 there as well. And we also see the Formula Regional car there with Chris Huang, which is the number 16 car, the white and blue, almost like a camouflage type of look on the car there as well. All the teams lining up on the wall, calling their drivers down into their grid box. We've had 3 different pole sitters this year. Ryan McMillan has had 3. Winton the Bend and at Sydney Motorsport Park, the last round. Miles Bromley, Sandown in Queensland. Bo Russell at Sydney Motorsport Park for the first round there in round 3 this year. Race winners include Ryan McMillan, Miles Bromley, Kyle Evans and Bo Russell.
So do I go? Oh, yeah, just
watching how we get this underway. Tricky conditions, just getting a good look. Everyone running wet tyres out there. I suppose everyone's watching the number 16 after the Formula Regional Australia announced it. We have got GT Tyres Australian Formula Open Series on the grid. The revs rise and away we go up the second row. The number 25 absolutely brains them and storms down the inside. Thomas Gallagher getting a ripping start. We've got 1 car stranded on the grid there. That's the 43 of Jaden Hamilton. I think that's the F4 car. He heads down there as well and gets down and started and doing a ripping job out in front now, getting a good bit of clean air as we're swapping around in P2 there. So it's Bromley and McMillan has gone back to 3rd, Bromley into 2. But have a look at Gallagher. He absolutely brained them off the start. Got the grip down nicely and drove away ever so nicely and just walked it off the start there. So nice start there in the F308. Of course, the other 2 cars that he's racing against also F308s there as well. And they are the Dallaras from the Australian Formula 3 Championship for many years now. And they have served very, very well right at the pointy end of Australian open wheeler racing for some time. And this is going to be on now. Bromley up the inside, looks to get Gallagher, does it on the entry to Lukey Heights. Have a look at the GT tyres. They're pumping the road dry. And that was a brilliant move. Miles Bromley, he cracks it sideways out of MG, almost speedway style, driving it off the throttle. And our champion-elect, Ryan McMillan, in P3 did exactly the same thing as well. Great speed around the top end of the circuit, turn 12, and they come onto the straight for the first time. 13 minutes left in this journey, and they come rocketing down the straight. It will be a ripping start to this race. And there we have our new race leader, Miles Bromley. Thomas Gallagher on screen there. There's Ryan McMillan. You get the feeling that Ryan's just sort of hanging on. He'll bring the car up to pace. Normally about 5 laps before we get the slick tyre anyway come up to speed. And just correcting that totem pole on the broadcast there. McMillan currently sitting in P3, but it is Bromley leading Gallagher leading Macmillan, just waiting for the timing to catch up to the actual positions on track. Getting around through Siberia this time around. Great shots, these cars, massive grip with the wings and slicks, albeit that the wings aren't that big. We see the Formula Regional Australia, Chris Huang. He's in position 5, 6 there in the F03 category. But these first 4 cars being led by Miles Bromley to Thomas Gallagher, Macmillan and Evans leading the way coming onto the straight now. They've got themselves a bit of a decent gap, but the GT tyres absolutely pumping the track dry. Have a look at that plume of water coming out of the back of the F308. Oh, there's the 27 off down there. That's Paul DiBiase, the South Australian. Parked it off on driver's right, exiting Honda corner there. So the Biasi Cabinetry TARDIS FT50 competing in the AFO2 category. Just a quick replay, power down. And that's what it was, power down. Just oversteer, came round, and that's what it was. And just watching now, position number 2 on the road there in the number 25. Got a ripping start off the second row of the grid, Thomas Gallagher. And super proud of what he's done here this weekend, Thomas. He's didn't do the start of this season, the final couple of rounds he's done. Did F4 only last year, Formula 4 only last year, but making his way into the Formula 3 cars. He only gets a chance to race when the RAAF give him the weekend off. So serving his country, and gets to come and run with the Australian Formula Open category when he's got time off with the RAAF. Safety car has come out. The Ineos Grenadier that the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club now run as their official vehicles, and they will line up behind the Ineos Grenadier. Great looking piece of kit, particularly excellent for weather like this. Get out there and pump the track dry. Very, very capable vehicle, the Ineos Grenadier. Certainly gives us a silhouette of off-roaders that we know very, very well. So let's have a look. The timing screen is slowly coming up to date and giving us some very interesting readings. But there is the field lining up now behind the safety car. There the Ineos Grenadier down, exiting turn 4. There's a couple of our very hard-working flag marshals, track marshals around the track. Yesterday they were seen in board shorts and t-shirts. Today we have got full wet weather gear to keep the officials protected. So they've got to have all of that in their kit bag, find their way out trackside and keep themselves dry and warm. In the last 2 days it's all about keeping themselves hydrated. Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, for more information visit them at vicflag.org.au if you want to be part of it. And seriously, you don't get too much more closer to the action and part of the action than what we're seeing now with the safety car boards and flags being displayed by the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team right around the track. And we certainly do need to take a moment in time to congratulate all of our volunteer officials all the way, not just here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit here this weekend. There's racing at Tailem Bend in South Australia that I know of. They'll be racing at every racetrack around the country. Of course, the Bathurst International was a couple of weeks ago, and now Drive Bathurst is on there as well. So the time ticking down in this race for the GT Australian Formula Open, race number 2 for the weekend. It is race number 2, but we didn't have race number 1. So essentially this is the first hit out in any anger. It was Ryan Macmillan that put it on pole. 127.3032 was his time put down yesterday morning, and it was very, very hot indeed. I got a couple of minutes yesterday to talk to Tim Macro, who leads the way in open wheeler racing, and of course will be integral to the Formula Regional Australia rollout and success for 2025. Yesterday about preparing the car for the heat, and we had the same conversation this morning about preparing the car for the wet. It's a great look down the inside, the side there of the Gilmore racing car there, number 17 of Kyle Evans, where the vents that come out of the side pods, they have them covered up now. But if it was going to be hot yesterday, would have been one of the first times they've taken those covers off to get the heat out of the side pods. As I look down on the field now, they are all sealed up, and they are actually running some blanking in the radiator side pods. So where the air gets into the side of these cars, they run a bit of blanking there, and that helps with the aero to get the direct the aero under the car. The floor is an aero part of it, and of course the front wing leads air into those radiator pods around the side, underneath and over and onto the rear wing. And we were talking about getting the cars as stiff as they possibly could to take full advantage of the GT racing tyre. But today it was the opposite. It was about putting as much wing maximum attack we could in the wet to try and make sure that the full aero package of these outfits is taken up on. Now, whether that be the Dallara F308-11, the F3057, the FT50s, the F304s, the T318s, T421s, the Megale M14. But Lachlan Evanet is entered in this weekend. So it's all about getting downforce in the wet, soften up the rear springs so that there's some compliance at the back of the car to stop any wheel spin. And there is the confirmation of where the cars sit currently, with 9 minutes left to go here in the GT Australian Formula Open race number 2 for the weekend. Bromley to McMillan. Ryan McMillan has taken the championship, as the term says, champion-elect. It's all about acquitting himself well and just getting some more racing miles in one of these magnificent open wheelers that have served the Australian open wheeler scene so well. The Dallaras have been, for over 20 years, a force to be reckoned with in the Formula 3 field. They have been a great workhorse and served the categories open wheeler racing here in Australia so well. But Ryan will take the championship this year, even with still this race and a further race this afternoon to go. Kyle Evans in the number 17, who has gone into third place there as well. Thomas Gallagher has got the fantastic race start. He's currently sitting in P2. Ryan McMillan in behind him, and then it's Kyle Evans out of the Gilmore Racing stable. So our cars now coming under control. We look to be set for a restart. Yes, the safety car is off. All banking up behind. This is open wheeler racing at its finest. Very tricky conditions to set up for here. We haven't had any fresh rain fall on the circuit. There is what you would call a drying line appearing. It is very wishful thinking to say it is a dry line, but it is drying, and the GT tyres will absolutely pump the circuit dry. They come to the line, and we are racing again. 7 minutes and 40 seconds left in this journey. Bromley gets away nicely. Gallagher under attack now by Ryan McMillan. Ryan McMillan just not doing anything silly. He doesn't need to prove anything. He just needs to bring it to the checkered flag, represent himself, his team, his family, and grab that trophy right off into the sunset for the GT Australian Formula Open season 2024. And let's hope we see most of these drivers into the Formula Regional Australia category for season 2025. There's the 21, McMillan, going along very nicely in position number 3. Driving out of Siberia, underneath the bridge, go up to the top of the hill here. Track goes left and then right, and it is a big hang-on in any other car, but in a Formula 3, Formula 2, any of these cars we've got out here at the moment, it is all about trusting the aero. They'll have maximum attack. There'll be as much wing as they can pour into these cars. So the straight line speed will be slightly affected, but boy, in a corner with the wet tyres on, they are pumping the road dry, sweeping their way around the top end of the circuit, and you can see it's still quite dull here. There's those big grey clouds. That's right back over San Remo and New Haven. There is a little bit of weather heading our way in the near vicinity, but it is not raining at the moment, and the GT tyres are doing a brilliant job of providing the grip to these races. Jaden Hamilton now, he's chasing down Huang in the Formula Regional car. Fastest lap has gone to Miles Bromley, a 1:36.25. So Miles qualified in P2 at a 1:27.30. So we're some 9 seconds away from that actual lap time here. Going wide. That's Matt Rosler, the South Australian in car number 4. There's the Huang. Number 16 there, that's the Formula Regional car. You can see it's got the halo. The rear wing is sloping backwards, like we've seen the Australian Grand Prix with the current specification of Formula 2 and Formula 3 cars. And definitely, like gorillas coming through the mist, you can see that halo coming down into turn 4. Set themselves up for the run coming out of Siberia. Set the car nicely. Paul Biazzi is fighting back very well too. He's got in front of these guys. Paul came out of the back of the grid in position number 13. Obviously enjoying the wet conditions, as is Matt Rosler. In the Tardis FT50 Formula Toyota outgoing specification. Here we go. That's the 88 going into the sand trap there. Lachlan Ebenett, guy who we have really, really enjoyed in season 2024, racing in Formula Ford. So Lachlan in the McGale M14, which is a McGale is the Australian Formula 4 chassis, turbocharged, low boost type of engine. And we're just getting a good look down the straight there. We see Chris Huang in the Formula Regional car. And there's the 43, charging through there as well. That's Jaden Hamilton. And Jaden is in the Tardis F421, completing in the AFO 4 category this weekend. Got that stands out again, the different sort of slanting back rear wing on that car, the uprights on the rear wing slanting back, and of course synonymous with that halo, which he'll be very much used to from Formula 1 and 2 and 3 as well over the years, and we're about to see it a lot more regularly in Australian motorsport landscape with the Formula Regional Australia category starting off next year. Big news leading the broadcast here today for Australian Formula Open. And cannot wait to see a very world-relevant open-wheeler category in Australia for the first time in quite some time. We've had some forays with open-wheelers before, but this is certainly going to be game-changing for season 2025. Around the top end of the track comes our competitors. That's George Kantzos coming around the top of the track, and George is being chased down by Matt Rosler. Down the straight, right in the slipstream there. Boy, began a face full of spray. That would be a tricky old position to be sitting in there for Lachlan Ebenett. Oh, runs wide in the 23. Ebenett fills the gap. Big understeer there for George Kansas. And Lachlan Ebenett tried to fill the gap there. Of course, different category cars. George is racing in the Dallara F304 in the AFO2 category. And Lachlan Evanet in the Phoenix entry. Just looking down the inside, you can actually see the tyres are a different size, wings are of different nature. There's only a single plane wing on Lachlan's car on the back, whereas the dual plane wing on the Dallara. The Miguel, very, very simple top and bottom wing, plain there, only one level on it. And a very, very flat front wing, which was the Formula 4 car of the era going back a couple of seasons ago. Of course, we saw Will Power emerge from that. Thomas Randall also emerged from that. So some big names that have come through the open wheeler ranks. Todd Hazelwood, the reigning Bathurst 1000 winner, drove these cars as well early on in his career in the Australian Formula 3 Championship. Did that with great success there as well. There's been many, many drivers come through the Australian Formula 3. Maybe we'll start to see some Formula Regional Australia drivers moving their way through into the upper categories. Down the inside now, Lachlan Evanet, like he's done in Formula 4 right throughout this season. Brave move down the inside there. This guy's got a huge career in open wheelers. Let's hope he can press on and start to give that message through. Gets a little bit loose on the exit of Siberia there for the Miguel. Keeps the boot into it, but makes up another spot along the way for Lachlan Evanet. This is Bromley. Look at that. Wow, opposite lock there in the Dallara. Driving it off the corner there. He is very, very happy there indeed. Last lap board getting prepared for our race leader as we come up to the top of the straight. There it is. Last lap board being held out by our PIARC officials. And Bromley doing a very nice job right out in front. So there's our race leader now in Australian Formula Open, charging down, under brakes. This is how you do it. Car number 9, Oil Baron Supply. Fresh from the USA, had a foray over there. You've got to suggest that that's where he's going to take his career after having a drive at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. There it is. He's had a ripping run. He's had a ripping run. Gallagher in P2. And as much as it says on the screen, it's McMillan. McMillan is in 3. 19 years of age from Brisbane. Lives in Melbourne. And he will take the first race win for the weekend for the Australian Formula Open category. Charging down the straight now. There it is, the checkered flag waved and will be greeted right there. Second car home, Thomas Gallagher into P2. A great drive there. Champion-elect for the season. Ryan McMillan into P3. Then it's the 17 of Kyle Evans. He gets home in 4th place. And then that is our first 4 spots for AFO 1. Fastest lap from Miles Bromley, a 1:34.82. And we look back to Miles' qualifying time, a 1:27.30.32, which was exactly the same as Ryan McMillan's qualifying time, a 1:27.30.32. The first time that has happened, and I would love for someone to correct me, but in Australian Formula 3, open wheeler, I'm going to say Formula Holden, Formula Brabham, Mondial, Pacific, Formula 5000, you name it, there has never been a front row of the grid, cars 1 and 2 on exactly down to the 1,000th of a second time. Cars continue to come to the line. McNeil gets through in car number 11, so that's a great drive from Isaac. Isaac coming home to take 5th place. George Kentzios gets home in the number 23 and 6th. Matty Rosler Great drive there. Brings it home in position number 7. The 43 getting to the line there for Jaden Hamilton. Jaden getting home in 8th place. So he's the first in the FO4 cars. Chris Huang is across the line there as well now. We'll see more of that car, that type of car in season 2025. Just recapping, Formula Regional Australia will be welcomed to the Australian motorsport scene in season 2025. Exciting times ahead for open wheeler racing here in Australia. That was a terrific way to open things up, albeit wet. The weather is going to clear throughout today, so hopefully we do get all the categories, do get some dry weather running, not being 35 degrees plus, boiling the drivers' tyres, engines, gearboxes, the whole lot out of them. So that's it. Bromley takes the win. Next was Gallagher, then McMillan, Evans, rounding out for the GT Australia Formula Open category. Coming up next, improved production. You're at Island Magic 2024. We'll be back soon.
Welcome back trackside here to Island Magic 2024. We're just seeing the improved production cars starting to roll out of the grid with thanks to Prestige Hino, Melbourne's most awarded Hino dealer. For the very first time at Island Magic this year, it is a round for club championship points, which is important because it's never happened before in the club history, but also it's a round for state championship points as well, which is an exceptional rarity in the modern day age. It's normally improved production complete their club championship and their state championship as part of the Victorian State Race Series, but special dispensation and under special circumstances this year. It's great to have a championship battle going down to the wire at Island Magic. My name's Steve DeVries and opposite me is David Cox. And Dave, well, we thought about this 12 months ago, didn't we, when it came to having a club championship in Island Magic, and what a great turnout.
Yes, it has. We've got a fantastic lineup of cars. The weather today is really going to throw up a bit of a cat amongst the pigeons. Some of the under 2 litre cars will be extremely fast, but keep an eye on that Andrew Butcher BMW, because I think today it will be absolutely on fire.
Yeah, right in this race, I would absolutely agree with you. Some of those turbocharged cars we're just starting to go through turn 1 there on the outlap. They're going to struggle a little bit. They won't be able to put the power down. Gary McKay's little Tirana, the couple of Civics that we're seeing here of Larry Merrifield and Brett Porter, they're going to be ones to watch out for. They'll revel in these conditions. And then one car starting off the back of the grid, which we'll get to when we run through the grid sheet in a few minutes. There's been a car change overnight for Anton Bergman.
He certainly has. looks like he's dropped the valve in his car, so he's rung one of his mates and said, mate, can I borrow your car, please? I'm only going to do some sighting laps around the track. It won't hurt it, I promise. So he's got really good mates, because none of my mates will lend me their cars, so I'm not sure what's going on there.
Yeah, he's good mates with Royce Lyon, who's done a little bit of moonlighting in, you would have heard of it, called Toyota 86, and
Yes.
did a fine job as well, and he was the BMW E30 champion for this year, so that's his car that they've borrowed at the back of the grid, so it might be a pretty nice drive to have around here, I think, in these conditions. It might struggle a bit later in the weekend if the track dries out a bit, but if these tricky conditions, probably not a bad bit of kit to have.
Absolutely. Gary McKay was out doing a rain dance earlier, but then he said, well, I don't think I want any more rain. I think I can stop now. And because he's always gone really well in the rain with the Toronto. It's a little bit underpowered compared to some of the V8s, but geez, he knows how to pedal that thing, and he's been doing it for 10 years,
Long
20,
time.
30.
There's the car.
Anyway, there's the car we're talking about, the BMW that Anton Bergman is driving. It's car number 4.
That's right.
So we'll keep an eye on that one as we go around. Also, Ian McClellan in the Pro Cup Monaro had a technical issue yesterday, and they may have sorted that overnight. The Motec gurus were having a play with that and a few sensors, and so it looks like he was out there this morning. So it looks like it might have sorted itself out with a bit of luck.
That explains something that we saw yesterday on the broadcast as well, where he had a really good start from the back of the grid. He made his way forward, and then he started to slow up a little bit. He had a really poor last lap, so that explains quite a lot about what might have been the cause of that. Yeah. We have a look at the starting grid. We don't have it on the graphic, but you can see it there on the timing tree. So Jared Tonks was the victor yesterday by a handful of seconds. It was a comfortable win in the end. Luke Gretsch-Cumbo just held off Cade Lehman for second, so they'll start second and third. Andrew Butcher, he had a really good launch, actually. He was very close to being in the lead of the race before turn 1, but got swallowed up, so he starts fourth. You got the South Australian pairing of Scott Cook and George Michel starting on the third row of the grid. So some very fast turbocharged cars there, but they will struggle to put their power down a little bit in these tricky conditions. They'll be hoping for it to dry out this afternoon. Jin Wook Song and Gary McKay will be 7th and 8th, with Larry Merrifield and Brett Porter, the first and second of the under 2 litre cars. They're going to start 9th and 10th. Ian McLennan just managed to get across the line in 11th yesterday, ahead of Wayne Twist and Scott McLean, who were literally right on his rear door and as they came across the line. So he was lucky to hang on to those couple of spots.
He actually had no throttle. The car had cut out.
Yeah, he was coasting to the line, effectively. Ian Statham's going to start 14th. He's from South Australia, so one of a visiting handful of them this weekend. Paul Javots and Andrew Tickner, Tom Allen in the RX-7, and Salvatore Imbrogno in the Toyota 86. And then we're rounded off by Michael Hart, Rohit Saini, Callum Jensen, Andre Noy, Nick Higgins, Wayne Decker, Chris Bodal, and Bruce Hendley.
As they're just waiting for the last couple of cars to pull into spot now. We should have a green flag in the next 6 or 7 seconds. It's waiting for a couple of the guys down the back there just to pull up. And then we'll get this show on the road, Steve.
Yep, just a couple of cars to come into play. And, of course, behind Bruce Henley, we did just very briefly forget about Anton Bergman because he wasn't on the timing graphic because he wasn't here yesterday, but he is on the graphic now. So all done and dusted. There's our green flag. They're leaving a bit of margin at the front of the field here. They're not wanting to creep over those start lines too early because it is a little bit slippery and a bit of a downhill start. And off we go. And I can tell you what, they're all struggling to put the power down to get away from the line here. 2 or 3 bites at the cherry to put power down to the slippery surface. It does retain a lot of moisture compared to what it did 12 months ago. And the best of the 2 starts from the front row was Luke Gretsch-Cumbo. He's managed to go right around the outside at turn 1 and into the lead.
There might be another car to watch. Wayne Decker in the 4-wheel drive Audi. It might just excel in these conditions too, Steve.
Well, remember, we have seen him absolutely flying in the wet conditions before and has been I wouldn't say a front runner, but he was been in the top 10 the last time we were here at Phillip Island. I think in June he did very, very well.
He did. It was wet and the car really hooked up. Look at there we go. Gary McKay's right up with the
wall of Civics.
Yeah, wall of Civics, and then also the Magna from South Australia. And there's Tonks there goes underneath by the look of it. And Luke Gretsch-Cumbo looks like, yes, he has his run very wide, and that allows Cade Lehman to get up the inside as they head up towards Siberia.
Yep, so he made a little mistake in the braking zone there at turn 4, and the rules state that if you go too deep into that corner and your front wheels cross the dotted line, you have to take the MotoGP long lap penalty box. So that's why Luke was rather wide there. He had to go around and come back onto the circuit safely.
And it looks like the under 2 litre cars are still neck and neck there. And Scott, is that Scott Cook? Looks like it's
that's George Michel.
It's
So
George Michel.
he's been rounded up by Brett Porter there. Oh, check out the slide job from Merrifield. Left, right, opposite lock, and
he's
off
gone.
the circuit, unfortunately. So he got a little bit, probably too close. I think probably too much of his tyres on the rubber line, which is normally the dry racing line. It can become quite a challenge and quite slippery if you get out of step and put a foot wrong. As you saw in some of the other categories we've seen so far, you need to be taking some slightly unconventional lines in these wet conditions because that's where the grip is. So out high where the rubber is, not down low where the racing line is.
Absolutely, and that will really throw open the under 2 litre championship points as well as McKay then comes around on turn 12. He's got Scott McLean who's just in behind him, and then Tom Allen's come through as well. And Macca's V8, you'll see the power, and he'll just blast on down past it, down these guys down the straight.
One,
get the wheel off that line.
2,
mate.
and about to say 3. Yep, he's now past Gary McKay. So in a straight line, that 6 litre V8. Absolutely rating him up. I tell you what, that's a pretty dicey move there from Scott McLean down the inside of Gary McKay too, right where the circuit starts to narrow up. I thought that Tom Allen might have been able to get underneath a couple of those cars there at the last corner and have a good run down to the final, to the start-finish line, because they have put some new suspension in that Mazda RX-7 and they are really starting to become happy with it and comfortable with it. Check this out, right on the inside there on the exit of turn number 2. But Gary McKay, I tell you what, he wants a piece of this action as well. He is not going to let Tom Allen through.
And Tom, I saw just before they went to the dummy grid, they strapped a brand new set of wets, AO50 brand new tyres on that car, so he'll have very fresh tyres as he comes up. And then it goes Cade Lehman. It's gone up the inside of Jared Tonks as they go through. It looks like the hay shed.
Correct. Now, is that a mistake from Tonks, or is that just Lehman having a little bit more grip and a little bit more confidence in these conditions? Because I think Tonks has got one of the 6 litre V8s in there as well, but Cade I don't think is not such a high horsepower car.
It's certainly got a fair bit of horsepower, but I know Cade was down there and they were doing some geometry changes just before, and they were hoping that it stayed a little bit wet because they gave it a little bit more of a wet setup, and you can see that it's just starting to lose the rear a bit there, but it's still fairly quick.
Yeah.
So the changes that Cade implemented to that car look like they're working quite well at the moment.
Here comes Anton Bergman. He's trying to round up both Paul Javots and I think there Callum Jensen in the Peugeot. Oh, that's a bit of an interesting line. Very, very wide on the approach to MG. And unfortunately, no way through for him. He's just got this wall of cars here. You've got to be very, very patient because you've got to wait probably until the start-finish line to really try and unleash what he can out of that BMW. But it's got so much more grip going through the corners, but I think it will lose out a little bit to some of the cars in front. So Andrew Tignut, he'll probably be a bit more of a handful in a straight line for the BMW. But those 2 little under 2 litre cars, the Peugeot of Jensen and the Civic of Paul Javots, they are going to struggle to get past this BMW.
As we head down into turn 1 as Gary McKay rounds up. No, he's not going to quite get there in the back of Tom Allen there. So Tom's obviously found somewhere through between 11 and 12. And then Tickner gets a bit squirrely there on the outside as Gary McKay just drops back a little bit. But I'm sure that Gary will come back. He's just probably gathering his breath and going, right, let's have another go in a lap or so.
Just to give you a reference of where we're at relative to what the dry weather time should actually be, the fastest lap of the race is a 1 minute 54.5. It's actually set by Cade Lehman out in front. That's normally around about 12 to so seconds slower than what we would normally doing in the dry conditions. We're normally around the low to mid 1 minute 40s. So you can see that the track is starting to pre-dry. The spray is not as prevalent now as what it was a couple of categories ago. So it is slowly starting to dry up, but what we saw here earlier in the year, it does take a long time for this dry line to emerge. So it's going to be a while before you start seeing cars really getting down to corner apexes and really starting to push the limits of the tyres there. Oh, bit of a moment for Bergman. I think he got a bit spooked by Callum Jensen's Peugeot.
I think he was. He's in a borrowed car, so he's not really wanting to rough paint with anyone.
That
so
too.
he's like, I'm out of here. You can have the corner. I'll just wait till the next one. But yeah, you can see that Gary's got a little bit of a freight train behind him at the moment. They're looking left, looking right.
Jensen.
And obviously the GP Tirana is an absolutely immaculate car, and no one wants to go anywhere near that and swap paint with it. So,
very close.
Very, very good, guys. Nicely done as Gary then gets a power down and he'll range up on the back of the under 2 litre car.
That was
And
a great
probably should have
move.
the power.
That was a great move from Jensen right around the outside at Lukey Heights as well. The little black, yellow and pink Peugeot went right around the outside. I tell you what, Bergman, I think he might have had second thoughts there as well. He almost had 2 wheels in the grass going around Belinda's Terrace before he came onto the front straight here. He's starting to get a bit more confident in that BMW. If I was Roy Sloan at home, I'd probably be wincing a little bit right now seeing the kind of lines that he's taking in that borrowed car.
And the Tirana's probably the widest Tirana you'll ever see.
Wide.
So Gary knows exactly where to put that car, and it's actually giving him a little bit of breathing space now as he goes into turn 1 and out the other side.
This is a great exchange behind Gary between Paul Javots and Anton Bergman as well. They have swapped places several times. Now here goes Javots trying to pull Jensen's trick and go right around the outside of McKay. This time it's at Southern Loop, and that's a very nice move. And there's the same move finally for Bergman. He tried to pull it off too, but check out the Tirana. It fights back on the inside.
What an absolute ding-dong. And Anton Bergman's using the go-kart line, so to speak. He's running around the outside where the grip is, and it's working extremely well for him. As he's going to have a big go under brakes here, but it might have been a little bit of a brake lock-up, but everything ends well. It starts well.
Well, the checkered flag is out. It's a very short 4-lap sprint this morning for most of the categories. It's going to be a win for Cade Lehman at this rate, and it certainly is a win for Lehman. What a great performance. The rain, of course, we say it every time, it is a great leveller. It brings out a lot of driver skill, and he pulled off a great pass there on Tonks halfway through the race. Gretsch Cumbo, amazingly, fastest lap of the race on the final tour. He was about a tenth or so quicker than the cars in front, but he was a little bit too far back to challenge. That'll be an interesting starting grid for the feature race this afternoon. Here goes Bergman. Can he finally get this pass done, and can he make it stick before the line? He's got the pass done at Lukey Heights and MG, but will he have enough to hold off the little GP Tirana all the way to the start-finish line? He's building a gap. It looks like he will.
It looks like Gary might have got a bit of extra wheel spin there, trying to get the power down, and might have just hurt him a little bit there to then get onto the straight. But the thing's got a lot of horsepower, so he might be able to round him up before he gets to the start-finish line. Don't think so. That's Tom Allen ahead of
Callum Jensen.
Callum Jensen.
Jensen through the kitchen sink there at the little RX-7 right before the line there. And yes, Bergman with a good run there. So good choice to go and grab the E30 and bring that back to the track and do some racing, because important for him, because he was in a good fight in the club championship. He wanted those points more than anything. He's had a stellar year, and it was just a bit of a shame when his own E30 let go on during qualifying yesterday.
And Bruce Henley and Michael Hart are coming around onto the straight, and Michael Hart may just have the horsepower run to get down the inside before the checkered line. It's going to be close.
Yep, this will be close. This will be close.
He's got it.
Yep, got it. Good time. Good timing for Michael Hart, and gets past the RX-8 of Bruce Henley, and Chris Bodale, I think, is the last man across the line for improved production. So that rounds out the second race. Let's have a look at this. So this is the replay of what happened to Larry Merrifield. He just got too close to that inside curb at Hayshed. I think it was just about half the car on the traditional racing line, and that just grabbed the car, spat it out, and did his best to gather it up, but
just too wet out there.
Just too wet.
He wasn't going anywhere. Normally under 2 litre front wheel drive, you just keep it nailed and the back will follow, but I think it might have been just a bit too wet.
Yep, I would agree with you on that one. A little bit too wet to keep that point in the right direction, not like a TCR car. So provisional results, Cade Lehman with a victory ahead of Jared Tonks and Luke Gretsch Cumbo. So nice, interesting trio of cars. We'll be looking forward to 1:30 p.m. this afternoon for the Matthew Flinders Plate race. Former winner of this race, Andrew Butcher, started fourth, so he didn't sort of come on strong like we were sort of hoping he might in that one, with Scott Cook and Jin Wook Song in 5th and 6th. George Michel, Brett Porter with a good result. That should be just enough to secure an under 2 litre title for him, with Ian McLennan 9th and Scott McLean 10th.
And then we've got Ian Stratham in 11th, Salvatore in 12th. Tom Allen's, after a long, long time of not seeing Tom at the track, he's come home in 13th. I'm sure he'll be pretty happy with that. Callum Jensen, Paul Javots, Anton Bergman, who did a stellar job in that borrowed E30. Ahead of Gary McKay, Andrew Tickner, Wayne Twist and Larry Merrifield, who got back on and kept going, and he just finished ahead of Nicholas Higgins, Wayne Decker, which I thought that car would have been a lot quicker in the wet, but maybe he just wasn't feeling comfortable today. Andre Noy, Rohit Sani, Michael Hart, Bruce Henley and Chris Bodell at the back of the field there. So well done to everyone, clean racing, and we managed to get around without any incidents.
We certainly did. We await them coming back at 1:30 for the Matthew Flinders Plate Race, with thanks to Yokohama and Traction Tyre and Suspension. And we'll take a break here and hand it over to Matt Dunlop, who's going to take you through Formula Ford coming up on the other side of this.
I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. One be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room, everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules, everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate, oh, I wanna elevate the style.
Welcome back to Blendline TV's coverage of the 2024 edition of Island Magic here at a slightly damp Phillip Island, and it is time for some Formula Ford action here as they roll out of the dummy grid here on this Sunday afternoon. We've seen some great racing already so far here, and Formula Fords are getting ready for their first hit out of the weekend in Anger. Had a qualifying session yesterday, 10 minutes plus one lap. It's a very short affair for the Formula Fords, and we've got a field of 9 Formula Ford Duratec class cars plus 9 Formula Ford 1600 class cars. So a lot of variety all the way up and down the field. It's going to be a cracker. My name is Matt Dunlop. It is a pleasure to be joining you in the commentary box here today as we get ready for what is the last day of school for Formula Ford. We've already wrapped up the Victorian State Championship. We've wrapped up the National Championship. This will be the last day of racing here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. And if we know anything from watching Formula Ford action throughout the weeks, the months, the years around this storied circuit, this storied category knows how to put on a show. A lot of up-and-coming young talent racing these machines around. And let's have a look at the field as they stand. So Eddie Beswick will start from pole position, the number 1 on the side of that machine. He is the current 2024 Victorian and Australian Formula Ford champion. He'll be moving on to the US next year for a tilt at the US F2000 category, and we wish him all the very best of luck. But in the meantime, one final thrash around Phillip Island in that championship-winning machine. He'll line up alongside Lachlan Everett in the number 88 machine for BF Racing Auto Style. Behind them is Giuseppe Imbrogno in the number 5 machine, that all-white Formula Ford. Next to him, Bradley James in his first race weekend in the Formula Ford for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Fantastic qualifying result for him up in 4th position. He's feeling great with that car underneath him, and I cannot wait to see how he goes in the race. Nicholas Mendez will line up behind those on the third row with Jack Clifford next to him for G-Force Motorsport and Racer Industries, respectively. Then we've got Seth Boycarts in the number 24 machine for Tickford Autosport, with Jared Hurst also representing Cool Drive Auto Parts in the number 3 machine on row 4. Rounding out the Duratec field is Tabitha Ambrose, daughter, of course, of V8 Supercars legend Marcus Ambrose, in that number 45 machine. It's the ex-Paul Zitty car. It will be Tabitha's first race here at Phillip Island in that machine, but she's had a lot of testing under her belt around this circuit. In these conditions, not necessarily, but she's relishing the challenge, so I can't wait to see how she goes. Behind them, let's take a look at the Kent class grid. So, Nicholas McBride will take pole position in that category next to Thomas Chapman in the number 8 and the 188 cars, respectively. Behind them, Brock Brewer and Todd Vince out of WA in the numbers 57 and 17. They are both racing in Van Diemen machines. Behind them, Andrew Tordy, who's been a regular of the Victorian category, been going around quite a while in that number 55. He's had 2 wins and 12 podiums in the 2024 Victorian Formula Ford Kent season, only bested by Richard Davison. Mark Redmond lines up next to him in the number 11, and behind them we have Gavin Dumas, Byron Thomas, Malcolm Coleman in the number 52, Craig Arnold in the number 90 machine. So a bumper field of 18 Formula Ford machines of all sorts of varieties, all sorts of models, specifications. The Duratec ones will be leading the way in terms of pace, but it's going to be fantastic racing all the way up and down this field, as we're so accustomed to seeing in this Formula Ford category. Drivers having a little bit of a look now at the track conditions. They haven't seen them in this state this weekend. Similar conditions to what they would have experienced last time out in the Victorian State Series, but they had the benefit of not a whole lot of rubber being on the racing surface that particular weekend. There's a bit more down now, so I was having a bit of a chat to Eddie Beswick, the current champion, and he's not actually sure how the track's going to behave offline when it starts drying out. Not a whole lot of sunshine expected today, so we're not going to be seeing the track drying out as a whole, but a dry line is hopefully expected to start forming if there isn't too much rain. But how that will behave, how these cars will be able to wrangle that, and how much of a karting line around the outside of the corners where you traditionally wouldn't be able to find pace in the dry, how much that's going to be able to be utilised in the wet remains to be seen. But all of these drivers are very, very ready to go out and test the waters for themselves, throwing these cars side by side just to see how much action we can get. It's such a great category for up-and-coming racers because these cars, you can see them right there. There's no aero whatsoever. You've basically just got to rely on the mechanical grip. As the last of the cars pulls onto the grid now, the red lights are on. The revs are starting to build. We're underway for the first racing action here of Formula Ford at Phillip Island. It's a pretty even start, but Lachlan Evident looks to have the jump around the outside as all 18 cars on the grid get a clean getaway, but Lachlan Evident has already slotted in front of the number 1 car of Beswick, who has to tuck in right behind as they go through turn 1. Bit of side-by-side action further back. That's Bradley James, who's lost a couple of spots off the start. Not the start he was hoping for from 4th on the grid, but he's fallen back, as has Eddie Beswick, as has the number 3 there of Jared Hurst, who's taken to the gravel on the entry into turn 2. So he will rejoin there. No harm, no foul, but he's lost a lot of time in that number 3 Cool Drive machine. But we still go on further and have a look at all these battling here in the Kent class. This is great action all the way up and down, but back at the front, Eddie Beswick, he looked to be falling off the back of the number 88 car in front of him a little bit as Giuseppe Imbrogno in the number 5 gets it right sideways. Local yellow flags. He's rotated the car around. Doesn't look to be too much damage. I think he may have just had a little bit of a tangle or gotten a little bit sketchy on the brakes there on the one to Honda. It's very easy to do in these conditions, but that car is still, everything's pointing straight in the right direction, so racing will continue, which is what we love to see. It's only a very short race here at Phillip Island, so we really don't want to lose much racing action. Look at that slide from Eddie Beswick. He got a little bit too much on the curb on the inside of the hay shed there and slid it right out sideways. Fantastic job to hold on, and he hasn't lost any of his confidence. Look, he's still swarming all over the back there as we see battling right the way up and down. That is the number 61 there, trying to hold off. That's Jack Clifford there, trying his best to hold off the action behind him. Bradley James has rejoined to 5th. Let's take a look at what happened here at turn 1. So this is the number 24, the number 3 we're seeing, and there's the number 3 of Jared Hurst. Not sure what happened there, but he just got caught up and flicked all the way out to the left-hand side. Did very well to catch it and keep it powered through the gravel. But speaking of power, look at them powering down the main straight as they cross the stripe for the first time in anger. I'll take a look at stock in a little bit to let you know where the field is lining up, but we don't even know how first place is going to shake out in the next couple of corners. Eddie Beswick is all over Lachlan Evanet like a cheap suit right now. He's trying to get as much pace as he possibly can all the way around the outside of the southern loop, and he's doing a very good job to hold on here, but Evanet is moving to the middle of the track to defend. Beswick is under the pump here. He's all over the shop there, doing a fantastic job holding on to it. It's a brilliant showing of car control from the reigning Formula 4 champion. You don't get that number one on your car without being able to steer it very, very well, and Eddie Beswick is showing us just what he can do behind the wheel of that machine. We can't wait to see what he can do when he moves over to the States, and it's such a privilege that we get to watch him in action here one last time in Australia. Lachlan Evanet, on the meanwhile, on the other hand, is doing a brilliant job holding him off here at the front of the field. It's an awesome defensive drive, and with only a handful of laps left in this race, with about 3 or so minutes left on the clock, it's going to be fantastic to see how this one shakes out. Let's take a look at the rest of the field. It's Nico Mendes behind them in third position ahead of Clifford. That is the number 61 of Jack Clifford in fourth, ahead of Brad James in his first race outing for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. He's been a regular of the the Hyundai XL category in that machine. As we look a little bit further back at some of the Kent class action, even though these cars are a little bit down on power, being a marginally older specification of Formula Ford, you can rest assured they're still giving it everything here. A lot of sideways action happening all the way up and down the field. Great stuff here. That's the number 20 you're seeing. It's a fairly modern car. It's a Miguel SJ07A being piloted by Gavin Dumas, who actually himself netted a couple of podiums throughout the season in the Victorian Formula Ford 1600 class. So he's been around these traps. He's raced Phillip Island a couple of times already, at least this year, so he definitely knows this place like the back of his hand. But that car looks like it's actually missing an engine cover. So I'm not sure if he's had a bit of a tangle there or whether it's popped off somewhere, but he's still rolling around as his competitors behind him are getting a good look at the internals of that number 20 machine. Meanwhile, up ahead, Lachlan Evanet using all of the track and a little bit more, all of the rumble strip. It's so treacherous out there because they are slick as anything. Those painted concrete surfaces can be fraught with danger, and they're getting as millimetre close to them as they possibly can on the exit of 2 because the car is fully loaded on that right-hand side through those corners. If you touch the paint, you're going to be rotating it unless you can really get arrested control of it. Great braking performance there. Doesn't have to compromise his line, does the number 88 of Lachlan Evanet. Is able to keep the fast line there and still keep Eddie Beswick behind him. This is a fantastic scrap here for the lead of this race. Beswick may just be biding his time here, or he may just be genuinely struggling to get ahead of his number 88 here. Lachlan Evanet had a great season. He was 7th in the Victorian Formula Ford Championship. But he did get 3 podiums throughout that season, all of which were here at Phillip Island. So he loves this circuit. He knows how to drive it in changing conditions, and he's making the most of that right now. Not a whole lot of spray coming off these cars either, so that's a good indicator that the track is starting to dry out just a little bit. You can see a lot of dry patches starting to appear at various points throughout the circuit as the leaders come through MG for the second time so far in this race. So awesome stuff so far. You can get a little bit of a look there at the weather. It is damp, but it's certainly not as cold as you would expect it to be. 17 degrees in the moment. It is expected to get as high as around 20 today, so still a little bit warm, slightly muggy if you will, but good racing action nonetheless. So it's a fastest lap so far with a 151.02 for Lachlan Evanet as he takes the stripe again to lead the way. Beswick is tucked in right behind him, and he's going to have a look on the inside of turn 1. Gets a great slipstream. Evanet sticks around the outside. They're going to be side by side because Eddie Beswick cannot get the run there. Is he going to try for the switchback, or has Lachlan Evanet shut the door? I think he has blocked him very well there, and he's going to move to the middle of the circuit all the way through Southern Loop. It's such a hard place to get a car past when you're sitting there. This is an awesome, awesome defensive drive from the number 88 machine. Brilliant stuff, and Eddie Beswick could not buy first position right now if he wanted to. But anything can happen here on the run into Honda. Beswick has a lot of pace. He's going to move to the inside. Lachlan Evanet's going to give him space and see if he's going to make an error all on his own, or is he going to try and leverage that karting line around the outside of Honda? There's been quite a bit of pace there, and he gets the foot down, slides the back end out a little bit, and does a fantastic job to hold on to it, does Lachlan Evanet. This is brilliant stuff. He knows this racing line like the back of his hand in these damp conditions. And it's such a changeable track at the moment, especially with the repave we had this year earlier. Not many of these drivers are that well experienced in it as Eddie Beswick gets a little bit sideways. gee, I don't know how these drivers feel just going sideways, four-wheel drifting through that corner there. It looked like he was getting a little bit loose, the number 1 car, over Lukey Heights as well. So he has dropped back a couple of car lengths just for now. But they will have one more lap to go when they cross the stripe this time by. So it is a sprint race for these guys in every sense of the word, and they are putting on a heck of a show. They have a lot of space behind them. Behind them in the number 155 is Nico Mendes in a very lonely third position. 6 or so seconds behind this leading pack and a further 3 seconds in front of Bradley James, who has made his way back up to 4th position in the number 161 Marcus Ambrose car. Last lap board is out. What can Eddie Beswick do? He's nowhere near as close this time by as he was last lap, so he may just have to spend this lap biding his time, building up that margin, reducing it, I should say, as much as he possibly can, and make an attempt at a daring move towards the end of this lap. There's no shortage of passing opportunities around this Phillip Island circuit, especially in the wet, and you can often find opportunities in places you wouldn't normally expect to see them as both cars get really close. They know where every single square millimetre of these cars is positioned on the track. They know exactly how far to get out to the edge of the white line without touching it. Beswick just trying to have a little bit of a look there, but he's too far back to get anything done here at Honda. Both drivers will tuck into the racing line. Lachlan Evanet still leading the way. He won't be looking in his mirrors too much. He's just focused on the task at hand, just putting in lap after lap of just solid, consistent pace, getting his lines right. He doesn't have to stress too much about defending, but he's got great spatial awareness, does the driver of the number 88. He knows that Eddie Beswick has pulled that gap just a little bit for now as they go over the top, and he knows how important momentum is, but Eddie Beswick is not going to be gaining much time with a huge slide like that, but geez, it looks good on camera, doesn't it? Little bit sideways on the flip-flop through Lukey Heights as well. Lachlan Evanet may be seeing that in his mirrors as he goes all the way to the outside there, tries to fill that right-hand side mirror of the 88. He's actually pulled a pretty close gap. There's a lot of pace around the outside at MG. This is a really close race with one corner to go after this one. They go through 11, basically light astern. Turn 12 is going to be crucial. How much momentum can you get? How much traction can you get out of the corner? Eddie Beswick tries to take a little bit of a wider line, gets slightly sideways, catches it back together. Can he get a slipstream? They go right to the pit wall. Lachlan Evanet is going to lead home Eddie Beswick in a thriller here. Race 1 of the Formula 4s is a barnstorming race, and Lachlan Evanet puts in a defensive driving masterclass to take the win ahead of the reigning champion. But this action is not over yet. Jared Hurst and Giuseppe Imbrogno, who we both saw getting caught up in their own separate spin-offs earlier in the race, have now found themselves battling it out for position number 10. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, this is further in the Kent class here, we've got the number 27 having a battle currently with, I believe that is the number 57, I should say, of Brewer, with, I think that's Andrew Torty in front of him. They're going to be side by side as they cross the stripe. Brewer is just going to get him by a nose. So Brewer crosses the stripe there in 8th position. Side-by-side action all the way up and down this field. There is no shortage of it here, and we're so caught up watching the front battle of this race that we can just never ever see all the racing happening here, especially in such a short race. So if you do happen to be trackside, you will not want to miss the final encounter as we see the last of the cars finishing off their battles around the track now. Fantastic action in race 1 of the Formula Ford series here at Island Magic this weekend. Brilliant stuff, and it just goes to show you just how good these drivers are in these cars that look so fragile, such exposed vulnerable bodywork and wheel work, and they can put in great racing like that. Let's take a look at the provisional results. It is Lachlan Evanet who leads home Eddie Beswick by just over a 1/10 of a second. Nicholas Mendes coming home 3rd, with Bradley James on his first race outing coming home 4th. Great performance. Behind them, Jack Clifford and Seth Boycarts in 5th and 6th position, with Todd Vince in 7th, leading the way in the 1600 class. Great result for him. Just getting the jump on Brock Brewer, the fellow West Australian, in the 57, with Andrew Torty in the 55 and Giuseppe Imbrogno rounding out the top 10. Fastest lap of the race was by Eddie Beswick, as you can see there. Jared Hurst, Thomas Chapman, Nicholas McBride, Malcolm Coleman, Mark Redmond, Tabitha Ambrose, the lowest placed of the Duratec class cars. Not a race that she would have been hoping for, but it's very treacherous conditions. It's very much a learning experience ahead of Gavin Dumas and Craig Arnold. Byron Thomas not registered as a finisher on the board, but hopefully we'll be able to see all of these cars back out on track later today for the final race of the program for Formula Ford. So that will be at 3:50 p.m. then that is going to be an absolute cracker. Don't go anywhere, because in the meantime, we have so much more racing action to come, including historic touring cars, which are coming up just after this short break. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to gorgeous, a typical sunny, beautiful Phillip Island day. I say that in jest, of course. It's quite damp, but that's what we like about this place. It throws up so many changeable conditions, and it really brings out the best in a driver, especially when they're wrestling an old, classic, historic touring car around this place with so much power going to the rear wheels. It's really a spectacle to see. Race 1 of the historic touring cars is coming up very, very soon here at Phillip Island. My name is Matt Dunlop. Joining me alongside in the comms box is Darren Knight. Darren, fantastic to have your presence here in the box.
Good morning, Matt. Good morning, everyone. Great to have you watching us wherever you are on Blendline TV. The first race of the weekend for historic touring cars. Unfortunately, they did not get a run yesterday with a few races cancelled, so this will be the first time out in anger in racing conditions for the historic touring cars. Bit of a mix-up in the grid too. We had a red flag, unfortunately, in the sole qualifying session yesterday when Jeff O, unfortunately, had a pretty heavy accident in his Lotus Cortina coming onto the front straight with that treacherous turn 12 curbing. Just hooked around and hit the inside wall, unfortunately. Good to see Jeff is A-OK, though. So what that meant was there was a very curtailed qualifying session when the red flag came out, and a few of the quicker cars did not bank a quick lap. So they'll be coming through the field at a great rate of knots.
It'll be very interesting to see the massively varied mix of cars that we have on the field pulling out of the dummy grid into the pit lane now. We've seen a few of these machines going around in the Victorian State Series so far, but it's good to see a bumper field of historic touring cars with Paul Stubber on pole position in that BAR 3.1 Chevy Camaro next to Adrian Moyle, who's been a seasoned competitor all season long in the State Series. It's been great to see him around there battling it out with some of the other Camaros. So let's see what he can do here from the outside of row 1. Behind them, Jeff Monday in another Camaro, the number 68, alongside Andrew Beard in the 86. Numbers reversed for 3rd and 4th.
Peter McNiven in the sole Mazda in the field, the number 13 RX2 machine, alongside Glenn Miles in the Charger. Darren Jones in the Ford Mustang, number 5, and Bill Trengrove in the red Mustang, number 64.
Behind them, Quentin Bland in the Ford Capri, number 133, will be on 9th on the grid, next to Robert Van Stockram in the Red Gum Advisory Ford Mustang, number 17 there. Craig Miles in that Valiant Charger was having a great hit out last time in the State Series, really battling it out with some of those Camaros, so it'll be great to see what he can do here, starting a little bit lower than he would have hoped in 11th position, next to Peter Muehlman in the Nepean Welding Ford Mustang, number 43.
That is a car you do not want to push into scrutineering on a hot day, Pete Muehlman. The all-black 64 shape Ford Mustang, number 43. I was helping push the car yesterday, and you just about needed welding gloves pushing that car. Completely different conditions this morning, Matt. It's quite overcast. We had some rain this morning. Yesterday was like opening the oven door with the fan on. It was very sticky, very hot wind, and completely different conditions today. There was a lot of discussions over tyre choice, but very little spray now on the track, so it'll be dry tyres all round.
As we look through the rest of the field now, it is Brown, Pillikers, Knight, Oliver, and then Cox, Trevor Talbot, and Jeffrey Vo, who unfortunately had that incident yesterday, so won't be taking the field today. 18 cars on the grid for this one. You've chatted to a lot of the drivers, I'm sure. How is how's the anticipation with conditions like this? Is everyone sort of a bit toey? Are a few drivers relishing it? What's the general vibe?
Well, they were definitely toey this morning. They're all looking up at the sky. They all had the same look on their face. Which way do we go? And I'm not an engineer, I'm a commentator, but I said it's definitely dry weather. There's not enough spray. You're going to chew the wet tyres up very, very quickly. And, of course, they said, well, if you're wrong, Darren, we're going to blame you.
We've got commentators' curse insurance up here. Don't you stress about that, so
Excellent.
No need to worry.
Excellent.
It may even be, in conditions like this, it may even be an opportunity for some of the smaller cars at the back of the pack to punch above their weight a little bit too.
Speaking of, very good point. David Brown in one of the quickest smaller capacity cars in this class in the whole country, the Datsun 1600 white with the orange stripes. Keep an eye on David, of course. Brown Davis roll cages. Most of the cars in the field have probably got Brown Davis cages inside, but David, a very quick driver, and that's an incredible pace. So I will be keeping my eyes peeled on that orange and white Datsun.
There's going to be so much action all the way up and down. So many beautifully presented cars to look at and admire as they go around this circuit in anger. We're certainly not expecting any parade laps coming up here in the historic touring cars. These cars are made to be driven, and that's what these drivers are going to do. It's one of the reasons we love having historic touring cars on the bill here for Island Magic and throughout the Victorian state season and around the country as well. Such a great category that we have the privilege to see not only these American classics like the Camaros, Mustangs and whatnot, but mixing it up with Australian cars like the Valiant Charger, the Tirana as well.
Most definitely. Always has been a hallmark of this category, the great variety of machinery, and this grid is no exception.
10 minutes plus 1 lap coming up here in race 2. Race 1, I should say, for historic touring cars. So a pretty short outing. They're not going to have a whole lot of time to get their eye in here, these drivers. They'll have to get used to the conditions pretty quickly and then start just plugging away, whether they focus on getting the thing home in one piece or whether they want to try to take advantage of the questionable or changeable conditions, try to find some grip in places you wouldn't normally expect to see it. We saw in the previous Formula Ford race a lot of drivers using that outside karting line, but these things are no Formula Fords. They are almost polar opposites.
Exactly. The guys are going to have to really turn it on if they want to top that Formula Ford race. That was a fantastic battle at the front. So what will we see here? The two Camaros on the front row of the grid. Paul Stubbart, no stranger to Victorian circuits, has been campaigning that yellow number 31 Chev Camaro for 25 years now, and is starting alongside the Victorian Adrian Moyle in the number 25. That's a 68 model Chevy Camaro, so Stubbart in the 69 model. All the same under the skin, just basically different body panels. Then another all Camaro row, the second row, Mundy in 68, Beard in 86. And it's McNiven in the nimble little Mazda number 13 alongside Miles in the Charger. Good to see Miles back out there. Had a throttle stick open at the recent Sandown historic meeting. A little bit of damage to the car, but good to see Miles back out there.
5-second board is up. The red lights will be coming on soon. The revs are starting to build. The thunder has been applied to the racetrack. We're underway here at Phillip Island. It's a pretty even start at the front. A little bit of wheel spin from the second place on the grid, which means our pole sitter Stubbart is going to have a great run. He's going to move to the inside, and he's got a great jump already on Adrian Moyle. So Stubbart in the number 31 machine will get the whole shot into turn 1 for the first time. They're almost 3 wide further back there. That's a great battle we're seeing on the screen here. And we're seeing all the cars filter around. That's Peter McNiven in the number 13 car. That diminutive RX2, not diminutive under the bonnet. That rotary packs a massive punch, and it is certainly holding its own right now against Glenn Miles right behind. But look at this battle here. Moyle is all over the back of that number 31. Does not want to let him go yet. He wants to make that position back as soon as he possibly can because it's such a short race. You can't afford to bide your time.
Mundy up into third place in front of Andrew Beard. So a solid run there for Jeff Mundy in the number 68 Chevy Camaro Stubber. A little bit wide there with Moyle right on his tail. Sideways already for Stubber, which is no surprise. But that was not on purpose like it usually is with Paul. It's very greasy out there. Moyle really sticking with him as they head up to Siberia for the first time.
Moyle's almost looking to go up the inside there, which would become the outside into the hay shed. Thinks better of it, tucks back in behind. It's real treacherous here. We saw how much sliding there was, and you can see just how much body roll there is in these older historic touring cars. That's why we love to see it, because it's like there's the connection, like there's such a tried and true formula of vehicle. They've been around since the 1960s, and they're still, revered. They're still loved by so many people, and they're still so much fun to watch race around tracks.
They certainly are. Stubber very slow out of MG. Moyle right with him now. Not a lot of grip for Stubber at the moment. He really looks like he's battling to stay on the black stuff, with Jeff Mundy now making a Camaro 1-2-3. You could throw a blanket over them at the moment. So Stubber not having it all his own way in the early stage of this race.
Monday in the number 68 there, just looking to sit tight as Adrian Moyle tries to pull to the inside there as they cross the stripe. He doesn't have the run he was expecting, so he's going to tuck right in behind as the Valiant and the RX2 fly past the stripe there. So let's take stock. Stubber leads the way ahead of Adrian Moyle. Jeff Monday, Glenn Miles on screen right now in fourth position ahead of that number 13 car of Peter McNiven. The RX2 further back. Here's a bit of a battle between a Mustang and I believe that's the number 77 car.
It's Gordon Cox in the Mark II Cortina GT, the man that runs the Racer Industries racing equipment truck that we see at race meetings all over the state. He's got the sign up on the door there, back in 10 minutes. So we wish Gordon all the best in the Mark II. Stubber and Moyle now starting to eke out a bit of a gap back to our third place man there, Jeff Mundy, who is having the charger of Grant Miles reel him in though. So great run there for the second of the Miles boys. Of course, we have Craig out there as well in his luminescent green charger, but Grant, the leading charger at the moment, up there in fourth.
It's a little bit of a slick patch I was hearing from a few drivers on the run into turn 4, not too far off the inside line, so it makes it pretty tough to get a pass done through Honda. So that's why we're seeing a lot of drivers filtering through their line astern, but that doesn't mean there's going to be any less racing here, because this track is chock full of passing opportunities, especially over the top of the hill there, because momentum is so important, especially in these cars where you can't necessarily rely on grip or aero or anything like that to sort of have to use as a safety net if you lose a bit of speed through a corner. You've got to get your lines right, you've got to get your throttle and your brake positioning just right as well, so you can carry as much speed as possible. And this back section of the circuit is no different as well. There's a few different lines you can take through 11 we just saw there, and now they're going to try and find their own spots of real estate. Moyle and Stubber at the front here. See who can get the most momentum through 12, and can Adrian Moyle tuck underneath the rear bumper of the 31 in front of him to get a bit of a run. He's having a look along the left already, so he feels he's got a bit of pace, fancies himself here. Stubber still leads the way, but that gap has come down from 0.3 last time around to just under. So only about a couple of hundredths of a second or so shaved off that one. It's basically neck and neck at the front here. We can't wait to see how that one goes. Meanwhile, a little bit further back, that is the number 76, which is not looking fantastic.
Trevor Talbot.
Trevor Talbot's car, that's right.
He was one of the guys that I mentioned that did not bank a quick lap in qualifying yesterday. So he's still not having a great time here by the look of it. Having some grip issues. Perhaps he's battling there the Mustang of Darren Jones. Andrew Beard has dropped back through the order, unfortunately, in that silver 69 model Chevy Camaro, who's right up there on the second row of the grid. So problems there for Andrew Beard.
Yeah, it's a shame to see. He's down in 15th position last time they went across the stripe. And there's that green charger you mentioned, just rejoining the track after an excursion there. That is
Craig Miles.
Craig Miles, indeed. No harm, no foul. Looks to have kept it out of the fence, which is the main thing, but it's really a not fun place to go off the track in these conditions.
Rob Van Stockram in the yellow and black 68 model Ford Mustang there, having a good battle as we go back to the front there, with Moyle keeping Paul Stubber very honest at the head of the field. Jeff Mundy still holding down third place in front of Glenn Miles. 2 laps to go in this first race for the Just Cars historic touring car. Stubber getting sideways as they plunge down to MG. Moyle right on his tail.
great stuff here. He's pulled that gap back a little bit more here, and I think Moyles might going to be testing a few more things around this back section here, just trying different lines, and you can see Stubber defending for making that Camaro as wide as he possibly can there.
Pretty wide car to start with. He's not making it any skinnier.
Trying to make that apex as long as he can through 11 and hugging the inside through 12 as well, because he knows that Moyle feels good. He's got confidence in that black and white Camaro coming off turn 12 down the straight, and he's tucked in right behind that Camaro in front. So that gap is going to come down a little bit. The last lap board is indeed out, so this will be the last tour for this race at least of this Phillip Island circuit. Fastest lap is a 1:56.57 for Paul Stubber, and he has just gapped Moyle a little bit there on the exit. So it looks like Stubber does have a bit more pace as they get down towards turn 1, carrying possibly a little bit more top speed in that yellow Camaro.
Yes, he was very circumspect in those early races, but it looks like the hammer's going down now on this final tour and trying to put some air between himself and our second place runner, Adrian Moyle. Been a great addition to the category. This is the second anniversary, in fact, of his first run with that lovely black and silver Chevy Camaro, and he's doing a great job behind our race leader Paul Stubber. If you look at Bill Trengrove in the NB car, that's a Prix 65 class, there's NB and NC. Good battle here between Stephen Pillikers in the Tirana and Pete Muhlmann in the all-black number 43 Mustang.
It's been great to see Pillikers throughout the season throwing that Tirana around racetracks around Victoria. It's a great little beast to see, and it just gives you such a sense of scale, because for people like me who are like, the Tirana is like well before my time, when you see it mostly in photos of Peter Brock thrashing it around Bathurst, you don't really get an idea of just how small it is, especially compared to the other cars of its era. And the Mustang is no large car itself compared to some of the other ones we're seeing. It's, you know, you could almost be, say, medium size, and that Tirana is just such a neat little package, and it's great to see. Built for the racetrack, that XC1, so it's all over the back of that Mustang in front of it now.
Stephen Pillikers in the Tirana there, looks like he's got little skinny Sprint Masters on there, so he may have gone with the wets, which is helping him in his battle with Pete Muhlmann as we head towards turn 12 for the final time in the first race for the historic touring cars. Paul Stubber, Moyle right on his tail as they hit the flag, and Paul Stubber will take the win narrowly over Adrian Moyle in the Camaro. So a Camaro 1, 2, 3. Glenn Miles in the Charger, though, trying to do something about that. Right at the flag, Jeff Munday will get home in front of the Charger driver, Glenn Miles. Solid run for Peter McNiven in the little Mazda RX-2. And he'll cross the line in front of the Capri of Quentin Bland from Sydney. He shares the driving with son Alex. Speaking of Capri, thank you very much to the Isla de Capri for their sponsorship of the historic touring cars this weekend.
Great to have them on board as we watch the rest of the field filter through. That is Trengrove ahead of Pillikers in 7th and 8th positions, respectively. Muhlmann in the 43 has slipped back to 9th position. And then we see the rest of the field filtering through. Brown, Talbot and Stockram in 10th, 11th and 12th, respectively. Great scrapping all the way up and down. There's Jones and Miles, who we saw drop back a little bit after the excursion at turn 2. Rejoined, that car's looking all straight and pointed in the right direction, which is the main thing when you have an excursion like that. You just want to make sure you get the car home in one piece so that all these drivers can get back out there and have another crack later today.
It certainly will be. They'll be back on the circuit at around 4:20 this afternoon.
Still waiting for a few more cars to circulate around this circuit in the meantime. It's been the field has thinned itself out a little bit here, so this will be Beard, who unfortunately started so well up in 4th position. I'm just having a listen to that car as it rolls past. I've certainly heard healthier Camaros in my time.
Knight crosses the line in the Cortina GT.
And we've just got a few more cars coming around here. So a great first outing for the historic touring cars here. Everyone's managing the conditions quite well as we see the provisional results coming through. As the rest of the field filters, let's take a look. Paul Stubber got the win here ahead of Adrian Moyle by just 3/10, a margin that they maintained pretty much all race long. Jeff Munday did well to hold off Glenn Miles in that Valiant Charger there for 3rd and 4th, respectively. Peter McNiven in a lonely 5th in that Mazda RX-2, ahead of Quentin Bland, William Trengrove in the Mustang, Stephen Pillikers in the Tirana, and then Peter Muhlmann and David Brown rounding out the top 10.
Interesting to note, Adrian Moyle, fastest lap on that last lap, so he's trying very hard to reel in Paul Stubber. So that's great speed from Adrian Moyle.
Can't wait to see how their battle continues as they set the grid for the final race that they're coming up later today, as you mentioned. Trevor Talbot in 11th ahead of Robert Van Stocktrum, Darren Jones, Craig Miles, Andrew Beard, who started 4th and unfortunately dropped back with issues. We hope that car will be good to go for the later race today. Donald Knight, John Clark, Peter Olver, Gordon Cox rounding out your finishes here. So great result here for all 19 cars to get across the line. Unfortunately, Jeffrey Vaux didn't take the start, as we touched on earlier, but we should be seeing 19 cars, fingers crossed, out on track later today.
And I would think we'd definitely be seeing some more pace from Trevor Talbot. He finished all the way back there in 11th in that very quick yellow and black Chevy Camaro. So certainly a couple of cars to keep an eye on coming through the field. Andrew Beard, hopefully that's nothing too serious, and his silver Camaro. He finished he qualified in the second row of the grid, so definitely more pace to come from those two Chevs for the second race this afternoon at around 4:20 p.m.
That will be a cracker. You won't want to miss it, and you can see the rest of the schedule coming up. We've got a little bit of an interim period between now and the afternoon's fixtures so that we can get a bit of tucker in our bellies and take a bit of a breather. But Porsche 944s will be back out on track for their third race at 12 sharp. So you don't want to be missing that one because it's been awesome action in the 944s all weekend. Formula V's will be out once again just after them with sports sedans and improved production. Then Australian Formula Open having their second and final hit out. And sports cars who missed out on getting their second race yesterday will have an hour-long, almost an enduro, you can call it. There will be driver changes. There will be a few pit stops happening there. That's going to be a spectacle for sure because it's not something we see around here all the time. Formula Ford and historic touring cars once again at 4:20 will be rounding out the program. It's all live and free on Blendline TV. It's been great having a company so far throughout the broadcast, and we hope you're sticking around for the rest of the day. You certainly won't want to miss it at all. Thank you so much for joining me in the box here today. We'll be back in not too long from now. Sit tight. You won't want to go anywhere. Plenty of action to come. Strap in, folks. It's time to start handing out some silverware here at Phillip Island. It is trophy race time at Island Magic. This is the last afternoon of racing action we're going to be seeing at Phillip Island, and you're not going to want to miss a moment of it here on Blendline TV. First up, Porsche 944s for a 20-minute plus 1 lap feature race for the Endeavour Cup. It's a storied bit of motorsport silverware, originally conducted as a sports car event from 1970 to 77, won by the likes of Gary Cooper and Ian Gagan. Subsequently reinstated as a Formula Libra trophy from 1991 through to 1998. And then since 2002, it has been a Porsche 944 award. We've got a lot of history in this one. Tony Westaway, who's on the grid here, won it back in 2007. Kane Rose, Brent Rose, some great names having won it. Chris Lewis-Williams, a 6-time winner. Cameron Bella, starting from pole position, has also won the trophy just the once back in 2018, alongside James Westaway, the 3-time reigning consecutive winner of the Endeavour Cup. Can he make it 4 in a row? It's based just on the finishing positions of this race. It's not a points thing. All that matters is how you cross the stripe at the end of today's running. Adam Brewer, you see on camera there in the number 3, starting from P3, ahead of Mark Verdino, 4-4, position 4. So a lot of consistency there in those numbers. Behind them, it's Andrew Jackman with Tony Westaway, who I mentioned won the trophy back in 2007 and 8. And he has been rapid in these conditions. He was back of grid at the start of race 2 earlier today, made his way up to P6. He has oodles of pace in that thing. Tony Andrzejewski and Mark Torbert's behind them in 7th and 8th positions respectively. And then it's Nicholas Carpenter, Josh Brisbane, Peter Grant, and Jack Atley through positions 9, 10, 11, 12. We thought Damon Woods was a scratching, but because we saw the issues, he wasn't able to complete the race early today. He indeed just had a clutch hose pop off, similar to Cameron Bella, and he's been given the blessing by Ryan Woods to get out on track and send it. So we cannot wait to see what Damon Woods can do from 13th. He finished 3rd in his first ever outing in a 944 yesterday, and he's got Chris Lewis-Williams, the 6-time Endeavour Cup trophy winner, alongside him at the back of the grid after his spin. There's so much talent all the way up and down the field in this shaken-up grid. My name is Matt Dunlop, and alongside me once again is Mr. 1-800 Lasagna himself. It's a shame he's not out there in the number 77 car, but he is up here in the comms box, and I can't wait to see your thoughts of this race, Joey. Welcome back.
Thank you so much. My head is about to explode. I'm so excited. It's going to be awesome.
Mine too. If the rest of the year's racing so far has been anything to go by, this is going to be a hell of a contest. Westaway and Bella, the 2 usual suspects on the front of the grid.
5-second board is out.
It is out. The red lights will be on very, very soon. Who's going to get the jump off the line? The revs are building. The lights are out. Away we go. It looks to be Jamie Westaway, who's gotten a little bit of a better run through first gear. Cameron Bell has made his way past into second gear as they almost go 4 wide further down the pack. So it's a super, super tight battle. Cameron Bella has the inside line as Jamie Westaway has to slot in behind. It's Bella in the number 55 with the whole shot.
Another shocker of a start by Torberts.
Oh, he's fallen way back there. He's got Chris Lewis-Williams all over him as he's trying to make his way up. Jamie Westaway trying to find a little bit of grid further out. Andrew Jackman goes to the inside of the track. I don't know if he's collected anyone in there. It looks to have been pretty clean. I hope he kept it off the fence as well. The race will continue as a few of the cars get onto the ripple strips there. He's all good, we're hearing, so that's great news to hear. So the race is continuing there. Hopefully Andrew Jackman can get the car back on the black stuff and rotating in the same direction as the rest of these cars, who are now filing into turn 4. There's a little bit of a slick patch on the inside on the right-hand side, right about where Tony Andrzejewski was, so he has to be really careful on the brakes. And with that much more rubber on the inside, it makes the outside line quite a bit faster in this track, which is still a bit damp. So we were able to see Tony Westaway barnstorming around the rest of them here. Look at him. It's almost like he's playing with these cars at the middle of the field.
Yeah, a lot of action here at the moment. Cars are visibly faster on track. But yeah, as you say, still a little bit of spray coming off these tyres and off this surface. But yeah, things are hotting up out there.
PJ just moving to the inside as he takes the outside line through the hay shed there. He'll slot in right behind Tony Andrzejewski. Great little move there for the number 84, and he's going to have a look around the outside there into the run to the MG. Great move again, but a little bit of a puff of blue smoke from the front left. Gets the move done. That 84 is looking much racier than it was earlier this weekend.
Chris Lewis-Williams looking very, very impatient behind this pack. He would be really keen to clear these cars. As you can see him trying to find a way through this wall of 944s in front of him.
Yep.
He'll be trying to do something at the end of this straight and get some space here.
He'd almost benefit from tucking in right behind the number 50 of Tony Westaway and forming a bit of a train as we cross the stripe for the first time. Cameron Bella leads by just under a tenth of a second over Westaway, who has the inside line and will get the pass done on the run into turn 1. There's action all the way up and down here. We don't know where to look from the commentary box, but we got Blendline TV covering the best angles for you here this weekend. Jamie Westaway moves into first position here, and it's a bit of a longer race this time. They've got 13 minutes and some GST on the clock, so quite a few laps to go. Using all the ripple strips, the drivers are getting a little bit more comfortable getting the wheels on the paint out there because it's not as slick as it was, but you have to be careful when you've got that side of the car loaded up. You can't be leaning on those painted curves and lines too much.
Yeah, too true, too true. I know that Cameron Bella's got a brand new set of tyres on that car as well, so he could very well be, I'm not going to say sandbagging, but sitting right up behind Jamie there. He may have a bit of life in those tyres. Oh, as I say that, he goes wide into Siberia. Yeah, so still obviously pretty greasy out there at the moment.
Brand new set of AO50s for the last race of the year. Smoke them if you got them. We love to see it from Cameron Bella. He's not looking to put his feet up anytime soon. He's already locked up both championships. He is the state champion. He had the club championship locked up on the run in here as well due to the drop round. I thought they were still up for grabs, but the guy did some pretty sloppy mathematics there. But yep. Cameron Bella has locked that away, so he is the club champion for this year. But he's not going to rest on his laurels. He still wants to win this race and that trophy.
He's really excited. He's you can't wipe the smile off his face this weekend. He's really stoked with both championships and with the win. He'll be going for that win for today. He's only won it once, I'm surprised, the Endurance Cup. So as we see Tony Westaway take a dive up the inside of Mark Torbert's there, and he's pulled it off.
Great move there. Basically had those right-hand side wheels running on rails on the inside of the track there. Didn't lose a whole lot of space there, even though he cut on the inside of Torberts, who was on that racing line. So great respectful racing from both of them there, and Tony Westaway is on the charge once again. He has dropped back a little bit from where he started, so he mustn't have had a sensational start in that number 50, but it is a quick car. PJ Grant's actually got the fastest lap of the race so far, but will that be gazumped by any of the drivers crossing the stripe this time by? Not at this stage. So 154.52 by the number 84 of Grant is a sensational looking time, and he's made his way up into 5th position once again. He's actually not too far off Mark Vadino, only about 3/10 or so.
Wow. Great effort from him. Really, yeah, it's really, really good. He wasn't enjoying the wet so much. Speaking to the guys earlier after race 2, everybody was struggling big time with visibility because of that, the propensity for this track to hold the standing water. Even though the grip's high, he holds a lot of water. As we see PJ, oh no.
He had the
big
position.
lock-up.
He'd passed the number 44 of Vadino and just got in too hot into Honda. Can he get it out of the grass?
He's got to be careful not to bug himself here, but he's very, very gracefully put it into a nice 180, and he has got himself out successfully. Although he has drifted all the way down to the bottom of the pack. What a bummer for him.
What a shame. He's got so much pace. That thing is a rocket. It's got the fastest lap, and it was really quick at Calder as well, as we've touched on quite a bit. It really suits these fast circuits. So I cannot wait to see what lessons he can take out of the limited running he's had so far this season into the next, as we see a great battle for a 3-car battle now for the lead. Adam Brewer has caught right onto the back of Cameron Bella here, and he might be pining for his first win in quite a while here at Phillip Island, so we might have a bit of an upset on our hands.
Oh, yeah, things are getting interesting. Also, I can see on the timing there that Damon Woods has gone to the back of the field, so I don't know if he's had a repeat of that clutch line issue from race 2. But yeah, anyway, we'll keep our eye on that one. Look at this, very, very, very close down the straight. I think Bella's going to make a move on Westaway here.
Bella's going to have the outside line, but I don't know if he's going to be able to get the move done. So I think Westaway's going to hold tight on that one. Adam Brewer, no surprise, gets the fastest lap after that huge run there of 53.47. That is 1.1 seconds quicker than the lap time PJ Grant managed the last time around. He is on fire in the number 3 machine, is Adam Brewer. He is very, very hungry for a win as well. He's only had the 1 win so far this season in the club championship, and that was back at the Bend. A fantastic round for him with 3 podiums, 2nd, 3rd, and a win. Can he get another win here at the island?
Biggest race of the year. This is bragging rights. This is trophies.
This is trophies. This is silverware. But he's got a lot of stiff competition ahead of him here. Jamie Westaway and Cameron Bella will not want to let that Endeavour Cup go without a fight. The Endeavour Plate, I should say, as they go around Siberia here. So there's not as many racing lines as we saw earlier in today's proceedings because the track has started drying out a little bit. So the pace is picking up dramatically because everyone's getting back on that wide out, narrow in racing line. That's the very traditional there. Almost a little bit sideways there through Hayshed there for Bella. Holds onto it quite well. So it's a lot less slippery there than it was previously, but it's still not a part of the track to be sneezed at. It requires your full attention going through there at full pelt.
Yeah, you see the concertina effect at work here between these top three guys. Ebbing and flowing, these gaps. The intensity is there. They all want this win. They want it bad.
We see a little bit further back. PJ Grant has recovered and he's looking to get those positions back. Andrew Jackman has also had a bit of a drop back from where he started. He was all the way up in, I believe it was 6th position he started this race, so he had a great run last time out, but he's fallen back now into 10th position and into the clutches of Grant in 11th. Jack Atley sitting right behind them, has a great seat for this battle in that number 35 pit lane clothing machine.
Yeah, Jackman will be disappointed with that. Actually started 5th and was hoping to get up, maybe pick up another spot through some attrition in this race. He's gone backwards, but he'll be there fighting hard with PJ Grant.
Good to see that
we
car.
see them on screen now.
All the panels still pointing in the right direction after that excursion. I wasn't sure if he clipped that inside tyre barrier there too. So he's up and running again. He's got the foot down, as does Cameron Bella at the front. 152.977. But that pace is not too far off Adam Brewer. He did a 152.99 that time around. And Westaway with a 153.14. So they're all on their best pace at the front, but there's just so much speed. They've all upped the ante here at the front of the field. But as we can see, this battle for 10th position is far from over. Grant has made his way through, but this is the battle for the lead. Bella is up into 1st position. It looks like he may have made a move there through potentially turn 4. It's hard to say for sure because with the lines that they were sitting at there, they're a little bit all over the place there. Brewer's going to be licking his lips here, wondering if he can find a sneaky way to slide up the inside. If these two at the front are going to keep taking time out of each other. But as we looked at on the timing sheets, these three put their fastest laps of the race in that time around. And look at Jamie Westaway now, all over the back of Cameron Bella, trying to find any line he possibly can over the top of Lukey. It's a pretty brave place to do some racing, but this is the all-important setup here. Not much racing, not much moving is going to be happening here. They all file in. Adam Brewer had a look, but it was a bit too far back to do anything this time by.
He'll be trying to work something. Oh, here we go. He got a replay.
So this is what happened here, and it looks like Jamie Westaway's run wide at 4 again. That's where he lost a bit of time in the first race. He was having trouble with his windscreen fogging up, so he couldn't see a whole lot. He was like struggling to get his markers here and there. He was still rapidly quick, you know. He still finished 2nd position, but a great effort. And he's looking a lot racier now as well. They're practically side by side across the stripe. 0.0018 is the margin across the stripe between the front two as Jamie Westaway goes back around the outside. He loves that run through turn 12 across down the straight and into turn 1. He carries so much momentum through the final corner there. It is a faster lap once again from Bella, but this pace, there's nothing in it between these three.
Absolutely. Adam Brewer, he's got a sniff at the back of these guys as well. This is really, really, really tight stuff. Excellent to see.
Have a look at the totem on the left-hand side. Brewer was half a second down on those two over the line, but look how much of that gap he's already clawed back. He's just so quick through the loop, and he's got great traction on the brakes here into Honda. He's really, really stable there.
Oh.
Nose to tail, the 28 and the 55. You could definitely throw a blanket over these three. Jamie Westaway's trying to make a break here because I think Cameron Bella might also be trying to attack and defend at the same time.
Yeah.
He knows that Adam Brewer is racing. He knows he'll get the nose on the inside where he can. So he's got his work cut out for him in that number 55, does Cameron Bella.
Geez, Westaway's fast out of 4, isn't he?
He's absolutely rapid. He's found where the grip is. He's found where it is, and he's been able to plant the foot down and put a lot of confidence through that car, especially what could be described as like a half a rebuild after Calder Park with the incident that he suffered on the first corner of the first race there. A lot of work went into getting that car up and running again, and it is flying along. So it's great to see the 28 out there in such good nick.
Yeah, it wasn't pretty. We've sort of got a bit of a lull. Well, not a lull here, but with a good solid 5 minutes left in this race, there's a lot that can happen here. Also, there is opportunity for tyres to go off. These guys are fighting really hard. Well, as we can see, they're fighting really hard all the way through. We've got Lewis Williams, Westaway, and Verdino here. all fighting very hard for their respective positions.
Lewis Williams back up to 5th position after his rear grid start, having spun out in the gravel in race 2. So it's been a great run for Lewis Williams so far. He's stuck on the back of Vadino. Meanwhile, at the front, Bella trying to get a slipstream and look up the inside into turn 1, but can't get it done. Jamie Westerway's just too good through turn 1. He's got too much pace. Adam Brewer with the fastest lap there as well, so he's gone purple with a 152.18.
Wow, this is really good racing.
This track is speeding up lap by chunks and chunks of time as well. It's getting so much faster. The grip and the dynamics of the surface are changing basically every time they go through these corners. So every lap is a bit of a learning experience. The drivers are getting braver and braver each time, edging that braking marker out by a metre or a metre. Cameron Bella trying to have a look up the inside as well. They're going to be side by side on the exit of Honda. Jamie Westerway's not going to let him through. He will have the line into Siberia. Can Bella carry pace around the outside is the question. I don't think he can. He'll have to slot back in a second, lest he risk losing that position to Adam Brewer in the number 3. So now he's side by side with the champion as they go through the hay shed. Jamie Wester will be happy to see that in his mirrors for the time being, as 2nd and 3rd position take time off each other. Fantastic side by side action here. Brewer will make his way up into 2nd, or will he? Because Cameron Bella is not letting that nose drop past the rear bumper. He's going to have to slot in there, but will he try and snatch that place back straight away? No, he won't. Let's Adam Brewer have it through MG. Awesome stuff. Awesome stuff.
Fantastic move by Bella. Fantastic driving by, fantastic move by Brewer, and great stuff with Bella and Westway. The top 3 are just trying so hard. They're giving it everything they've got in this last race of this last round.
I don't think Bella's too nervous, though, having dropped back to 3rd. He knows he's got time. He knows where he can make his moves. Let's take a look at the further back here for, I believe this is 4th position. So Lewis Williams has made his way up into 4th, and meanwhile, Tony Westerway making the move on the inside of Mark Verdino into P5. So awesome recovery drive from Lewis Williams up in 4th, but Tony Westerway is speedy as well. Geez, the number 3 looked a little bit sketchy through turn 1 there. A little bit of a wobble, picked it up, but Jamie Westerway's rock solid out in front for the time being. Bella is just still all over the back of that number 3 car, who's again set the fastest lap of the race. How much of a chance? I know he's got a chance. He's in 2nd position. He's got the lights ablaze. He's trying to fill the mirrors of that 28 as much as possible, but it'll be great to see these two battling once again. This is almost a rematch. Look at him flashing the lights in the mirror. I don't know how much that's going to distract Jamie Westerway. He's one of the coolest customers on this grid.
He is rock solid. Make no mistake, though, Adam Brewer will send this absolutely to try and he is really frothing for a win, and he's kind of corking the bottling, I think, with Bella here. Although Brewer did have the fastest lap a couple of times, it seems that Bella's not able to actually keep up with these two just at the moment.
The last time Jamie Westerway and Adam Brewer were this close on a racetrack, they'd made contact, which ended up with Jamie Westerway in the fence. We really don't want to see that this time around.
Nasty, that was.
It certainly was. No one expected it. It was a bit out of nowhere, and they've all, I'm sure they've had a chat about it, and like all these drivers are so respectful. They give each other as much racing room as they possibly can, but they race hard and they race fair, as we're seeing now as they dip down into MG. Adam Brewer just staying line astern right now. He's not ducking and weaving too much, preserving as much of a line as he possibly can. Further back, this is the last time around. PJ Grant.
Oh, he's gone around again.
Does well to be avoided there by Jack Atley in the 35, but I think he's just been giving it 105% this race, and it's cost him a lot of spots here and there. Doesn't get the car bogs, but has to wait for some more traffic to file through. So not a race for PJ Grant he would have liked.
Full points for trying, though. Full points for effort. Full points for the send.
You got to go full send in the last race of the season. It'd be rude not to. Speaking of full send, Brewer all the way to the left-hand side of the track. Can't get through on Westerway, who just positions that car in just the right spot every single time.
Yeah.
He knows how to defend so well. And look at PJ. He's all over all the back of Jack Atley as well. So I almost wonder if the number 35, I am actually looking at Nicholas Carpenter there. I tend to get the red cars confused pretty often, unfortunately. Very easy to do. Look at this up the front. 3 wide.
Oh, my
What's
Lord.
happened? My goodness here. There's a bit of a slow run out of the corner there for Brewer and Westerway. And Cameron Bella has just gazumped the both of them.
Oh, my Lord.
Flown past on the inside. Where has that come from? Now a puff of smoke from the inside right of Jamie Westerway. He's feeling a little bit nervy. Trying to get that move done once again on the inside of Honda. He's not going to get it done. Brewer still sits second, but Cameron Bella, geez, he'll be pretty happy with that. Fortune has favoured him for sure.
Wow. Incredible stuff.
You can't look away for a second here. Let's take a look thanks to our Blendline TV replay. So it looks like Westerway just got a little, it's hard to tell.
How did he keep that together? Oh, my Lord.
Oh my goodness. Incredible avoiding action. The number 3 of Brewer had to jump on the anchors just to keep him from hitting him once again, and that's allowed Cameron Bella to almost get 2 wheels on the grass and shoot past the both of them.
That was outrageous D1 Speedway style sideways action from Westaway. Incredible stuff. This classic 944 action.
Unbelievable slide and save for the number 28 car. I would love to get a glimpse of that onboard footage once we can get back to the pit garages. Geez, look at Adam Brewer. He's quick. He's on the inside in turn 12. He's going to have a look here as the run down into the main straight. He's got speed down here.
Last lap board is out.
So we've got one more lap after this one. Side by side across the stripe. There's nothing in it. It's three wide as they cross the stripe. Unbelievable stuff. Bella leads over the line on paper, but Westaway has the position. He's all the way around the outside, and he's jumped both of them down the straight, and he's back in the lead.
Wow, it doesn't get much better than this, ladies and gentlemen.
It is one of the races of the season in the 944s. This is fantastic stuff, and it is far from over. Jamie Westaway has got first place back once again, but can he keep the car on the black stuff, all 4 wheels pointing in the right direction without sliding it too much? That is the main question. And the other question is, can Adam Brewer sneak through and find a way to first position as well? And how much time can Bella claw back?
I'll add another question. Is there something wrong with Bella's car? Because he's just given up a chunk of time there in that complex of corners.
He certainly has. He's fallen right off the back of that pack. So this is essentially a 2-car battle for the lead now. Look at Westaway. He's gone wide. That looks like an error. Look at Brewer. He's jumped onto the inside. Fantastic move there. Great opportunism from the number 3 car of Adam Brewer. He's on now. He's up in the lead. He's going to have the outside line. No, he's got the nose in front. Adam Brewer slots in line astern. He's got Jamie Westaway right behind him now. But how is he going to defend this one? Making that 944 as wide as he possibly can while Westaway fills those mirrors. He's not going to try and make a move here, but Westaway is going to be piling the pressure on. A little bit of understeer for the number 3. They're still side by side, and Jamie Westaway has gone around the outside. Look at Bella. He's back into this as well. What can Bella do? What can Brewer do? And can Westaway bring it home with this train of cars right behind him? You still don't know how it's going to end here because the slipstream's going to come into it. The checkered flag awaits. Jamie Westaway's got the lights ablaze. It's not a short thing. It's Jamie Westaway who brings home a fantastic race here.
What a show. What a show by the
0.1826 seconds. Behind him is Adam Brewer with the fastest lap on the race that lap. 150.95. Cameron Bella brings it home in third. Oh, I got to catch my breath. That was one of the best races I've seen in a long time, bar none. Jamie Westaway is the driver who's going to take home the Endeavour plate at Island Magic this year. It's a fantastic achievement. That is 4 Endeavour plates in a row for Jamie Westaway. Very, very well earned, but the racing is far from over here as we see Andrew Jackman holding off Tony Andrzejewski now. Can Tony Andrzejewski in the number 27 make a move down the main straight here? He's going to go a little bit wider there. He's got a good run, good momentum. Andrew Jackman is not going to let him pass though, and he's going to win that battle for 8th position, but just by a whisker. Wow.
We see Atlee gone around there at MG in celebration of what was an incredibly exciting race. Wow, that was just absolutely awesome. I'm buzzing from that one. Great show from those guys.
Even after the flag drops, the action does not stop as we see Atlee looping it at MG. Gets the car back on the track, but he's lost a few spots there. So behind them, it's going to be Carpenter crossing the stripe ahead of PJ Grant, who's made his way past Josh Brisbane, and Jack Atlee will round out the finishers in 13th position. Damon Woods, unfortunately, not getting to the finish. Let's take another look here at what happened there with the 35. Trying to defend against the 14. Wow, there wasn't any contact there. There was about a half a car length between them, but they both just got caught up in their own sort of what they were trying to do there. Jack Atlee defending a little bit too hard.
Psyched each other out there.
Psych out indeed. Wow. And at the end of all that, here's how it stands. James Westaway is your Endeavour Plate winner for 2024. Well, after a fantastic, unbelievable battle against Adam Brewer, who brings it home in second, and Cameron Bella, the champion of the season, who gets the car home in third position. Chris Lewis-Williams, a brilliant recovery from the back of the grid to finish 4th ahead of Tony Westaway in P5. Mark Verdino slips a couple of spots back to 6th position ahead of Mark Torbitz, Andrew Jackman after that incident we saw at the start, Tony Andrzejewski and Nicholas Carpenter as well behind them. And then it's Peter Grant, Jack Atley, and Josh Brisbane, the last of the 13 finishers here. Damon Woods not getting to the end of the race, unfortunately, but that was something special, Joey Kellick.
That was cool. That was a really good race. Really great stuff. Great way to finish the season. Ads Brewer will be ruining that little lose into NG at the end. But just what a fantastic... nobody left a single iota of anything out there. Just really, really great racing all round. And,
every single driver down there will be buzzing. And
absolutely.
That is it for Porsche 944 action here this year. But we've got plenty more racing to come here today. Don't go anywhere. Formula V is up next.
Oh, what a fantastic way to end the 944s with Jamie Westaway having earned a 4th Endeavour Cup, and that one has got to be the hardest one I've seen him work for over the last 4 years here at Island Magic. But attention now turns to the Speco and VHT Formula V field coming out to contest the Maury Fordham Trophy. Alongside myself, Steve DeVries, once again today is Josh Munro. Josh, we had a ripping 4-lap sprint in the wet this morning, but the track is drying.
It is. The track is looking quite a lot drier than it was before, but we are still going to see a lot of standing water around the corners where it cambers down and still a little bit on those racing lines. So it is going to be mixed condition, a lot better than before, but we could still see some spins and offs in this race.
I think you're probably right. What do you do in a situation like this? Do you hedge your bets one way or the other? Do you go middle of the road? Because you don't want to necessarily go into parts of this dry track with overinflated tyres for the wet conditions.
Absolutely. You've really got to think about the setup of your car here, and you're doing it with very limited information. What you can see from the pit garage is basically the start straight, and the rest of the track is just a little bit too far away to properly gauge. So you're trying to gauge what you see on the front straight, but the front straight is always going to be the driest because of everyone driving through.
Well, let's have a look at how they're going to line up to contest the trophy race. It's Reef McCarthy on pole alongside Andre Curran. So they managed to kick away and finish first and second in the wet race this morning. Lee Partridge and Ash Quiddington, the title rivals, are right behind them on the second row of the grid. Curtis Porter from Queensland, alongside him is Brock Hamilton out of the Silver Fox stable. Alex McDonald also from Queensland, right behind Curtis Porter. Michael Kinsella starting in 8th. Rocco Spinley and Malachi Windsor, followed by Darren Williams and Simon Pace. Matthew Harriott and Ash Clifford. Rob Vile made a good bit of progress from starting 19th this morning. He's going to start 15th for this one alongside Shane Purvis in 16th. 17th, we have Darren Power with Charlie Richardson with that fantastic pass on Adam Brewer right at the death at the end of the race this morning. So Brewer starts 19th alongside Cameron Bell. Over the page we go. We end up to 21st place with Philip Gardner. going to start alongside Mick Fisher, with Michael Lloyd and Edward McFall behind them. And rounding out our grid, we have Stephen Butcher, Callum Lamont and David Campbell. They're the three 1200cc competitors. Kathy Liston will start 28th, and then those off the back, if they can take the start, Aaron Pace and Xavier Babbage Hockey, because Rod Liston is unfortunately out for the rest of the weekend with the big end on the engine letting go. Now, there are a couple of points permutations that we will get to throughout the course of the race with regards to Club Championship, with also regards to the Australian Series and the round overall. There will be a short tribute provided by the Formula V community. A number of you are aware through various social media channels and things, and if you're not aware, you're about to find out. We did have a medical treatment or critical medical treatment incident here at the island yesterday afternoon. That is the reason why running was unfortunately cut short yesterday. So Improved Production, who are coming up in a couple of races' time, and Formula V have opted to leave the front row vacant as a sign of respect for a competitor who is sadly no longer with us. There'll be some more information to come on that in about 45 minutes' time when we have the Improved Production race. And I really applaud the club for offering this tribute up. They, of course, share a commentator, which is myself, and they have a very good working relationship between the pair of them. And so I do thank Ash Clifford and the rest of the committee for offering up this nice gesture. Some of the categories, I think we're considering doing this, but for Formula V and Improved Production, it is a sign of respect for a fallen competitor this weekend.
Looking at the starting grid here, we can see that the two front cars are lovely in a nice little dry spot. So they're going to get a good little launch off the start, I'm expecting. And the further back you go, it seems to get a little bit wetter. So it will be interesting to see how the starts run all the way down the grid.
Yeah, it's dry in the middle of the circuit. So where McCarthy and Curran are at the moment, they've got a nice little patch here as we get a green flag at the back. This race last year was an absolute classic. Is it going to be the same this time around? Let's find out. We are away for the Maury Fordham Trophy race in Formula V. Good even start by the front two pair. McCarthy just edges ahead as they run down to turn one now. Curran slots in directly behind, followed by the number 12 of Ash Cuddington and the 28 of Lee Partridge. It's 2 and 3 and 4 wide a bit further back. Good start for Rocco Spindley there as well against Darren Williams and against his stablemate there in Malachi Windsor. He might have gained an extra spot there. And then you've got the two Queenslanders, Curtis Porter and Alex McDonald, bookending the 35 of Kinsella as they round at turn number 2 for the first time.
You can see them coming through this back section. This back section is still a little bit damp, so they need to be careful going through here, especially into this next hairpin into there. This way spot here is always slippery under wet, and you might start to see some people sliding around as they battle their way through.
Well, you can see it there was the 51 of Alex McDonald. He was right out to the left, the right-hand side of the track, kicked up a little bit of spray from that standing water you referred to, is still going to be hanging around on the circuit, and he was squirming under brakes trying to get that stop for turn number 4. Looks like Rob Viles had a poor start, unfortunately. He's fallen right to the back of the grid. Maybe missed a gear change off the start, maybe got held out wide. We didn't quite see what happened there, but he started in 15th and unfortunately has dropped to the back of the field. Here goes Kinsella. He was having a bit of a look around the outside of, that's the 67 there of Curtis Porter. No way through for him on that occasion. Now, this is important. I was talking about the point standings before for not only the Club Championship, but for the Australian Series round, because this, of course, is the last round of the Australian Series, as Brock Hamilton goes rather wide there at turn number 10. But for Michael Kinsella, in order to jump over the top of Dylan Thomas for second place in the Australian Series, he needs to win this race. There is no other option. His 8th place finish in the previous race, unfortunately, has put him on the back foot, so he has no choice. He needs maximum points from this race to get up to second. Otherwise, he will finish 3rd for the Australian Series behind Dylan Thomas, who's not here this weekend, and for Daniel Reynolds, who couldn't be beaten anyway, but was unfortunately out at the beginning of the weekend with a gearbox failure.
This is a fantastic little battle down side by side down the straight for Lee Partridge and Ash Whittington. It's awesome going through turn 1 side by side. That is quite scary these cars are going through that corner there at 180 kilometers an hour. You do not lift, you do not brake, you stay flat and you turn. So the commitment to go side by side through there is incredible.
I was hearing in the dry conditions in practice on Friday, some drivers were nudging north of 190 kilometres an hour going into the braking zone at turn number 1. And in the draft as well, it was actually getting beyond the rev limit of some of these engines on a couple of occasions. That's quite scary.
Yeah, this is something that you will see here when the wind is lower like it is now. So we aren't seeing any wind. We don't get that wind coming off the ocean, which means there's not as big of a hole that you're punching through the air. So you can get a lot faster through these cars, through those sections. Even though it's just an extra 10 kilometers an hour, you really feel it, and it can be quite frightening as you get through there.
You can see there the weather hasn't really picked up too much temperature-wise since the beginning of the day. It was about 17 or just over 17 degrees when we started. It's only climbed about a half a degree down here at the island. It'll be those sea breezes keeping the temperature down, but it's still fairly dry out there now. It's not a cold snap type of a condition. You can still get around in shorts and a t-shirt out there if you really wanted to, and there are a few people I can still see wandering around in shorts and a t-shirt now that the rain has dissipated and gone away. So we're now looking here at Alex McDonald, who's tucked in behind his fellow state competitor in Curtis Porter. They've actually been passed now by the 35 of Michael Kinsella, so that will put him up to, I think, 6th place or maybe even 5th place on the road. We'll just get a read as they come across the line. In fact, it's 4th by the looks of things because Whittington has gone down the order. So Kinsella's starting to make his way forward, slowly starting to pick up the pace. He actually set the quickest lap that time around. He was 0.3 of a second faster than the leader, Andre Curran. He did a 54.33. That's not lap record breaking pace, and I don't think we're going to see that. We were hoping if it stayed dry today that the drivers might have gotten close to breaking Mitch Whittington's long-standing 11-year lap record, but unfortunately it looks like that might be safe for another year.
This is fantastic to watch at the moment. This front pack, there's quite a lot of cars in there. I can't even count this, but they are all so close. And the lead being held by Andre currently is seemingly being swallowed up by this pack, gaining on him and Reef at the front. It'd be fantastic if Andre can hold this. This will be a first win for him. And doing it at the island in Island Magic will be a fantastic thing for him to achieve.
Absolutely. He's been working hard towards that. There's plenty of podiums. Oh, who's that? That's wide at the corner. Was that Kinsella? There was a car, one of those cars was wide on the exit of Siberia. Yes, it was. It was Michael Kinsella. So he was starting to edge away, had a little bit of a moment. Partridge is now right on his tail. So Partridge was ahead of him at some point. Oh, there's a tangle. Little tangle at the top of Lukey Heights. Is that Curtis? Is that Whittington or is that Porter? It's Whittington, who's gone for a wild ride at the top of Lukey Heights. He's going to try and get back on here. That's he looked like he may have had a little bit of an accidental coming together there, wheel-to-wheel contact with Alex McDonald. Yes, it is. McDonald slowing as he exits turn 11 and got his hand up. He's coming to pit lane. Yes, he is. So what a shame.
Yeah. You can see a bit of damage on that front left wheel there.
Yep, I thought the nose might have been slightly off as well, but it's just still fixed on there, quite low to the ground. So, well, that's a bit of a seismic shift in things. And, well, in terms of the club championship points, it was a straight-up fight between Partridge and Whittington, and Whittington needed to end this race with a DNF for Partridge to have any hope. That came mighty close to happening then, all by pure accident.
It's amazing how these things can turn so quickly, especially in conditions like this. But even look at the front here. That pack was gaining on Reef and Andre, and they have caught up. We're looking at Kinsella and Lee Partridge making moves on Reef McCartney now, and even going up for Andre.
They certainly are. So this is now effectively a 4-car battle group. Andre a bit wide there, a little bit too deep on the brakes, tried to turn it in a bit too late. They are right there now, and there's still 9 minutes on the clock to go. So this is far from being settled. We're going to get probably the better part of another 4 to 5 laps in here to settle this one, but that lead group of 4 cars has got quite the healthy margin on the group behind. So let's have a look here. There's the leaders, and then behind, it was just a little bit of contact there between McDonald and between McDonald and Whittington, and unfortunately, the number 12 Oasis building entry coming off a bit worse for wear. Able to continue though. That's the important piece. He was able to continue and pick up points. He just needs to finish the race to be crowned the Victorian Club Champion for 2024.
Lukey Heights is quite sketchy in these cars. We actually take them completely flat. Now, Lukey Heights is a scary corner because you cannot see over that hill. You just come at that, you turn your steering wheel, and you pray that that road hasn't moved since the last lap. It is a very scary one, and the weight lifts off the car, so you are prone to seeing more spins through there, especially if you try and go too wide like they obviously have.
So Kieran now continues to lead. This is about the second or third lap that he has led this race. The group behind has just settled for a little bit. They're going to work together here because they don't want to be caught by anybody in the chasing pack. So through they go into turn number 1. Curtis Porter leads the next group of cars. Hamilton trying to catch up to the rear of him, but then behind Hamilton, Simon Pace and Darren Williams and Rocco Spinley and Malachi Windsor. They're all right there. So they're having a fantastic run in the second half of the season. They've really come on strong since our last visit to Phillip Island in the middle of June, both of them.
Yeah, they really have. You can see them developing race by race and getting quicker, getting more used to the car, understanding what it's like with all these cars nearby, and just understanding the driving that you need to do for these ones, because they are a little bit different to some of the other things you might be driving. The way the weight shifts, the way that you don't have that adherent power that you do in a lot of other cars, but you use that to your advantage as you go through these corners. So it's a lot of learning, and it's great to see these guys getting through it and becoming fantastic racing drivers.
Well, now the fact the circuit is starting to dry out a bit, they're using the curbs a bit more. So this is what happened, a bit more of a shot here at the top. So actually Alex McDonald spun on his own. He lost the rear on his own, and just wrong place, wrong time for Quiddington. So that's just a pure and simple racing incident. Nothing untoward about that. So you'll see the leaders come down here, and you'll just see Porter just starting to emerge in the back of the shot. So he's about 1.5 seconds ahead of the next group of cars that's being led by Simon Pace. Now coming into the final race of the weekend for the Australian Series for the round, Curtis Porter having 2 second places, that had put him at the head of the point standing. So we'll wait and see how this shakes out, because every competitor that's in the field, if it's an Australian round, you will get points towards that Australian Championship. The same way that if you are a club member of another Formula V club, you get points for your local state club round as well. So that's going to be an interesting bit of points mathematics that we'll have to work out with who's finishes where and who ends up with a round honour overall, because there is some silverware for the Australian Series round and for the series overall to be handed out at the end of today's proceedings, as well as the club trophies and as well as the Maury Fordham Trophy. So it's quite a lot on offer this weekend.
So we see at the front there, Andre has lost his lead with a little bit of shuffling around. But the further back we go down the grid, every time we see a pack come down this main straight, they are 3 wide. Some of them even going into turn 1 3 wide, as we see 3 cars going through now.
Andre with a big front lock up there. He was second in the queue. He manages to get back on behind Partridge. Good avoidance by the others around him, by McCarthy and by Partridge, to see what was going on, hold the brake pedal a little bit longer, just avoid the contact, and the pack continues on. But that's the first warning sign that you're starting to get a little bit anxious, starting to just maybe move that braking marker a metre or 2 further toward the corner. Brake bias maybe wound a little bit too far forward, catch a wrong patch of water or something like that. You end up making a small mistake. He's going to have to carry those flat spots for the balance of the 5 minutes that remains, as McCarthy plunges down the inside at MG and goes back to the lead.
Luckily, he has still kept on to this pack here, which means that it's not all over for him yet.
No.
We do know in Phillip Island that the front pack will always swap between each other, because that slipstream is so powerful through the main straight, and there's a lot of straights through here and a lot of great paces that you can overtake. So we often see this front pack, as we do now, splitting up and going down the straight and then swapping around a lot. So he still could be in it. As they go 3 wide, 4 wide, Andre
Kieran,
on the dirt.
He's got 3-4 wheels, almost 4 wheels in the grass. That was Heath Collinson-esque from a couple of years ago, getting right out sideways there. It gathers it up. I don't know how he did it. I don't know how he did it, because it still would have been rather wet offline on the grass, and he's managed to keep going down the front straight. What on earth was he doing out that wide?
Andre had a sniff of the front, and now he is hungry for this win. He's made a few mistakes, but he's trying to make up for it and get his way through. That was awesome driving, to get all the wheels off the track and then hold it coming back on in the wet. This boy has some talent. It's some great steering.
And Porter, who is in 5th, was faster than all 4 of them in this league group the last time around by about a 1/10 and a half. He's starting to motor along. The gap is now down to about 2.8 seconds. He's starting to emerge into the picture. He's a bit more of a factor than what he was in the previous couple of shots. There's the lead 4. There he is, just at the back of shot. So the more that this group continue to fight and squabble, the more that he's going to gain on them, and it might very well be a 5-car run to the line here. If he can get his skates on, this is going to be one hell of a finish.
This is awesome to see. Just the way that these guys can match between each other and bounce and not make contact, right? As they go through these corners like 2 wide, 3 wide, as a small pack, it's great to see. As we see them come through here as a group, a cluster of 4, to not make contact, to slip in through each other. This is just awesome talent, awesome racing. And with the more that they squabble, the more time that they lose. So that drops them back into the following chasing cars.
I just briefly saw a yellow flag that was out as well at turn 11. So there's something that's happening here at turn number 11. There's a car that's stopped on the inside of the circuit. So that's just a warning to the drivers. There's usually no passing at turn 11 anyway. So they're just aware that someone has come to a stop. And they continue to fight here. Porter's on the screen now. What's the gap this time around? He was faster that time around. He was in the 52s. He's a 52 and a half. Everybody ahead of him was a 54. So he's getting closer. It's down to 1.2 seconds. The gap from the lead 4 to the car in 5th. So it's about to be a 5-car fight.
And we're seeing Andre coming back into the lead. Coming back from the back of that 4-pack there, making that mistake, and then getting himself back to the front. This is some amazing driving from Andre.
Kinsella now up the inside of the 61 of Reef McCarthy. He'll leave him a little bit of space as they swing through Stoner Corner for possibly the 3rd last time on this tour of the circuit. 3 wide on approach now to Miller Corner. McCarthy's going to command the inside here. He'll force Kieran to go out wide, but if Kieran stays there, he'll have a little bit of a purchase here on the inside at Siberia. It's not close enough. McCarthy will cut down and take the lead away.
Fantastic to see them all get through there. 2 wide through there as well. This is some awesome driving we're seeing through here. So amazing competition. Even all the way down the grid, the more cars that we see coming through, these packs are going through all these corners so tightly. It's amazing to watch.
Up and over Lukey Heights now. Porter is right there. He's right on the tail of Lee Partridge. So it is officially now 5 cars in the fight for the Maury Fordham Trophy. This is what it was like last year. You don't want to be the last man out or the first man out of the last sequence of corners, but you've got to time your run perfectly. We saw last year Daniel Reynolds was able to hold off the charges of everybody behind him to the start-finish line after being the first man out of MG. So you've got to make sure you've got that insurance policy in hand before you try such a trick, because the draft is very, very powerful, as you can see here on the front straight. We're now 3 wide. Partridge is making it 4 wide. He wants the lead as well. So does Kinsella. They all want the lead. Porter's content to go to the outside and let them all have their day on the inside of the circuit. He's going to swing through. He grabs McCarthy for 4th. He might be on the inside. No, not quite. He was very close to being on the inside of Kieran and snaffling 3rd at the same point.
And we see Kinsella getting the lead again. This is amazing. This group here just keeps swapping and swapping every lap we go around. It's going to go right down to the wire here, and that's the beautiful thing about Phillip Island is you do not know the results until they've crossed that line. It could be anybody in this group at this point.
Some lap traffic here with Kathy Lisson from WA, so she sees hopefully what's going on and potentially goes the long way round. Great observation there from the Litec number 70. Lets the leaders go through unabated and unimpeded. McCarthy now drops to the back of the pack. This is the 2nd last lap we're hearing, so one more tour after this one. How do you like your Formula V action on a Sunday afternoon at Island Magic? There's titles on the line in the state series for the club championship. There's a title on the line for the Maury Fordham. There's a title on the line in terms of the minor placings in the Australian series as well. So it's all coming up to a nice boil at the moment in the cooking pot. And we've got the better part of just over 4.5 kilometres of racing to go after this time around.
You see none of them making moves through that section there because you are going to compromise yourself onto that main straight. They're all just readying themselves, lining themselves up, getting that slipstream because they know that the last place they're going to have a chance to overtake is down here on that main straight. As they come round onto that main straight, let's see who can make it to the front of this huge pack.
Last lap board being hung out. 4.5 kilometres of racing left. 12 turns to navigate. Tricky conditions. The track is drying. There's still little bits of wet patches here and there. Who wants it more? Going into turn 1. At this stage, it's Kieran. He swings around the outside of Kinsella. So he has the high ground going into Southern Loop for the final time. He's got the lead. He hangs onto it. He holds off the undercut and the cutback from Kinsella. He'll at least lead this train down as far as MG corner, but will he stay there?
The worrying part is when you are first coming into that last lap is you could still get swallowed up at any point. The slipstream is so strong here. You might be coming through here thinking that you're safe in first, but you're never safe.
Traffic of Michael Lloyd safely navigated down at turn 4 as well. So Kinsella now takes the lead. Kieran's wide, so he might struggle here to hang on to 4th place ahead of Porter on the inside at Siberia. But Kinsella's doing all he needs to do at the moment. He goes back to the head of the queue. He needs to win this race to jump up to 2nd in the Australian points. There is no alternative. He needs the points to make it happen. 2nd will not be good enough, but the more important thing for him is that he's got 4 other cars breathing down his gearbox as they crest Lukey Heights for the final time. Kieran on the inside of McCarthy. He's trying to go with Partridge. McCarthy has to drop back a little bit here. He's got Porter to worry about. This is all getting very, very close for comfort. Be prepared for the drag race to the line, ladies and gentlemen. There's no traffic in the way. They're going to fan out probably 2, 3, 4 wide on the stripe here. The games have started. The chess pieces have fallen where they are. If you've made your bed, you've got to lie in it now. If you're Michael Kinsella, you've either got to put the pedal to the metal and go all the way to the line and pray to God you don't get overhauled. It's going to be very, very close, and Kinsella's going to do it. He manages to pull the trick. He pulls the ace card when it matters the most. He is your Maury Fordham Trophy winner. He emulates Daniel Reynolds from last year, being the first man out of MG corner and dragging the rest of the pack with him to the line. He's got his first Maury Fordham title. He jumps up to 2nd in the Australian Series. What a fantastic recovery after this morning's disaster.
But the racing's not done yet. Look at Shane Purvis trying to hold off Charlie, Phil and Rob Violet to take this position here. This is another fantastic little pack fighting right to the very end. This could be it for Shane. Charlie's right on the back of him, and he could come around the final corner with Charlie just nipping ahead. Let's see as they go through into the main straight. They're pushing hard. Oh, Charlie's right on the back, right close. We might get to see 2 wide coming down here, pushing against the wall.
She's going to try it. I think she's going to come up a little bit short, though. The Sabre 02 just has a little bit more aero platform in a straight line, and that's what did it for Shane Purvis. I tell you what, if it was wet, though, Charlie would have gone to the outside, and she would have done exactly the same trick she did this morning.
Oh, absolutely. But you can see here Formula V all the way down, from the top to the bottom. You see some fantastic racing, some close racing, and it's just great fun, isn't it?
Absolutely. What a fantastic scrap between everybody out in front. Wait for the last few cars to jump across the line here. The 58 of David Campbell. So he's going to come across the line here in the 1200s. Just looking to see where Stephen Butcher was. I believe he's finished just behind Callum Lamont. Yes, he has. So Callum Lamont was first across the line in 1200s from Butcher and Campbell. So that's how they finished. So for Stephen Butcher, that actually should be enough to jump him up to the top of the standings in the 1200s for the point series as well. And he's celebrating 800 races in Formula V since he started in 1991 this weekend as well. So another Australian series in 1200 for Stephen Butcher. So well done to him as well. As we have a look at the results, how do you like it? 2 3/4 tenths covering the top 5 at the end of that one.
This is brilliant. Michael Kinsella bringing it out into first place on that race. Brilliant drive from him in the end. As with Lee Partridge in 2nd, Andre Curran in 3rd, 4th place Reef McCarthy on his comeback to Phillip Island, Curtis Porter in 5th, 6th we have Ash Clifford, 7th Simon Pace, 8th is Brock Hamilton, 9th Rocco Spinley, and 10th Darren Williams, which is a fantastic bring up for him because I believe he started quite further down the grid.
Yes,
11th
Williams
is Ash Quiddington, Darren Power in 12th, 13th is Matthew Harriott, 14th we have Adam Brewer, 15th Shane Purvis just nipping Charlie in 16th, 17th is Phil Gardner, also just nipping Rob Violet at the very end there in 18th, 19th Cameron Bell, 20th Mick Fisher.
And then we finish up with the 1200 classes of Callum Lamont, Stephen Butcher and David Campbell. 2 cars that were a lap down, Michael Lloyd, Kathy Lisson, and a couple of retirements there. Edward McFall, we didn't see him retired. I think Malachi Windsor is actually the car that came to a halt between turn 11 and turn 12, which is just being dragged in now. And there was a couple of DNFs there, so Xavier Babbage Hockey. Alex McDonald we saw come in with that contact, and Aaron Pace doesn't look like he potentially started that race. Some great performances there. Ash Clifford jumping up into the top 10 after starting down in 14th, so he'll be pretty happy with that. But I tell you what, the multi-time national champion in Michael Kinsella finally gets to add another prestigious bit of silverware to his cabinet, and that's the Maury Fordham Trophy. It's a new name on the trophy in 2024. So great to see that our visitors can take it up to the Victorians and take some of the silverware away from them. A big thank you to you, Josh. Thank you for coming up here and giving your useful insights into all things Formula V. It's much appreciated.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure being up here. It's on the opposite side of the screen, I guess, in this time round. And it's been an absolute pleasure to come up here. And I would like to give a huge call out to anybody watching who enjoys watching these. I know there's a big community of people that are watching week in and week out and supporting the Formula Vs. And I just want to give a call out to all of you to say, contact us, have a look at a car, and come give it a go. You know, this is an open category. We'd love more people to come. It's unbelievable fun. And if you love motorsport, this is the best way to get involved.
It certainly is. One of the other best ways to get involved in motorsport is to watch it. And I'll tell you what, there are the next category ready to go on the track. We're about to hand over to Darren Smith for the big bangers, the Sports Sedans and the 50K plate.
Ramada Resort, Phillip Island, the 50K plate for your motorsport pleasure. Now on track, the big bangers of Australian motorsport, the gods of thunder, make their way out on track. They're fighting for the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship and the big plate, the big trophy, the 50K plate. Every year at Island Magic, one of the most coveted awards in sports sedans over many, many decades. The 50K plate is on in front of us. The Groove Train Eastland, QP Lubes, National Blind Suppliers are all on board with us now. Grid looks like this. Ray Hislop will be on pole position. He knows how to win in November at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Multiple Matthew Flinders plate champion. He wants that 50K plate, and let me tell you what, he's not that arrogant that he's reaching out for it. He's got his hands in his pockets and he has been thinking. They've been adjusting that Falcon to get it just right. Stephen Lacey has come here from New South Wales and he wants to raid the Victorians of their trophy cupboard. The 50K plate he tried a couple of years ago. Came down here in a Camaro. He's bought a Mustang. He's bought a big gun this time down here for the 50K plate. Car number 78, Stephen Lacey, second spot on the grid. Adam Poole, another improved production racer, knows how to win here in November. Multiple Matthew Flinders plate championship winner, Victorian improved production champion, driving in the Francois Habib X-V8 supercar. Dean Cam, the number 66, he's taken the Victorian Championship again this year and he wants to take the club championship as well. He's got the points amassed on his side. Let's see how the big Corvette does here this afternoon. Watch the number 66 off the line. It is a jet. Travis Condon, relative newcomer to sports sedans, but let me tell you what, this guy, this very likeable, affable, friendly, welcoming fella, is an absolute vicious demon when he puts the helmet on and gets inside that little green Corolla. LS powered. Yes, that's right. Corolla with an LS in the front of him. So watch for Travis Condon out of position number 7. Right next to him, 5, not right next to him, Brett Dickey in the 29, the Bollards Direct Honda, making his way around now. John Eppolito, the floor pan class contender. Greg Lynch right alongside another floor pass contender. Milton Seferis will be one to watch out of 9 in the 96 Commodore X Supercar. Aidan Munger, the LS-powered Nissan, doing very well inside the top 10. Adrian Reed in the Mini there. Darden Brown in the Gallant. Andrew Parker has just been wheeled away. Jeff Taunton won't be with us. Chas Talbot is off the back of the grid right next to Darden, as he didn't make the grid this morning. We look to Ray Hislop to pace the field. It's a rolling start. He's choosing the strength of his Falcon. He's going to bring it right down. You'd have to say second gear, and he'll grab that third gear as he stabs it off the line. The red lights are on. Everyone held. We look to Ray in the Newlon Falcon. Lights are out, and away we go. Dean Cam, always a jet off a standing start, just gets left behind a little bit. The Corvette not quite geared for a rolling start, but it will be the Mustang of Stephen Lacey, the New South Wales racer, comes to the fore, gets into turn number 1. There's Milton Seferis. He's mid-pack at the moment. Gets through on the 97 of Ippolito. So Milton came out of 9th, gets through on the guy who started off in front of him. But it is the Bollards Direct car, Brett Dickey, in the dry here this morning, struggling with an intermittent miss in this car. A real challenge for this guy. His US raid will start nicely next year. He's off to Texas, putting it all together for the Pikes Peak Assault again. And here we go. Adam Poole has gone straight on, goes around the MotoGP Joker Road and rejoins back down at turn 4. Cam has gone off as well, and it looks like Greg Lynch. Cam is just motionless there in turn number 4, rattling around inside there, and he looks to be retiring. He looks to be heading to the infield, Dean Cam. That is not what we wanted to see out of the Corvette as we get back up to the front of this race. In fact, mid-pack at the moment. There's Brett Dickey. He's been able to move away from Milton Seferis, the recovering Adam Poole in car number 23. He goes right round the outside of Milton Seferis. Adam Poole has been racing a lot over the last few years. Milton Seferis certainly hasn't, but Milton does have amassed a massive amount of experience, and in fact this 50k plate, he's been a major contender over many years in the early 2000s and late 90s as they come around the top of the track. Steve Lacey leads lap number 1 in the 50k plate over Ray Hislop, 1.3 seconds behind. There is now a huge gap back to this battle that we're looking through. Brett Dickey is, there's the replay. Dean Cam going around. Adam Poole in the background recovering. Greg Lynch just stopped there, and Dean Cam is returning to the pits. In fact, I can't see where Dean is on track at the moment. We go back to the contenders for the last spot on the podium at the moment. You get the feeling they're setting themselves up for a hot dash over the next 45 kilometres in this 50k plate for Sports Sedans. Adam Poole goes through now. Nothing short of horsepower in these two supercars. Brett Dickey in the family-built space frame Sports Sedan. It is an absolute masterpiece. That Honda, the Bollards Direct entry, and just that little 2-litre turbocharged 4-cylinder needs to find its way around. Greg Lynch has got damage right across the front of his car, so I would suggest it's probably a coming together with him and Dean Cam down at turn 4 as these guys, this is 3, 4 and 5 on the road. Brett Dickey just trying to find the sweet spot with the turbo car. They're running quite a conservative boost setup here this weekend. They let it went up to about a medium setting at Calder about 4 or 5 weeks ago. But just trying to find the tune in this engine. There's an intermittent miss which is coming in all the high load parts of the track around this top part of the circuit now where Brett is, and that gives induces some understeer, and that is not what you want when you're around that part of the track. You need to feel as though you've got plenty of grip underneath you. Looking back down through the field now, this is Adrian Reed in the number 49 coming around in the Mini. The Cooper SJCW, and there's Darden Brown, the number 18, also coming around, doing a good job. Darden came home in 12th place in the race earlier today and doing a tremendous job of it. Gets it out nicely. But Stephen Lacey leading on with it as well. And we will see what happens as far as the race is concerned. At the moment, the New South Welshman's got himself a very, very handy lead indeed. Darden Brown, Bendigo brake and clutch car number 18. He's got the Mini driving away, three-wheeling it around through Southern Loop. We go back to Adam Poole. He is chasing down the leaders at the moment. It is a massive gap that Lacey and Hislop have got in that first lap. They got away with Cam and Lynch that came together down there at turn 4, bottled up the field. And Adam Poole, who we're used to seeing in the TRP ductwork Monaro this weekend, jumping on board his great mate's car. And Francois Habib really loving the pace that he's been able to inject into this car and driving it beautifully at the moment. Charging down across the line. Car presented beautifully. A real credit to Francois. We look forward to seeing Francois in the Purple Falcon, which he has done a massive rebuild on over the last year or so. Back out in the Sports Sedan Championship. Here comes car number 97. Doing a very, very strong job in the floor pan class, which John was leading into this weekend over Travis Condon. Travis has been playing a very, very low key at this point in time. Didn't front for this race, so you'd have to say he's handed that to John Ippolito. Travis Condon was fourth in the outright championship, but Ippolito is now sitting there in third there as well. Darden Brown in the 18 coming in. Doesn't look like there's anything untoward happening there. Let's hope everything is okay on board with Darden. There's no telltale smoke or steam or anything. Now here's a bloke that came home in fourth place in yesterday's heat. The 80-year-old Chas Talbot. Yes, that's right. If you've been watching Australian motorsport here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit or Sandown or anywhere really around the country, this is the same Chas Talbot that raced Formula 5000 in the 70s and has had a very happy home for the last 30 so years in sports sedans. Had a number of cars, had a Commodore for a while there, which was the ex-Michael Robinson championship winning car. Now got this Camaro, which was built in the USA, and between himself and Laurie Davison, who does a lot of the hard work at the race meetings here. Big shout out to Laurie, who looks after Chaz, make sure he gets the job done. Sadly, Chaz missed this morning's race and had to start from the rear of the grid. Like I said, he was fourth yesterday, and Chaz is now up to sixth in this particular race. 11 and a half minutes left to go in the 50k plate, and boy, this has had some big name winners over the years. Michael Robinson's won it 5 times and won it last year. Stephen Tomasi has won it 3 times. Dean Randall's won it 3 times. Darren Hossack's won it twice. Numerous other winners. John Lawson in 2017, if it had been wet today, that was the kind of event that we saw Jono Lawson in his Subaru WRX in the torrential wet in 2017. Won it. Bruce Banks in the Mazda RX-7 was the last time a Rotary won this race. But Chris Muscat won it right back in 2002 and 2003. 2 times winner there. Did a terrific job in the centerline suspension RX-7. In fact, that car still looks magnificent sitting on blocks in their workshop. Be great to see it out on the track as we watch now. Milton Seferis, who's been in contention before. In fact, right back when Richard Catchlove won this race in 2000, it was Milton Seferis that was pushing him hard for that 50k plate all the way back then, but Richard Catchlove just managed to ease that win through back in 2000 in his RX-7, the road print RX-7. But Milton, a great collector of cars from Highbury Automotive, running around the top part of the track, the part that used to be called Belinda's Terrace, turn 12 these days, and fronts it up, charging down the straight in that ex-HRT Walkinshaw car. Brett Dickey now in hot pursuit there, the turbocharged Bollards Direct Honda. And they're all doing it to chase down the Victorian Sports Sedan Championship for the Groove Train. And of course, the coveted one-off award for the winner of this race, the 50k plate, brought to you by the Ramada Resort here at the Phillip Island Resort, Town of Cows. and that is Ray Hislop, currently second on the road. He's left a margin to Stephen Lacey of 8.14 seconds. Awesome to see Stephen doing so well in this race. He came down a couple of years ago, broken-hearted, went home with a Camaro that had done an upright, and came back here this time around with the IRC GT SS with Jeff Taunton, and they have backed each other both in the sports car race and sports sedans. But there he is, our leader for Ladera Group, Real Dairy Australia, the New South Wales multiple state champion. He's been doing a couple of national rounds as well in recent times. Stephen Lacey organises the combined sports and touring cars at Mount Panorama for a couple of the big weekends, the 12-hour and over Easter as well. And it is ever so fitting that he is leading this 50k plate, ranging up now on Aidan Munger and John Ippolito in the number 97 Commodore. He'll be putting a lap down on them with 8.5 minutes left to go. And Stephen Lacey ticking the boxes. You get the feeling he's just slotting himself into the groove. A 1:33 done on lap number 2. That was his best lap of the race. Now just continuing to ease away from Ray Hislop. You get the feeling at 9.41 seconds with only 8 minutes remaining in this race that Stephen Lacey just have to keep ticking the boxes. He doesn't want to slow. He wants to keep the concentration up. This guy will pounce. If there is anything that Stephen Lacey doesn't get right, Ray Hislop will decrease that 9.5 second gap in an instant and will be all over him. Ray has got plenty of success and wins here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, particularly here at Island Magic and the Matthew Flinders plate. Lacey gets across the line, completes another one. And here we go. This is Ippolito and Aidan Munger. They've got Ray Hislop, car 2 on the road, coming up to lap them as well. As we watch the guy that is reaching out for the floor pan trophy, and he's probably got it, being that there's no further contenders really in this race. We've seen Lynch return to the pits, and we've seen Condon not start this race. So John Ippolito in the black Commodore. We're seeing Ray Hislop just overtaking him now. He's probably going to be the floor pan winner of this year's championship for the Groove Train Eastland Sports Sedans. Aidan Munger has just seemed to have lost a bit of the venom out of his attack on this one. But Ippolito, I'm going to say there's your floor pan championship winner for this season. Travis Condon did a terrific job trying to chase him down, and sadly the car that he brought to this race meeting this weekend will be retired. He's building a new Corolla to go racing with, a space frame car, so it should be faster, certainly more development required. As Chas Talbot is trying to chase down Brett Dickey as well. He's got that Camaro absolutely running on song. There's our car, currently second in this race and doing a wonderful job. A great bloke of Australian motorsport. Really is up for a chat with anyone about anything at any given time. And he has perfected the art of getting the right people to work with him to get results. And he always asks questions. He always tries to get the best people working on his car with him. And he's one of the kind of guys that when you do actually get to catch up with him, like Terry Wyhoon, he's got dirty hands and he's actually trying to make the car faster himself, along with his team of people he brings to the track. Only 1 or 2 of them in Ray's outfit. Here's a good run now. Brett Dickey slowly falling into the clutches here of the charging, absolutely charging Chas Talbot. The Camaro just running beautifully here this weekend. Looks to the inside. Brett Dickey opens it up and he says, there you go, Chaz. I don't think I've got what I need to be able to take it to you. The miss in the car, number 29 there, the turbocharged Honda. Bollard's direct entry is just absolutely wreaking havoc with Brett. And certainly this is probably the last time we'll see him before he heads back to North America, Brett Dickey. So from all of the Victorian motor racing fraternity, indeed Australia, all the best in North America for season 2025 to Brett Dickey, and let's hope that he has the Project Import Assault on Pikes Peak like he's had for the last couple of years. And he's just waving goodbye to this guy, Chas Talbot, running wide, trying to get around Adrian Reed, of course, son of Len Reed, famous mini racer over the years in historic touring cars. Shout out to Len. And there goes Chas Talbot. Doing it for the old boys, absolutely out there, and the good old boys in North America. Chas Talbot now, his mirror's filled up with Brett Dickey's car, so Brett's car is just going on and off song throughout this race, and he's having to compose himself to gather it all up for this this weekend. Big shout out to National Blind Supplies. Francois Habib is not racing this weekend, but the Dodo car is doing a terrific job with Adam Poole in it. He's currently sitting third in this race. 9 laps completed. 3.5 or 3 minutes and 50 seconds left in the journey for the 50k plate. The Ramada Resort, Phillip Island, supporting this event for such a long, long time. The first time was awarded Brian Thompson in 1972. Proud PIAC member Tom Norton in his 911S in 1973 and 1974. Phil Brock on there. Alan Gow, Gary Rogers, Tony Hubbard, Bill Emeny, Barry Jamieson, Bob Jolly, Mike Emery. The list goes on. Bruce DeBoo, Robin Doherty, Barry Jamieson. So a very, very historic trophy, the 50k plate. The Camaro thumps down the straight, the turbo, whooshka, off he goes. Brett Dickey chases after the Camaro now. Chaz must be so happy that they've got this Camaro operating in a really good window. Lap times at a 1:37.38. He did the last lap around. That was when he got Brett Dickey. Brett Dickey a personal best there at a 1:38.55 in the turbocharged 4-cylinder Prelude. Stephen Lacey out in front has set the fastest lap of the race, a 1:32.35. It's a good run. This battle continues as well. 2 floor pan cars, 2 V8s. Yes, the Sylvia runs an LS. A relatively standard sort of a gearbox there in Aidan Munger's number 75. But he is trying to chase down this sports sedan. Yes, looks like a supercar of sorts, but no, it is a bespoke sports sedan. John Ippolito, floor pan class car, and the champion for this season. And if Dean Cam can put his hand on the trophy, that is certainly what he will be doing outright. Francois Habib, John Ippolito. John actually could take outright the championship. Just looking at the points on offer, we're going to have to resort to the keeper of the points for that. Oh, Chas Talbot's gone around all by himself. Brett Dickey will take that spot back. And it looks like John Ippolito might have grabbed that as well. No, in fact, Chas Talbot has got our race leader, Stephen Lacey, in behind him coming onto the straight as well. So Chas spun right in front of the race leader and will get through. Ippolito now, the number 97. This could be very interesting with Dean Cam bowing out of this race with damage after that shunt down at turn 4 on the opening lap. The points are right up in the air. Chas Talbot, that was all by himself. Brett would probably like to say he was applying pressure, which indeed he was, but Chas, for no particular reason, went sideways and looped it right at this part of the track now. In fact, you can see the black marks he's left there on the track. Tricky, tricky corner, that one here. 2 laps to go in the 2024 season for the Groove Train Eastland Victorian Sports Sedan Championship and the Ramada Resort 50k plate here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Steve Lacey would have every right to start to have a bit of a smile on his face now. He certainly won't relax. Steve knows it's not over until it's over. Ray Hislop is now just losing time to Stephen Lacey. 22 seconds out in front over a 50k journey here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the New South Wales racer. For Ladera Group and Real Dairy Australia, Stephen Lacey has come down from New South Wales with the Mustang and is doing a ripping job of it. Last lap board being shown to Steve Lacey now. He'll be very, very happy indeed. And the Camaro of Chas Talbot, who is currently 6th on the road. And there is our race leader, and this is a very, very worthy 50k plate winner. About 3 kilometres left to do it here for Steve Lacey. He's also set the fastest lap on the last lap around at 1:32.35. So he's celebrating a little bit early. He'd be feeling pretty good right now, riding high in the seat, understanding he's still got to get half a dozen corners done and managing to do it nicely. This guy lives and breathes sports sedans. Actually, in fact, he is going to go back to back with races straight after this because he's going to front up the sports car race as well. This car is also eligible for that racing, so he's got one race off, which they'll have to get back. He's going to run the same tyres he's got on board now, and he's just motoring his way around to Lukey Heights in the number 78. Ladera Group, Real Dairy Australia, down into MG he goes. In fact, he looks to have backed out of it a bit here because Chas Talbot has closed right in behind him as well. So the Mustang just cruising through to the victory. 24 seconds last time around to Ray Hislop, and he is bringing it. In fact, he is slowing. There's something to build the drama for you in the Ramada Resort 50K plate because Chas Talbot has just closed in on him. He's definitely slowing. Chas Talbot goes right on by. There's the checkered flag. Stephen Lacey is your 2024 Ramada Resort 50K plate champion and takes that trophy that he almost took 5 or 6 years ago in his Camaro. And that is a terrific result there for Stephen Lacey. He'll be very, very proud of himself, and he should be. A terrific race. He just took it from the front row of the grid and dominated it. Just watching for the rest of the field to come now. Ray Hislop has finished second. Brett Dickey is just rolling to the line. He'll be classified, and that will be Brett. He'll be home in 6th place. So Ray Hislop, 21.3 seconds away. So yes, our race winner Steve Lacey lost 3 seconds to Ray Hislop, and definitely Ray Hislop into P2. Adam Poole has got across the line now in Francois Habib's Commodore, but Brett Dickey turns off the fire just past the line there, so was silent coming all the way down the straight, rolled it to the line and has pulled up in the MotoGP pit exit road. This has been a good race all race long. Munga now ranges up behind Ippolito. In fact, this is the closest he's been on the run to the flag. And they both hit the line at full song. Ippolito getting to the flag there. In fact, I don't know how to call the outright championship as far as that's concerned because Cam didn't finish that. Francois Bib wasn't in the race, and John Ippolito has finished all 3 races here this weekend. So I need a signal from the Sports Sedan garages or something like that to let me know where that leaves everybody. But here is Adrian Reed coming to the line in his wife's car, he told me during the week, and Chas Talbot also thumping to the line. Milton Ferris got home in 4th place, and Chas Talbot just crosses the line for 5th. The big turn up for Chas. He came from the rear of the grid to take that particular spot, and he got 4th yesterday, completes it with a 5th today. There we go. Provisional results for the Ramada Resort Phillip Island 50K plate for sports sedans. Stephen Lacey takes the win easy in the end, 21 seconds to Ray Hislop. Adam Poole home in 3rd place, adds to his podium results at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit in November. Milton Seferis returning to sports sedans in the 96, home in 4th. Chas Talbot 5th. Brett Dickey with the fire out, crossing the line in 6th. John Ippolito has fought hard for his whatever championships he wins this year. Certainly looks like he's got floor pan. Aidan Munger all the way to the end. Adrian Reed doing all the work he possibly can to get home in 9th. Darden Brown home in 10th there as well. There were no more finishes. Lynch, Cam, Condon, Parker, Taunton and McGlurkin did not start. So that is it for the sports sedans for season 2024. No more racing this season, but keep your eyes peeled. The State Series will be alive and well in 2025. Lots more sports sedans still to come there. We've got plenty of racing still to go here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. Up next, improved production, Formula Open sports cars, Formula Ford and historic touring cars. But up next, improved production cars on track. Back in a moment.
Improved production not too far away from coming out onto the track here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, with thanks to Yokohama and Traction Tyre and Suspension, who have been great sponsors of Improved Production for a long, long time, and here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit for the Matthew Flinders Plate for many, many years. They have been one of the best tyre suppliers and suspension suppliers that we could possibly have for the category, and great supporters of the Matthew Flinders Plate for, it goes back, I don't know how far back, Dave, but it's been going back for many, many years.
I think it would have gone back at least 25 years that Yokohama has been the tyre supplier for Improved Production. They do have the best semi-slick, I believe, and we managed to get through yesterday in soaring temperatures. And we had a really good racing as a result, and no problem. And this morning with the rain, the guys had put on an absolute crack of a show. It was really good to watch, and we went in for the Matthew Flinders Plate, 50 Ks this afternoon, Steve. It's going to be incredible. To start with, we've got the car of Andrew Rhodes-Anderson is going to lead us out. And I'll get you to take over here, Steve, and just lead us into what's been happening.
Yes, so before we conduct a little bit of official business in terms of conducting the Matthew Flinders Plate this afternoon, we unfortunately need to say goodbye to a fellow competitor and a friend. And I think a few of us are going to struggle to get through some of this, so please bear with us.
Andrew was part of the category for 20 years, and sadly yesterday he crossed the finish line for the final time and pulled up just on the infield.
And by the time that the medical teams got to him, and while he was in the best of care, he sadly left us doing what he loved, motor racing with his fellow friends and competitors. He was a veteran racer of the club for 20 years in Improved Production. His motor racing exploits date as far back as the days of Oscar on the high banks of the Calder Park Thunderdome. Anyone that knew Andrew knew he was renowned for his dry sense of humour, which a lot of people struggled to make sense of at times, and I was one of those. He called a spade. He was ever the showman. He passed car after car following multiple rear grid starts over the years, following all the mechanical setbacks that he had on race weekends, but he always put on a show doing it. He was always willing to chew your ear off if you gave him the opportunity to do so. And he was always there when you needed an extra helping hand, when you needed something in the pits or something in the paddock or some sort of help on a race weekend. He was there to go that extra mile for you and for every other person in the paddock. One of the biggest passions in life that he had outside of motor racing was supporting our returned servicemen and women in our armed services. And anyone that had a chance to see the bonnet of this car going around right now will know that it's adorned with a tribute with this inscription: for those who left never to return, and for those who return but are never the same, we remember. And now the heavens that hold those servicemen and women who never returned, or those that left us after returning, now hold someone who will honour their legacy forevermore as we honour him for the legacy he has left on our club, our sport, and our wider motor racing family. The Yipara community extends their condolences to Andrew's family and friends at this most difficult time. Andrew Rhodes-Anderson, we will miss you.
Thank you, Steve. They were beautiful words. As we see Andrew's car being paraded around for its one final lap at this amazing circuit. To Andrew's brother, Katie, Casey, Nisha, and of course Winston, our heartfelt condolences go out to you. And to the rest of your family. It's great to see the car get one more circuit, as Andrew would be up there looking down going, give it hell, boys.
Continue racing this weekend. And that's precisely what we're going to do. So on behalf of the Improved Production Racing Association of Victoria, as a tribute to the legacy he's left on our club, the front row of the grid will be left vacant for the start of this race. Andrew's car will take pride of place at the beginning of the grid, and all the Improved Production competitors will turn their engines off when they form up on the grid, and we'll have a minute's silence to honour Andrew and the legacy he has left on everybody that has been able to watch his presence and feel what he has been able to do in a motor racing car over the many, many years that he has been not only a member of Improved Production, but a member of Australia's grassroots motor racing family.
I would also like to thank every single person from PIARC, from the Clerk, of course, and everybody who's been involved today. It's been a horrendous time over the last 24 hours for everybody involved, and to allow this to happen at short notice is just simply amazing.
You want to have photo further over here, or? That's okay. Yeah.
Thank you for the honour you've left on our club, Andrew. We'll never forget you. Big thank you to Lee Partridge, who has just stepped out of a Formula V car about 35 minutes ago, who was given the honour to take that car around the circuit for the one last time. Thank you very much, Lee. With official business now conducted, it's time to return to what Andrew would have wanted us to do, where that's to go motor racing for one last time here at Phillip Island for the Matthew Flinders Plate for 2024. And as we have a look at the grid, it's Cade Lehman who will have the honour of starting on pole position for the 50-kilometre race scheduled to go over 12 laps. Opposite him is going to be Jared Tonks on the front row of the grid with Luke Gretsch-Cumbo, and the only person in the field who has won this title before, Andrew Butcher, starting in 4th place. Scott Cook from South Australia starting 5th. That's a fairly decent starting position for him, and he'll be looking to boast a top 3 finish if he can possibly make that happen here after his last exploits at Thailand Magic in 2019 fell a little bit short. Jin Wook Song starts in 6th, with George Michel, also from South Australia, in 7th, and Brett Porter, the highest of the under 2 litre cars, is going to start 8th after the rain-soaked event this morning would have given the under 2 litre cars quite a boost going around the outside of some of these turns. Ian McLennan starting 9th after starting rear of grid yesterday. He's made his way forward. He's ahead of Scott McLean starting 10th. Ian Statham from South Australia in the Mitsubishi, he starts 11th with Salvatore Imbrogno in 12th in the Toyota 86. Tom Allen in the RX-7 will be 13th, Callum Jensen 14th in the Peugeot, Paul Javot's 15th in his Honda Civic, and Anton Bergman, who's in Royce Lyon's BMW E30 that he's borrowed, will start out of 16th. Gary McKay 17th with Andrew Tickner in the VH Commodore in 18th, Wayne Twist in his BMW in 19th, and Larry Merrifield, who was off the road this morning, will start 20th. And the field is rounded out by Nick Higgins in the Toyota Corolla, Wayne Decker in the Audi, Andre Noy in the Falcon, Rohit Saini in the Commodore, and Michael Hart, Bruce Henley, and Chris Bodale.
Andrew Noy has just been a late withdrawal.
Late withdrawal,
yes,
okay.
He had to withdraw just at the last moment, so I wish Andrew that unfortunately had to get on home, so that's really sad for him today, but fight on for another day.
Absolutely. So not mechanical related from what you're saying there. It's something that's come up in his personal life that needs to be attended to. It's a bit of a shame for Andre because he's actually raced here for the first time this weekend and, consistently getting better and better. I talked to him after race 1 yesterday. He was absolutely stoked that he was able to get under the 2-minute barrier in that car. So he's had a good start. He'll be back next year, no doubt.
Yeah, no doubt. It'll be very interesting off the start with the weather's the track's dried out now, and Cade and Jared both off the front row, and we've also got the gun starter in Luke Retchcumber, who normally launches so well out of this place. So it's going to be very good. And don't forget the nimble BMW. It gets a cracker start. And they've made a few changes to Andrew's car, so I'm sure he's looking forward to this afternoon. The first time he'd driven the car in the rain was this morning, and he was not as confident as you would think. So he just wanted to bring it home and wait for the weather to dry out, and I'm sure he'll have a red-hot go this Arvo.
I think he will as well. Now, you're right. There's a couple of stories to think about here. So Luke Retchcumber, as you said, launches typically well here at Phillip Island. He was first by turn 1 this morning, but unfortunately got swallowed up after just having the brake bias a little bit too far forward in that GC Electrical Senator. When he got down and put the brake pedal on the floor for turn number 4, it went a little bit too deep and he had to take to the return runoff road. Now, he's, of course, running number 1 on the car for the last time as the club champion and the state champion from last year, because that honour at this stage is going to go to one of 2 men on the front row, depending on the outcome of this race. It's a straight-up fight for club championship honours, as well as the Matthew Flinders plate between the 26 of Lehman and the 91 of Jared Tonks.
We're just waiting for the green flag. There we go. The green flag's been waved at the back, Steve, so we're almost ready for a start.
This is for the Matthew Flinders plate, ladies and gentlemen. The duration is normally 12 laps. Let's see how we get on. Great conversion off the start from Jared Tonks from the left-hand side of the grid. He roars into life and roars towards turn 1. Lehman will have his hands cut out for him with the Senator of Gretschcumbo challenging, but it narrows at this part of the circuit. I think Lehman might just be able to hang on to it around the outside as we go back a bit further in the field. Here's the under 2 litre battle. How have these guys all found each other at the same time? Porter was up as far as 8th. He's dropped back right behind Javots and behind Jensen and behind Larry Merrifield as Scott McLean goes for a wild ride at turn number 1 and 2. He's beached in a kitty litter. He's not going anywhere.
That one's up to the axle, so they will probably have to slow the field down, and we may even get, if they can get that car out, we may be able to continue racing. And look at that, the under 2 litre cars, a whole lot of them are all together.
George Michelle with a bit of a lock up there going into turn number 4. Gary McKay's made a little bit of good progress as well in the at the start of this one. I don't think it'll be too long before the safety car comes out. There it is. It is official. We are under the control of the full course caution with the yellow flags and the safety car boards on display. Wow, what a start that was. Jared Tonks with a great start. Oh, hang on, there's a little bit of, I think they're just trying to sort themselves out here depending on where they were when the safety car came out. They've got to be careful. So Gary just needs to be mindful that there's the yellow flags are out. But I'm a bit surprised because Brett Porter started in 8th place and he has dropped a mile from the start here. Let's have a look at the replay here at the start. So what happens to Scott McLean? Oh, he's done it all on his own. He's just maybe got a little bit too close to the curb, got a little bit too greedy on the loud pedal perhaps, and
maybe it's still a little bit greasy there on the inside. He might have got on the whited paint, and it might still be a little bit greasy. Yeah. And around it when he did the job to try and save it, but it was going round.
You're absolutely right. If we look outside, the painted lines are still a little bit wet. Most of the surface is dry, but we just couldn't see it from that angle there. So perhaps it's just a very small patch of standing water that when he tried to apply the accelerator pedal, it's just jumped sideways on him, and unfortunately he's in the gravel. It should be a quick recovery though. The Enios Grenadiers will be out pulling him in as well as leading this field. Now thankfully the safety car always waits at the pit entrance on the first lap, and they pull it in only when they need to pull it in. So he was able to pick up the field pretty quickly. I'd say this is just going to be the one lap behind the car because we're getting reports that they already have pulled Scott McLean's car out of the gravel trap. So it'll just be a short safety car period.
And it looks like Ian McLennan's had a ripper start. He's up to 6th from starting 11th or 12th. So he's made a really good start on that lap. The only lap so far. I think my couple of boys might be off to the steward's office. Please explain why you were passing under safety car. But we'll wait and see. That might have been okay.
We'll see what happens at the end of this. I'll tell you what, I was looking at the bog holes that Scott McLean's dug there. It's almost like he was there with a couple of golf clubs trying to get a golf ball out of a sand trap. That's how deep it is at the moment.
It certainly is. It's been pretty wet down here overnight, and at least it's dried out, and they've got the car out, and there we go. Scott's up and going again, so he'll be able to zoom around and catch onto the back of the field, and then we'll hopefully get underway this lap. I can't see why we won't. There we go. He's just thrown a heap of rocks out of the front splitter all over the track, and that'll be fun for everyone to run over.
Yes, it's still emitting a handful. It'll just be, as you said, coming out the front splitter. It'll actually probably be, I think, more caught inside the wheels than anything because he went in backwards. He would have picked up a little bit, but most of it will be coming like the rocks and that are sort of caught in between the brakes and the wheel rim and things like that. Yep. You wouldn't actually want one of those to be jammed in there because it does cause quite a problem. We've seen that over the years.
Yep. So it's, everyone's got to cool their heels again as they do another formation lap. And there goes, I can hear Scott in the background going down to try and tag onto the back of the field. As we see the safety car out the front, it's a different look safety car this year. Okay, so let's have some replays here of some shenanigans going on.
So safety car boards and flags were out at this point. So this is what we saw on the broadcast, and I'm not sure if this was just people getting back into queue from where they were, but there was actually Andrew Tickner on the inside there. I think might be in a little bit of trouble.
I'm sure that the powers that be will have a little look at that.
Well, we're getting ready for a restart here as well. You can see Tonks is starting to get control of the field as the Ineos Grenadier escapes, and he'll have the opportunity to decide when he wants to go once the green flag is shown. It's a safety car doing its best to disappear out of sight. Surprisingly quick for a safety car that's normally we've seen over the years is a bit lower to the ground. It seems to get its skates on pretty well around here.
Good BMW running gear in them, so it should be pretty good.
Absolutely.
And off it goes. So Jared's just backing the field up now as they come around to turn 11 and 12. And we've got Butch right up behind Luke Retch-Gumbo. I think they're going to certainly wait till the last possible minute to put down the power of the V8 and drag off. There he goes, and I can hear the engine. It's started to rev rather hard, and off they go. So Cade's managed to hang right on the back, and it looks like Luke might have just been a couple of car lengths back. But
I'll tell you what, Cade was well and truly awake to what was going on there. He followed him in the wheel tracks all the way down. He might have the lead by turn one here, but he's got to go the long way around. No, not quite. Thinks better of it, but it was a ripping start from Jared Tonks there at the restart, and equally as good from Lehman, if not maybe just a little bit better, but just maybe ran out of legs in a straight line, just getting to the bottom end of turn number one at the end of the front straight. Tonks is pushing though. He's right out to the edge of the ripple strip there, and he knows maybe he's got to make some hay while it's still, in his favour.
Here we go. We've got Bryson Lloyd in the under 2 litre Salika, who's got a little bit wide there in the 4-state electrical car, but he's gathered it up rather nicely, and he goes into Stoner corner there.
Certainly does, going around the corner there. As we get down to turn number 4 here, there's Gary McKay, the number 63. He's sitting in 11th right now. Javot's right on his tail ahead of the other Civic there of Larry Merrifield. Callum Jensen tucked in behind him with a little pinch of the brakes then. And then your rookie of the year, I guess I'm calling it early here, rookie of the year, Brett Porter.
Brett Porter, absolutely. A couple of lap records at the last round, and he's right up behind Jensen. I spoke to him just before this race, and they've changed nearly every electrical component on that car because it was misfiring all over the place and they couldn't find it, so they just went wholesale change everything.
That's it.
And it seems to be a much better beast at the moment. And I also believe that Gary McKay's car will be much better in the dry situation, as Callum has a really big lock up there. The car was set really quite firm in the rear in that Tirana, and he really struggled in the wet, but now that the track's dried out, I think you'll see the Tirana just be able to hold its own and skip away from a few of these guys.
Yeah, it looked like a bit of rear locking coming down the hill there for Callum Jensen in the 242. It was a little bit weird, a little wiggling left and right. Cade slipped back here, and Luke Gretschkumbo has pounced. I'll tell you what, Andrew Butcher's not safe either. Scott Cook's got a rather nice turn of speed at the moment. He's following in the wheel tracks of that BMW very, very nicely at the moment. There might be a change for third place in the running order very, very shortly. Is Cade maybe struggling just a little bit? Is the tyres not up to temperature, or maybe he's just not feeling it at the minute?
Yeah, I think it looks like he's got a bit of push going in the front there, and I know they were chasing some push in the front of that car over yesterday and on Friday, as Butch then has a big dive under the brakes, and it should get the job done because that BMW stops on a 5-cent piece.
It absolutely does. That car's had a bit of a rebuild on the front corners as well since its exploits at Winton, where they ran in the New South Wales State round and came off a little bit worse for wear with some friendly fire from Casper the Ghost, aka Craig Caspers. But he's now putting that front end to good use there. It turned really, really well. He's going to have to defend here, though, because Lehman's had a really healthy exit out of Siberia, but up through here, he just can't seem to live with the BMW. I think it'll have a little bit more turn and a little bit more corner grip, and Butcher's comfortably now into third place. Scott Cook might get interested in the back of Lehman here as well, but the turbocharged Nissan Silvia probably won't be able to live with the V8 in the straight line, I would say, Dave.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. Cade seems to be getting a good power down coming out of turn 12, and it just drive away, but Scott's actually really handling. You can see the Commodore, it's not a nice car to drive.
No,
and he's
understeering.
backed out of it and let Scott go. And here comes Macca. He's got a really good turn of speed. They must have sorted out the electrical problems they've had that car also this weekend, and he's now charging through the field. So he's right up the inside of Scott Cook there, but just backs out of it the last moment as Jared Tox just does the fastest lap of the race, as you can see there on screen, 1:42.
Yep, he's got a nice margin of 1.4 seconds at the moment as well. So in actual fact, that fastest lap was set a lap ago. Last time around, Luke was actually about 0.5 of a second quicker, so the margin 1.4 seconds out in front. Cook from South Australia, he's giving chase. He had to hold off the Pro Cup Monaro there of Ian McLennan for a few seconds as well. He closes up so well under brakes that Silvia stops really, really well. It's like the BMW. It's very, very light, it's very, very nimble, puts its power down well, but just runs out of top-end power and top-end speed when it gets down to turn one.
I think you'll find the 300 kilos also helps.
Oh, yes, that too.
It'd make it much easier braking package to brake and turn, but obviously the straight line handling of the Commodore will come into its own when it gets in where there's a straight line.
That's absolutely right.
And Macca's doing really well to hold on to the back of these two at the moment, and it's making a really terrific race.
I was a bit surprised with Ian McLennan's technical infringement the other day when he was disqualified from qualifying and sent to the back, but he's basically put that behind him and has driven really, really well to drive through the pack and up into what's now 6th place on the road. So he'll be very pleased with that. This is a great scrap. All 4 of the under 2 litre cars together. Brett Porter's now found his way back to the head of this group. Paul Javots was leading for a little bit. And Callum Jensen, another rear locking. Brake bias too far to the rear, I think. I've never seen a Peugeot wag the tail like that before.
That was amazing, and well done to keep it in line and not end up facing the wrong way. So he's obviously got the power down. He's coming up right on the Javots now, and it looks like he might get some really good drive coming onto the straight. The old Honda, she's not slow in a straight line, Steve.
No, they're definitely not slow in a straight line. Larry Merrifield, I just noticed he's dropped back from this group. So we've got some penalties being issued here. So car 105, I believe that's Michael Hart, yes, it is. Michael Hart issued a safety car infringement penalty by race control. So that's a rather curious one. Apparently, what we're told is he passed before the start-finish line.
Yeah, he must have had a bit too much overlap going on there as they came across the control line for the restart, which we all know is a bit of a no-no.
It's a no-no.
So just got a little bit eager, or the car in front of him was a lot slower than him, and he's just wrong place, wrong time. But he'll charge on.
Jensen's now gone back through on Paul Javots. That was a really good shot there, seeing them going into turn 4 where everybody else is still coming through turn number 1. This little queue here now headed by the there's Nissan Silvia of George Michel. You got Ian Statham in here in the Mitsubishi. I love this car. You never ever see these sorts of cars in improved production, do you?
Not anymore. These guys developed these guys cars out of South Australia with a lot of help from Rally, I think it was Rally Art back in the day, and Mitsubishi, and they were absolute weapons. They don't come over here very often anymore, but when they do, everyone goes, how fast is that Magna? It is a really good package if you want to go improve production racing. It's a very competitive car in its class, and it's a good thing to have out there. So well done to Ian, who's been, again, racing in South Australia for many decades.
It's great to have them over as well. We tend to get the South Australians come over for some racing here and there. I know that there is another round that's going on in South Australia this weekend as well. So great to have them opt to come over and pay a visit to Phillip Island instead of going to race at the Bend.
Yes, exactly. And Gary McKay goes down into turn one, just a little bit more legs than the Porter car, and just managed to pull away there. Here we go, back to the Magna.
Absolutely. So the Mitsubishi goes through and stays ahead here of Callum Jensen. But I'll tell you what, that Peugeot has definitely got a bit of straight line pace, a little bit more than I was genuinely expecting. And might give the Magna a little bit of a run for its money down here. Not so much in the straight line, but in the braking zone for turn number 4. He's managed to gather up a bit here. Statham has to leave him some room. He's going to take the defensive line into turn number 4. That's going to force the Peugeot to go the long way around. Is he game?
Nope.
No, over and under, crisscross. What a move that was there. So a little bit deep on the braking into turn number 4, but that's now going to be the wrong side for Siberia.
And that will allow Paul Jabots to get in underneath him, and Callum might actually get hung out to dry here. He might actually end up losing a spot or two, but no, Paul pulls over in behind Callum, and as they go side by side through the hay shed, and Callum gets through there, and Ian just backs out of it a little bit and just follow him through. Live to fight another day, Steve.
I tell you what, Callum stuck with that longer than I thought he was going to stick with it, and he ended up coming out with the chocolates after that one. That's a great bit of work. He's had another little lock-up going down into MG. Whose bumper is that sitting on the outside of turn number 10? That's a red bumper. I'm just trying to work out the only cars in the field that I can think of that have a red bumper would be the rear of Cade Lehman, or it is Cade Lehman. I was absolutely right. Oh. He got served, I think, there by Scott Cook. I think accidentally, but well, there you go. One red car, minus one red bumper.
Yeah, that's
he's in the pits too. So this is not good. You can see him just on the right-hand side of the picture there. He's come into the pits. He's actually got the side skirt hanging off as well. So I think he might be, yes, he is retiring. So that's a shame for Lehman. So not only that's pretty much means he's consigned to second position in the club championship Prestige Hino for season 2024, and Jared Tonks will be your club champion in over 2 litre.
That's a real shame. I'm sure he couldn't tell that the damage is only superficial, and he probably could have kept going. That side skirt probably would have dropped off, but he's probably come in thinking, well, if it drops off in the middle of the track, it might hurt someone. So best I just come in as Porter then gets right up under the back of Gary McKay's car as they go into Honda there, and he's got up right up beside him. Oh, there goes Andrew Tickner.
Long way around.
Yep, he's out, broke himself there, so he's gone along the MotoGP circuit. Right.
I actually applaud Cade for coming in too, because the last thing you need is to see it hanging off and you get a black flag, so you're going to have to come in anyway.
Yeah,
so,
exactly.
You know, safer than sorry, and there would have been somebody on the radio to him, no doubt, saying that, look, you've lost your rear bumper and something's hanging off, you may as well come in and we'll sort it out.
Yeah.
So up through Hayshed, probably a couple more laps remaining here. Michael Hart's now doing his best to catch up to the back of Ian Statham in the Mitsubishi Magna. They've actually dropped away from this group of cars that started to edge closer to Gary McKay. So Gary's going to have his hands full here with Brett Porter and Callum Jensen for the next 2 or 3 laps, I would think. Now, I don't know about Gary, but he'd enjoy racing these under 2 litre cars, I think. I mean, yes, he's a 6-cylinder, Tirana, but he's going to be enjoying seeing these guys come through, and I think he's going to want to make sure he doesn't give this up easily.
No, absolutely. It'll be the widest Tirana in history, but it should have enough horsepower to be able to pull away from him down into turn 1, and then they'll be all over him through the twisty bits, and then hopefully, for his sake, he'll have enough just to keep him out and keep him interested. But how much speed has Callum Jensen found this afternoon? Because he's now in front of Brett Porter and he's right up behind Gary McKay. And the way he's been driving, I'm sure that he's going to have a crack.
He absolutely is. He has had a massive turn of speed, probably I would say since Sandown in August this year. He has had a massive turn of speed in that Peugeot. And I think it all started with when they put the extra stripes on the car.
Oh, yes, that would do it.
It was completely black up until that point. And I mean, you can't miss it now. And amongst all the other black cars, as Gary pinches a front right tyre there going into Miller Corner. He's doing his best to hold these off here. Now, Gary, I think we need to give Gary a huge rap on a few things here as well, because coming up next year is the Improved Production Nationals, which we understand is going to be held here at Phillip Island, and Gary is heading up the committee that's running that event. So some more information to be announced in the coming weeks, but I can officially tell you it will be here at Phillip Island next year. Oh dear, we're seeing a slowing Luke Gretschkambo on the front straight here, and we're also seeing Tom Allen off to the side of the circuit. We're looking at it, and it looks like Gretschkambo might have a deflating tyre. What a shame.
A deflating tyre, or has he got some other issue?
Or some other issue.
It doesn't look like it's got a deflated tyre. I think there might be something else. That definitely doesn't look like a tyre.
Well, let's have a look here. He was being... Oh, no,
yes,
it is a tyre.
Oh,
it's a rear. It's a rear right.
Yep.
That's a very strange spot for it to go. I mean, the only part of the tyre... Oh, look at that, left and right. The only part of the tyre that's under load at that point is because you're going forward. You're not putting any lateral load on the tyre. It's all longitudinal load. So it's not like he's got out on a curb or something and cut it. Yep. But that's really strange. So
we're also have happened earlier in the lap, and it's just let go at that point. But as you see, Andrew Butcher's now right up behind... Jared Tonks, and don't be surprised if Jared drives down the middle of the road, but Andrew's certainly got a really good braking package in that car.
This is unexpected. I was not expecting Andrew to catch up to the back of Luke Gretschkambo at this point, up to the back of Jared Tonks at this point in time. So this potentially is the last lap maybe about to be commenced, or it might be checkered. We're not sure. We're waiting to see what's happening. They're not hanging out the last lap board at the moment. So I don't know how many... There it is. Finally, it's out.
The last lap board is out now.
So the last lap board is out now. So has Andrew Butcher got anything in store for Jared Tonks over the last 4.5 kilometres of racing here? He was quite close. He's lost out, obviously, on the run to the line there because of the horsepower advantage. But is Jared nursing something to the end here? Because it got mighty close coming up and over Lukey Heights last time around.
It may well have, but I know the BMW will certainly look after its tyres a lot better than what the big heavy Commodore will. And I dare say you'll see Andrew be right up the back of Tonks by the time they get up over to Lukey Heights. He'll be able to drive the wheels off that thing.
Well, they're very much clear of Scott Cook in third place at the moment, with Luke Gretschkambo unfortunately succumbing to the tyre issue at turn number 12. So this is the part of the circuit where Andrew needs to get his act together. He needs to really push hard, push the limits of Jared's Commodore. Maybe Jared's just had a little bit of a something in reserve. Jensen. So this was at Siberia on the previous lap. So all that hard work has gone undone. He's dropped right behind all the rest of the under 2 litre cars.
It looks like Jared's might have had a mistake in the last lap, but he's managed to pull away from Andrew at this stage. And I dare say, unless he has something seriously go wrong, then I don't think that Andrew's going to have the horsepower to be able to catch him. And Jared may well be the Matthew Flinders Plate 50K plate holder for 2024.
Certainly, I think this is one corner to go. Not only will he be the club champion in over 2 litre for Prestige Hino, but he will also be holding the Matthew Flinders Plate with thanks to Yokohama and Traction Tyre and Suspension this afternoon. Well done to Jared Tonks. He managed that right till the very end, had to survive a late challenge from Andrew Butcher, but he takes the victory here in the plate race. Great job by Scott Cook as well. He's going to get across the line for third place, so he gets a little bit of redemption for what happened to him in 2019. He's home for third, and Ian McLennan at this stage will be home for fourth in the Pro Cup Monaro. We're looking here at Wayne Twist as he goes round Siberia. He's trying to catch up to the back of Andrew Tickner in the Commodore and Ian Statham in the Mitsubishi as they head up the back part of the circuit for the final time. The under 2 litre battle at the moment, Callum Jensen trying to get back in front of Larry Merrifield, but Brett Porter I think, is the one who leads the way. He's actually still tucked onto the back of Gary McKay from what we can see. But Callum was in the... what's happened to Larry there? Has he had a last-minute issue exiting MG corner? That's either a missed gear change or something a little bit odd there. It's all bunching up.
Yeah, Paul Javots is slowing down.
Yeah, Paul Javots is slowing down here as well. So all sorts of changes happening. Brett Porter's first home in under 2, so he will be the under 2 leader champion for season 2024. What on earth has happened in the last few minutes of this lap? So Callum Jensen is going to cross the line second ahead of Merrifield, and where's Paul Javots? Javots is slowing, coming down the chute to the start-finish line. So maybe something's let go on the EAS number 45 here. Yeah,
it's a very strange turn of events for the last lap. Everyone's pushing really hard.
He's got the clutch in. I think he's coasting it.
It sounds like can't hear too much out of that. So I dare say that it's in angel gear, and he's just rolling it down the hill to get across the line.
Angel gear is a trucking terminology.
It was back in the day.
It was back in the day.
So it was Michael Hart has come from the back of the field to finish 7th. Gary McKay in 8th. What a sensational drive from Michael Hart. That's probably one of his best performances, I'd say, in the last couple of years. He's absolutely driven the wheels off that, and well done to you, Michael. Gary McKay in 8th. Brett Porter, the first of the under 2 leaders. And Callum Jensen, top 10.
Absolutely. Great job by Callum Jensen. But Jared Tonks is your Matthew Flinders plate holder for 2024. Andrew Butcher will add a second place to go with the one that he acquired in 2019, or the first place trophy he had in 2019. So he's got 2 of those 3 bits of silverware now. And Scott Cook from South Australia, he's going to go home with 3rd place. So successful trip over for the South Australian, and great, as we said, to have them all over from South Australia for all 4 or 5 of them that were here this weekend to compete in improved production. And we hope to see them along with many of the other state competitors in improved production here at Phillip Island next year for the Nationals.
Absolutely. I can't wait for the Nationals. In 2016 were huge, and if we can have anything that's similar to that again, it'll be an absolute spectacle that you will not want to miss. And if you're a driver with an improved production car, dust it off, get it out of the shed, and get down here next November, because it will be epic.
We'll confirm all the details on the socials for the Improved Production Nationals in the coming weeks, because, of course, a lot of people naturally want to know when it's going to be, and they want to book boats to come across from Tasmania and book accommodation. So please stay tuned to the Improved Production socials and official channels over the next week or so for more details. But that was your Matthew Flinders plate race for 2024. Little bit of trepidation at the end there. It could have changed hands very quickly, but it went the way of Jared Tonks. And we'll step aside, hand it back to Darren Smith for the wings and slicks for the John Roxburgh Road Racing Trophy for the Formula Open. But Dave, before we go, a last word from you.
No worries. We'd love to thank everybody who's been involved this weekend. It doesn't matter how big or small your part is in this massive event. It's so good. Our club sponsors, Prestige Hino, Pro Cut, Reach Rock Art, DLL Photography, who's finishing up as our sponsor, who's been a sponsor for the category for nearly 15 years. Without these type of people putting in their massive amount of work they do behind the scenes, it would be a real struggle. So we can't thank our sponsors enough. Yokohama with their tyre has been simply brilliant for our category, and I hope it continues for many, many years. Again, Steve, thank you for a wonderful year. It's been a pleasure being up here with you. To the whole IP family, go home, hug your family, and let's race again. Thanks, Andrew.
Yep. We'll see you all again in 2025 for improved production. Well said, Dave, and thank you very, very much. We'll hand it over to Darren Smith for the AFO, Australian Formula Open.
Amazing news on the open wheeler front in Australian motorsport has come to the fore this morning, and it is a huge, game-changing, breaking news moment for Australian open wheeler racing. Formula Regional Australia will be welcomed and been given the go-ahead by Motorsport Australia to run in 2025 as a way to create stronger pathways and programs for junior races on home soil. It'll be run by the current promoter of the GT Australian Formula Open, 3 times Australian Formula 3 champion, Tim Macro, who a couple of years ago created a home for open wheeler races here in Australia, and it is imperative that Tim continues to nurture the category and drivers into the future. So congratulations to Tim and Philippa and the organisation in the background there. Derek Bode, who's made a big part of the management of this series, a pleasure to be dealing with. And of course the partnership will see the current Formula Regional Oceania organisers based in New Zealand with both series sharing cars and technical support across the Tasman. So great news to be able to put out over the airways this weekend as we getting ourselves ready for the Victorian Road Racing Championships, the John Roxburgh Trophy, which will be run for the Australian Formula Open competitors. This event reaches right back into the 1960s as the premier state-level racing car event. And by racing cars, that's open wheeler racing car events. They've had tough times over the years in Australia with many different premier categories, starting back with Formula 5000, onto Formula Mondial, Formula Pacific, and onto a great category, Formula Holden, became Formula Brabham, and then Formula 4000, and then the Formula 3s that we're about to see on track came to the fore in the early 2000s. So fantastic to see. The John Roxburgh Trophy has been awarded to Formula Ford, Formula V, and Formula 3 over the years as well. Of course, John Walker took it out in the Elfin Mono back in 68. 69 was John Roxburgh in his famous Lotus. Arthur Abrahams then in 91, so a good 30 years or 28 years of time off before Arthur Abrahams ran it in the Rainsborough Cheetah. Russell Davidson then ran it in the Rainsborough Cheetah. Arthur Abrahams again in a Reynard 913, which came into the Australian Formula 2 era. Reynard with David Bruce, Simon Hadwick, Wayne Ford in the Rolt RT34, Brian Sampson in the Dallara 393, Chas Jacobson, James Manderson in the Dallara 391 was the first in the Australian Formula 3 format to win it. Michael Caruso won it back in 2002, 03 and through to 21 not run. 2002, last year's champion Trent Grubel won it in 2002, and 23 was Ryan Howe in the Dallara F308 11 Formula Open car. Cars now on track, and our grid is just slowly rolling by. Miles Bromley won the race this morning from Thomas Gallagher, champion-elect, and a big congratulations to Ryan McMillan. At the end of this race, we drop the elect, and he becomes the 2024 champion. So he'll start off position number 3. Kyle Evans in the number 17 will be on position number 4. So looking forward to seeing how Kyle Evans can run it out for KCK Lubricants, the Gilmore Racing outfit. Isaac McNeil will be the next one on the grid. Looking forward to seeing how Isaac can put himself in car number 11. It's the Evo Heat Volante Rosso Tatis T014 running in the AF04 category. Of course, there's 4 different classes running here. Matty Rosler in car number 8 is the next one. Sorry, car number 4 out of position number 8. He's in the Tatis FT50 AF02 car. And then we go to George Kantsios in the 23. That's the Dallara F304, older Formula 3 car. Position number 9 is Jaden Hamilton in number 43. Jaden, of course, running in the Tim Macro Racing Tatis F421, and that's an AFO class car. Chris Wang, who is the only car running in the Formula Regional spec. It's an Alfa Romeo powered car, the Tatis T318, which will be eligible for the Formula Regional Australia events next year. So Chris is starting out of position number 10 in car number 16. 11th is Paul DiBiase, the South Australian, in car number 27. It is a Tatis FT50, so Formula Toyota 50 is what that means. An AFO2 car, and then Nathan Beer is in number 24. The Apollo Patios Dallara F305, which is a AFO1 category car, an older style of Australian Formula 3 competitor car. Cars continuing around on this warm-up lap. Got to get all the procedures done. We're seeing just a little bit of weaving backwards and forwards, also on and off the throttle to try and get heat through the tyres, into the wheels, into the brakes, getting the transmissions nice and heated up. We've had 3 different pole sitters this year. Ryan McMillan, of course, taking the one this weekend, and 3 others at Winton, the Bend, and Sydney Motorsport Park for the second journey at round 6. Miles Bromley, who is sitting on pole today, so he has got himself an extra one. And Sandown and Queensland Raceway, Bo Russell, who is not on the grid here this weekend, also getting a pole position. Race winners include Ryan, who's the champion for the season, Miles Bromley, Kyle Evans, Bo Russell. Miles Bromley sitting on the front row now, getting set to go. In fact, the field poised for a race start. Australian Formula Open, the GT Australian Formula Open, all on the controlled tyre from GT. It's been a great tyre, a great servant for the category, and title sponsor for it. And off the grid, it's a stall for Miles Bromley. The cars get around him, the flags are waving, yellow flags, so he goes straight to the bottom of the field for the next 30 minutes or 25 and a half minutes left in this race time. He's got his work cut out for him, so that was not what our pole sitter wanted to do for the GT Australian Formula Open race. For the Victorian Road Racing Championships John Rockstra Trophy, goes down to the rear of the field. The rest of the field gets away nicely indeed. They did a terrific job to avoid the stalled car on the front row of the grid. It was over before it begun for Miles, but let's see if he can fight back. It's a decent old journey here this afternoon if he can get his head in the right space immediately and just get on with the job. Already jostling in the mid-pack here for positions there. Jaden Hamilton is pushing hard, nice and early. It's looking good for it too, Jaden, and getting himself into a strong position. Fighting hard, but right out in front, it will be our champion-elect leading the field through. Cross Lukey Heights for the first time, this young charger. Let's hope he can get the team together, get behind him to get into the Formula Regional Australia Series next year. And running with Tim Macro. Tim has been very carefully guiding Miles through his early part of his wings and slicks career. And you've got to say, they're almost second to none. 3 times Formula 3 champion. I can think of Paul Stokel, who won 3 Formula Holden Championships, Gold Stars. John Bow won 3 Gold Stars, and I think it was Mark Scaife. So you've only got a couple of people in the country that have won that many open wheeler races. They've won those championships to call on. But it will be McMillan to Gallagher again, getting away very, very nicely on the second spot of the grid. But Ryan McMillan avoiding the car in front, can't have an eye of Miles Bromley, who has already made his way up to 5th place in the standings for this one. So he is got his head in the right place, and that is what you've got to do as a race driver. You've got to overcome, divide and conquer. If something doesn't quite go your way, put it behind you. Analyse it after the race. You've got to get on with the task that is right in front of you at the moment. And at the moment, it's Lachlan Evanen, a very impressive race car driver. We've seen him in the Victorian Formula 4 Championship this year. Great to see him stepping up to wings and slicks. Was really enjoying the hot weather running on Friday and Saturday. A young man with great fitness. And I'm not saying that any of them aren't out there, haven't got great fitness, but he certainly works very, very hard. And here's a moment. That's not what we wanted to see. The only Formula Regional Australia car, or Formula Regional Alpha-powered car in the field. That's Chris Wang. And right beside him is, can't quite pick up the number on that car that has stopped there with him, but we'll get another shot there. So safety car has been called. We've got a wing in the air on the right front for Chris Huang. That is not what we wanted to see. in the Tatis F318 Cirque Winehouse entry, car number 16. And there is the Ineos Grenadier. Safety car out in front. It looks an awkward safety car when you line up all of the competitors for the Victorian Road Racing Championship competing for the John Roxtra Trophy behind them at the moment. And they would be saying, come on in, Ineos Grenadier, let's get some pace under here, which I'm sure if it went off-road would do some exceptional lap times. But these Formula Open cars, okay. So, Wang is still sitting in the car. He's turned it into a canoe. And just looking down, trying to pick up which one this is. Melbourne Karting Centre livery on the side of it. And just trying to pick up who that is. We'll look to the timesheet. It's probably the number 43 of Hamilton, who was pushing pretty hard, in fact, early on. So Jaden Hamilton has parked it up there. Sands his rear wing, which ordinarily is where the number lives, and that's where we normally pick up which competitor is. So parked up, but the GT Formula Open cars will continue on the way. The champion that is going to walk away from the presentations here today with the GT Australian Formula Open Championship is leading this race. Had himself almost a 2-second lead over the nearest competitor, which is Thomas Gallagher, and Thomas has had his bit between his teeth and pushing really, really hard this weekend. So going to be interesting to see how much defence goes up there. Great to see the Gilmore Racing car in the mix there as well. Car number 17 of Kyle Evans, the KCK Lubricants Dallara Queenslander. Miles Bromley, where has Miles made his way to? So position number 4 after stalling on the line. The All Baron Supply entry into position number 4. Exactly 20 minutes remaining in this affair. It's a 30-minute deal. You've got to love the Gilmore Racing gnashing teeth like a Spitfire fighter out of World War II. The KCK Lubricants car looks fantastic. That is a great touch that they have there. Miles Bromley, car number 9. He's got his sights set on a big career in open wheelers. Has missed one of the rounds this season. And he has been over to the USA, returned from the US where he had a test at Indianapolis Motor Speedway in October with the USF Pro Championship team TJ Speed Motorsports, and he missed round 6 at Sydney Motorsport Park, but back to fight it out for P2 outright in the championship here this weekend. Jaden Hamilton, who we've seen now parked up, is back in the Tatis Gen 2 F4. And he continues his ambassadorship role for Bully Zero, which we saw at Sydney Motorsport Park. People coming up and signing the nose cone on there and running the Chaz Mostert No Social Hate hashtag on the front of his car, which campaigns to end bullying, supports and empowers those impacted by bullying and educates communities as well along the way. This was the start. Watch the left side of the grid there. Miles Bromley got it in first gear, then moved to second, stalled it, and the field went around him. Our officials on the wall, they're very, very quick to spot that car wasn't going anywhere. And there is Miles Bromley. He's certainly got his eyes up to gather his career some momentum, and obviously that move or that visit to the US gives him a very, very clear indication of what he would like to do. Finished third outright in his rookie year last year. This year he got a pole at Sandown, 5 wins, 1 round win. Only had 1 DNF, so that was at the Bend earlier on in the year, and was points leader and into the Bend round, and was overtaken by McMillan at Queensland Raceway. Only 19 years of age is Miles Bromley, so got just so much talent, so much ahead of him. And Ryan McMillan, who is a couple of cars ahead of him on the road at the moment, but it's going to be interesting on this restart because Bromley is right in behind the Kyle Evans entry. 20 years old from Redcliffe North in north of Brisbane. has raced in the Queensland Formula Ford Series and does like to tinker with road cars. Has a bit of a penchant for early 70s road cars. Leyland Racing Green Mini and a Ford Escort Mark 1. Doing all the work himself as well. So terrific to see. And this season he's had a race win at Sandown, his first ever in F3 cars, and a round win at Sandown. So obviously enjoyed the bumpy, changing surfaces of Sandown International Motor Raceway. And that will acquit him well in the future, because if he can do well at Sandown on the changing surfaces, all the load on that right front tyre, and manage all of that, got a good career ahead of him. Also running with Gilmore Racing, very, very experienced outfit. They've also signalled they're interested in the Formula Regional Australia. BRM, Volante Rosso, also throwing their efforts into getting themselves a couple of starters in the Formula Regional Australia starting in 2025. Keep your eye out on all your local media outlets, and of course on the AFO website, which I'm sure will transform into the Formula Regional website in the not too distant future. It's great to see the work that Tim Macro and his media partner there, Phillip Island, doing all of that job, that great work in behind the scenes. And of course Motorsport Australia for committing to what is a bona fide international stepping stone for open wheeler races. And I think we're really going to see Aussies flourish. We're going to be lucky enough to have continue to have two Aussies on the Formula One grid next year, with Doohan and Melbourne's very own boy from Brighton, Oscar Piastri, who I think will be a genuine title contender, and it will be fantastic to, in years to come, have said, wow, remember when we announced Formula Regional Australia and we wanted to feed into Formula One, being that's the second level on the stepping stone in Formula 3 and Formula 2, which we see racing at Albert Park as part of the Grand Prix these days, which is awesome inclusion in that particular program, and what a great platform to do that with. If we can get a couple of Aussies feeding through both of those categories, we know just how well, when the opportunity arises for an Aussie to get a test in the upper echelon, their ability to concentrate and to get on with the job at hand. And Oscar Piastri has been absolutely the role model as far as that is concerned, and his ability to just fend off any oncomers, any pressure, anything that he has done is testament to it. And let's hope we can create that environment here in Australia with Formula Regional Australia, and say we've had some great friends and they're now making their way into Formula One as a result of it. Certainly Ryan McMillan, Thomas Gallagher, Kyle Evans and Miles Bromley are the ones that we're looking to this season, running in the outright Formula 3s. And I think we've just about finished the cleanup down there. Both cars are sitting on the flatbeds. As Alan Moffat used to say at Mount Panorama, the vultures come along and pick you up and drag you away. And that's what we're doing right now. Jaden Hamilton, sadly, in the number 43 Sands' rear wing. And Chris Huang, who had the left wheel about half a metre up off the ground there. So some very bent steering arms on that car as well, and upright as well. So sadly, we won't see that. We've had a number of laps now, 3 under safety cars. So let's hope we get them around in this particular lap. And we get the Ineos Grenadier absolutely wound up to top speed to get these cars right back up to proper operating temperature. Great conditions actually locally here. There is still a little bit of humidity around. We're back to dry track running, so we're really looking forward to seeing what we can see these cars come down to. After only one lap, Ryan McMillan had dropped into a 1:27.92. So we're looking forward to seeing a lot more speed out of those guys, and get on with this one for the Australian Formula Open. We're just hearing word from race control. The safety car will have one more journey around. The lights will go off as we come up the back part of the circuit as they enter Lukey Heights, and then the Ineos Grenadier will accelerate as hard as it possibly can away from the field, and we will have Formula Open running again. Very, very famous trophy, the Vic Road Racing Championship in John Roxburgh. I'm not going to go into John's history, but he was certainly pivotal in many forms, in open wheels and in touring cars. Had many factory drives as well, and John was certainly a big part of things here at Phillip Island over the years. There's a number of big names, Phil Irving, John and Russell Lanyon, that were in that era as well of promotion of motorsport here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit as part of the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. The modern era with Peter Nelson, Jeff Bull, Ken Smith and Hank Duncan in race control. And a great club, the Phillip Island Auto Racing Club. Continue on with this particular event and many other race meetings here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit throughout the years. And some of those names I mentioned were and remain synonymous with the Australian Grand Prix, whether it was at Adelaide or Melbourne over many, many years. Great shot on the Blendline TV coverage, the back of those Formula 3s coming up out of Siberia. And earlier this morning it was living up to its name as the rain came down. Lights are off now on the safety car, and it is doing its very best to accelerate away as our cars competing for the Victorian Road Racing Championship and ultimately the Australian Formula Open GT Tyres Australian Formula Open title, which we know will go to Ryan McMillan. It is all about the maths and where everyone else fits into this year's title. As far as that is concerned, we've got the AFO 2 and 3 and 4, although we've got no one else running in AFO 3 now that Chris Schwang is over. Finished third last year in his F4 car and will take no further part this season. Let's watch now as Ryan McMillan in the front of this field applies his trade with Thomas Gallagher right behind, sat on the front row. Miles Bromley is the one we're going to have to keep an eye on. Car number 9, the first of the blue cars in the field. The 27 goes away nice and early, using the advantage exactly how he wants it. The snake comes onto the straight and it wiggles its tail. One direction change they've done and charge down the straight. Gallagher looks to go around the outside. McMillan knows he's got less real estate to cover, but Gallagher's got the inside running for turn number 2. Positions his car beautifully. He carries it off. Ryan McMillan played the zig and the zag game, and sadly, at this point in time, he's been relegated a spot. Bromley's already pushed up into P3, so he has put Kyle Evans in the Gilmore Racing car back one spot. All these cars, the Dallara F308s, charging into turn 4. McMillan looks around the outside. He's got himself on the inside for Siberia. Boy, this guy's got the championship. He just wants one more checkered flag result. Positions himself beautifully, takes the race lead back. Two corners. Gallagher had the lead of the race. McMillan arrests him of that lead as well. They come flying up around past the old hay shed. Up onto Lukey Heights, named after the muffler company. Oh no, off goes Gallagher. Gallagher goes off there. Huge pressure from Miles Bromley. He gathers it all back up. He'll enter the track in about 6th or 7th spot, loses one more spot there. So Thomas Gallagher heads to the weeds, and what that does is that puts Miles Bromley right back into contention. We've got plenty of time to go. 8.5 minutes left in this journey. Bromley messed up the race start, went down the bottom of the field, and in 7 laps has fought his way back up into race contention. In fact, he is not going to settle with P2 for another corner. He wants the lead in this race. Ryan McMillan wants to really just put the crown on this championship and win this race. Bromley just wants to get one more race win on his CV so he can take off to the USA and say, yep, 1-1 at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. There's a big old lap there, and I got it. But at the moment, Ryan McMillan is very, very poised. Bromley has got that attitude about him like, I have got the game on a string and I'm not going to let you get away with it, Ryan. I've seen you drive away a couple of times this season. Here we go, back into turn 2 after the restart. Lukey Heights, understeer off, and that was that for Thomas Gallagher. We'll pick up where Thomas is later on in this race, but at the moment I can tell you he's in P7 and he is fighting very, very hard. In fact, he's trying now to set purple sectors on this lap. So let's hope that his car's in good nick and he can continue to do that. Our leader sweeping around turn 12. Car number 21 leading at Miles Bromley, and car number 9 across the line they go. Not sure why McMillan is trying to shake Bromley off. He's not really in the slipstream at the moment, 0.8 of a second behind. He's probably just lost a bit of real estate. There goes Gallagher. He's pushing really hard, tries to get George Kansos, and does. He is pushing really hard. Gallagher, a 128.249 now. Ryan McMillan, fastest car on track last lap around, a 127.599. So he's doing a terrific job leading this race. Miles Bromley is also putting up a fight. Last time round, a 128 dead. So 0.3 of a second off the pace of Ryan McMillan. There's Gallagher. And we look back down through the field. And that's George Kansos. George is leading McNeil. Isaac McNeil started out of 5th, currently in 6th. So pushing hard for these guys. Matt Rosler, the second runner in the FO2, he's currently position 7. So these guys start to push up to Lukey Heights. As I was going to say, just before Thomas Gallagher went off, Lukey Heights named after Lukey Muffler Company, which was Len Lukey, who owned this property right through the 70s. He famously put a big Lukey Mufflers sign at the top of the hill there, and forevermore we've known it as Lukey Heights, and really one of the trickier corners around there. I remember when Leanne Tander won her first race in Australian Formula 3. There's a great photo of her car with all 4 wheels off the ground across the top of Lukey Heights as she came across there. Still to this day remains to be the only female who's won a Gold Star race here in Australia, and still plays an active part in motorsport with her kids in karting now. But McMillan, a 1:27.07 on lap 9, ticking the boxes as far as lap after lap, leading the way in this race. 5 minutes left to go in his championship, 5 minutes left to go in Miles Bromley, Kyle Evans and Thomas Gallagher's title hunts. And these guys are absolutely turning it on for us here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. John Roxburgh would be looking down on these guys very proudly, telling them to push and go as hard as you can. The Victorian Road Racing Championship is alive and well. We get a good look now at the Evo Heat car of Isaac McNeil. It's the Tatis T014 coming up past the old part of the track there, hay sheds, and now getting a good look at the number 11. Great looking livery on the Evo Heat car. Back to our race leader coming across the line to complete 10 laps. Don't forget we had 3 laps under safety car whilst we rescued Chris Huang and Jaden Hamilton. Chris Huang started out of 10, Jaden Hamilton started out of 9, tangled up down at turn 4. Miles Bromley looking quite poised. In fact, I wouldn't be surprised if Miles has got the team starting to try and light the fire under him for the next 3 3/4 minutes of this season. Car going slow there, which is the, is that the 34? Or 24, sorry, Nathan Beer, the black and gold car of Paul DiBiase in number 27. Very brave number to run in Australian open wheeler racing. Of course, Alan Jones used that number to win his World Championship. And even though it's on 2 wheels, Casey Stoner also won his World Championship with that number as well. So Paul DiBiase is certainly sending a very clear signal that he is pretty serious about it in the Tatis Formula Toyota 50. It'll be interesting to see how the Toyota and Alfa Romeo engine cars go in Formula Regional Australia in season 2025. Great news coming out of this morning's racing, of course, that Formula Regional Australia, with Tim Macro looking after the management of the series, along with partners from New Zealand. Motorsport Australia giving it the green light and throwing their support behind it as well. And really hope to see Ryan McMillan, Miles Bromley, Kyle Evans, Thomas Gallagher and gang throw their support behind it. You get the feeling that Miles Bromley might probably be on the next plane to North America, but certainly Ryan McMillan, this young man, very, very impressive. In fact, just in the garages between races, really gleaning as much as he can out of Tim Macro in between each race. And Tim's running himself a 6-car team down there, so has to spread himself pretty thin, but got some great engineering crew behind him at Tim Macro Racing. And then when you look along one garage, and there's Chris Papadopoulos, the guy that worked with Kimi Raikkonen in Formula One, and he's serious with the open wheeler campaign and will definitely be in the mix for Formula Regional Australia next year. But the GT Tyres Australian Formula Open category has served an amazing yet short-term life within the Australian motorsport landscape. We've not seen so many open wheelers on the grid over the years, up to over 15 cars. Doesn't sound a lot, but in Australian open wheeler terms, a big field can be said to be 10 cars. And here this weekend, we've got 13 on track here for Island Magic. And these cars are just magnificent. 127.01 out of a normally aspirated Mercedes-Benz 4-cylinder. And when you see the next cars on track, and we're talking V10 Audis, and they're ticking off the same sort of lap times, Porsche Cup cars, Mark cars, and they're doing the same sort of lap times as an open wheeler wings and slicks car. Creates a very small hole in the air, full aero under and over the bodywork, under and over the wings, dual plane rear wings on these cars as well, fully adjustable. And then you start to look at the black sciences of how to make the suspension work for you and how to get the GT tyre working well. I get the feeling I asked one question too many of a couple of the engineers yesterday when I started talking about starting pressures to them. That's the science. That's what each team holds very, very closely. Car 4 on the screen there, just getting a 15-second penalty, safety car infringement. That's probably passing or trying to pass or overlapping before that. And we have got the race leader going across the line now, and the last lap board is just being displayed at the start-finish line. I think they missed the race leader there, so hopefully he's getting the message. Certainly Miles Bromley got that. So Matt Rosler has got that 15 plus 15 seconds to his race time for that safety car infringement. This has been a ripping race, and car number 4 there, that's the guy we're talking about that's got the penalty. He's currently sitting down in position number 8 in this race. Great shot of the Wayne Gardner Straight, or as I've been sometimes forgetful and called it, the Frank Gardner Straight, being a four-wheel racing event. Probably could make that mistake, but certainly named after that awesome MotoGP win that Wayne Gardner got here for when the MotoGP first appeared here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. We fondly remember Donna running down the straight, which she probably shouldn't have been, trying to congratulate Wayne. As car number 24 just getting drive out of there. That's Neil Beer down the back of the field. Our fastest car on the track is Ryan McMillan. He brings himself around the top end of the circuit. Checkered flag is at the ready. And what an amazing season. The John Roxburgh Trophy for season 2024. Checkered flag hasn't gone out. Now it has. Last lap border again going to the whole field, so not too sure what's going on down there. We have got time elapsed and the last lap board being displayed again. So checkered flag is should have been waved. Not too sure what is going on there. So the last lap board has been removed and there's no checkered flag there as well. So confusion reigns in not only my head. I wonder how the drivers are coping with that, but certainly our officials down there on the line a little bit confused there as well. So let's continue on for another lap, albeit the position in the race has not done too much there, but Ryan McMillan still in the lead of this race, and on lap 14 did a 1:26.92, so still plenty of car underneath him. Miles Bromley also doing a ripping job on that last lap around. It was 0.4 of a second off his fastest lap, and before you can say fastest lap, our race leader applying his trade magnificently comes onto the straight. There's the checkered flag, and that is your John Roxburgh Trophy winner for season 2024 here at the Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit, and your Australian Formula Open outright overall champion. Congratulations to Ryan McMillan, seals the deal with a win over Miles Bromley of 3.4 seconds back to Kyle Evans in the Gilmore Racing entry. Terrific result there. Ryan McMillan for SP Tools and Tim Macro Racing, Miles Bromley for the Oil Baron and Oil Baron Supply and Tim Macro Racing, Delara F308, Kyle Evans for KCK Lubricants, and they stream to the line now. Thomas Gallagher will be ruining his off at the top of the hill. He was certainly in contention and cannot wait to see how his career starts to take hold. Keep an eye right on Thomas Gallagher. See how his career continues on. F4 last year, now into the F3 cars, and Thomas Gallagher in car number 25, ultimately home in the 4th place. 5th place will be George Kansos, and first in the FO2 category. A great drive there. Lachlan Evanett continues to absolutely impress. Car number 88, great result there. Great to see him progress from Formula Ford into the Wings and Slicks cars as well. We've watched him all season long in the Victorian Championship National Formula Ford. To see him in the open wheeler Wings and Slicks car is terrific. McNeil getting home as well there in car number 11. Started out of 5th place, coming home in 7th. Matt Rosler will have that 15 seconds applied to his race there as well. Home in 9th is car number 27, Paul Biazzi and Neil Beer. There is our provisional results. So Ryan McMillan not only wins the race today and the John Roxburgh Trophy, the Victorian Road Racing Championship, he takes out the title, and that is a very, very big win in season 2024. Congratulations to Ryan and all his connections, the team, friends and family. They've ridden the wave this season. Miles Bromley gets the 2nd spot. Kyle Evans home in 3rd place. And that is the John Roxburgh Trophy Victorian Road Racing Championship for 2024 and the Australian Formula Open Championship for 2024. Plenty of racing still to come here at Island Magic, and what a terrific program still to come. We've got a great sports car race over 1 hour coming your way with Emma Dean and Matt Dunlop calling all the action. Formula Fords and historic touring cars rounding out the action here today. Thanks for joining us for Australian Formula Open right throughout this weekend. It's been fun with the open wheelers, and wow, the future is bright with Formula Regional Australia coming to our shores in 2025. I'm Darren Smith. Have a great Christmas, everyone, and we'll see you at the state rounds next year.
Welcome back to Island Magic, the 2024 edition here at the glorious Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. It's been a great weekend across a number of categories. We've seen some sensational racing all the way up and down the fields here. And now we are gearing up for a 60-minute sports car special. Up for grabs is the Victorian Tourist Trophy here. My name is Matt Dunlop. Emma Dean is alongside me. Emma, bit of history behind the Victorian Tourist Trophy. It was merged with the Mark sports cars being developed back in the early 90s, and they were crying out for a landmark sports car event to chase. And Pyack they came up with the Victorian Tourist Trophy, which was able to, garner big fields of a lot of sports cars throughout the decades. And the field that we have here this weekend speaks volumes for the future of sports cars, particularly repeating previously successful events. So let's run through the grid as we take a look here at the moment. They're all currently lined up in the pit lane as they will be doing a rolling start. So pole position is the number 8, which will be started by Michael Kokonos and then will be taken over at the pit stop by Courtney Prince. We'll get into the pit stops a little bit later on. But let's run through the rest of the grid as they start. Stephen Lacey, who's been having a barnstorming weekend in the sports sedans. First, second, first in all the races so far. He starts at a second position in that number 78 Mark Mustang. So it'll be great to see what he can do in that machine there. Then lining up from third position is Grant Donaldson in the 111 Mark Mustang as well, the Mark II in that instance. Alongside him is the number 66 car of Tim Wolf, which will be started by Matt Slavin. Both of those drivers having a decent amount of Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge experience from 2023. Slavin and Wolf finishing 2nd and 6th respectively. So it'll be great to see what they can do behind the wheel of this sports car race here. Further back, we've got Jake Donaldson, Smith, that is the number 70. Andrew Smith will be starting that car with sharing with Daniel Quimby. Rodney Forbes will be starting at 130, previously racing V8 Supercars, Carrera Cup, sports cars racing back in the day, so it's great to see him getting a rid of a run. Sharing that car with Andy Hall, that's number 130, starting at a 7th position, with Sven Boykarts in the number 90 Porsche 911 as well in 8th. And then it's Andy Tudor in 9th, Dave Allen and Mark Cirillo sharing the 327 out of 10th position. Then it's Stephen Sluger with Vic Stenter starting from 11th. Jonathan Crossing will be in 12th position with Sunil Vora, the Motorsport Australia CEO, who's got the car out of the garage as his first hit out on a race in 6 months or so. I was having a bit of a chat to him earlier, and he said, once you get a few laps under your belt in practice, it'll just come straight back. So it's great to see what him back out on the track here with the driver's hat on, with the helmet on, to see what sort of performance and what sort of show he can put on for us here as well. The number 101 car starts at a 14th position. That is Anthony D'Alessandro sharing with Joseph Di Benedetto. Di Benedetto will be the one starting that car. And then behind them, Stephen Baker in the number 63, next to the number 60 Mustang being shared by Ash Goose Rogers and David Stillwell. Goose Rogers will be starting that car. And then behind them, it is the Leithhead machine that is shared by Tim and Andrew Leithhead, the Mark 1 Ford Focus from the rear of grid, next to Benjamin Schutz, who was having issues in the race yesterday. So we'll get plenty of time to talk about all these drivers, I'm sure, throughout this 1 hour event. Emma, great to have you in the box alongside me.
Thanks, Matt. Thank you. Just want to say the 1 hour will start when these guys leave pit lane for the formation lap, and we're doing a rolling start. So they were briefed that they wanted to keep everyone 3 car lengths apart while they'll go around for the formation lap. But as they start to come onto the grid, they've got to kind of assume a grid position and bunch up. And the race leader for today, which is Michael Kokonos, he will actually set the pace for that. So he will be the one who's got everyone's eyes on his back going into the first turn.
As we hear the sound of an Audi R8 V10 Evo 2 spooling up in the pit lane, that LMS GT3 machine peeling out now as the field gets ready to take to their formation lap. We just saw a glimpse of some of the many officials volunteering and working around the track here today. Massive shout out to them for helping us put on a great race weekend so far, and hopefully seeing us through to the end of what's been a really well put together event. All the flag marshals, all the medical officials, race control, all the other trackside workers and volunteers here. We cannot thank them enough, and we've got plenty of action still to come as well. This is a 60-minute endeavour, which the clock has just started on, I believe. So they'll be forming up, I believe, at the end of this lap to make that proper rolling start. But in the meantime, they've got plenty of work to do getting temperature into those tyres. And then we've still got a couple more races after this one wraps up. We've got Formula Ford Race 3, followed by historic touring cars to wrap things up for what is the last day of school here at Phillip Island in 2024. But don't go anywhere, because you're in for a treat with this sports car race.
Yeah, Matt, we've got 5 classes of car in this one race today. So we've got the Class GT4, the Class Production Sports, the Mark 1 and the Mark 2 cars, and the Audi R8 Evo is all on its own, the MC Labour Audi R8 Evo. So that's all on its own. And we have handicaps for the driver changeover in the pit stop. So the pit window is going to open at 20 minutes. The strategy will be anywhere from 20 to 30 minutes open, so they can come in at any point they want. The driver changeover, we're only allowed to have 2 assists on the car, so there'll be someone controlling the lane traffic for that car, and there'll be someone doing the tyre pressures. So in terms of extracting the driver and helping the other driver get in on the changeover, that's between the 2 drivers, which can be a bit tricky when you've just hopped out of the car and you're full of adrenaline and you're boiling hot. Got to get your gloves off, got to get your unhooked from the car if you've got water, if you've got radio comms. You got to get that harness off, you've got to get out of the roll cage, get your gloves off, get your co-driver in. If they've got a seat insert because they're shorter than you or smaller than you, you got to get that sorted. And, you know, it's quite an ordeal. You're really hot and bothered, and you've just done 20 minutes of whatever the race shows you. So it's quite a thing to watch. So in the category of Class GT4, they've got a 100-second handicap. The Class Production Sports, which is most of the Porsches, is a 130-second handicap, which means they have to be in pit lane for a minimum of 130 seconds. So the Mark 1 cars have 130 seconds, the Mark 2 cars 150 seconds, and that MC Labour Audi 160 seconds.
They've got their work cut out for them as they come around the final corner now. The Ineos Grenadier safety car has pulled into the lane, and they'll be forming up now, getting ready for a rolling start. So as you mentioned, Michael Kokonos in that number 8 MC Labour Audi R8 LMS GT3 Evo has control of the pace.
80k an hour coming down pit straight. Now they've got to, pit straight down the track, down through the grid. Now this is where you see them start to bunch up a little bit, get into their grid positions, and we're ready to go racing.
Red lights are on, the tension is rising. Get ready for the roar as they unleash this field of sports cars on Phillip Island Grand Prix circuit. 1 hour of fantastic sports car action coming up for the Victorian Tourist Trophy in 2024. And look at the jump that Stephen Lacey has around the outside into turn 1. He's got the whole shot for now in a big way. He's already gapped the number 8 of Michael Kokonos by quite a few car lengths there. Not a whole lot of movement happening so far in this turn 1. You can't win an hour-long race on the first lap, but you can certainly lose it, Emma.
Those Mark cars have so much straight line power. The horsepower in them, I think some of them are running 680. So that's a hell of a lot to get down a straight, and it will get the jump on the Audi. Not known for the horsepower, but when those tyres and brakes come on, my word, watch out for the Audis and the Porsches.
They're even side by side now. That Audi has already clawed its way back up through turns 2 and 3 and then made the move into Honda. So it is back in front of the lead of this race as we see the pack of many Porsche 911s that have taken to the grid so far this weekend. It's a great variety of those Porsche 911s, and there's so many beautiful machines. They're all very well presented, and if you like the sound of a flat 6 as much as I do, you don't want to be anywhere else but trackside here at Phillip Island to listen to the glory pass.
I know, and I do have a massive soft spot. I already said it yesterday for Sven Burkhartz's GT3 Cup. That thing is supposed to be a GT3 Cup S, but it's actually the spec of an R, which is phenomenal. He's got a 4-litre in there roaring around, so that's phenomenal. And the wide angle on that butt, fantastic. We've also got the Sin out there, the Bulgarian superstar. So Ben Schutz in the Sin. Can't wait to see what happens with those guys today.
Great to see Ben Schutz getting back out there again. Unfortunately, having issues in yesterday's 25-minute sprint race as we take a look at Stephen Lacey trying to have a look around the outside, but just doesn't have the run on him that time about, so he has to slot back in behind the number 8 of Kokonos, but he's finding himself having to defend. Lacey's looking all over the track here, sitting in the middle of the southern loop right now. Kokonos defending, hugging that inside line there, so he's really trying his best to hang on to this position here.
I wouldn't want to be either of them. I wouldn't want to have Stephen Lacey in my rear view, and I wouldn't want to have Michael in my rear view either.
Meanwhile, we've got a few drivers trying to make some moves here through Stoner Corner, turn 3. Thinking better of it was the number 111 of Donaldson there, slotting back in behind the 303 there. So that is the number 303 of Jake Donaldson, ahead of Grant Donaldson there in that marked Mustang you see flying past your shot there. Behind them is the 130, currently being piloted by Rodney Forbes, I believe, who's going to be swapping with Andy Hall at some point later in the race. Great to have Rodney Forbes racing, but there looks to be a slow car back there getting out of a few people's way. That might be Andrew Smith.
Yeah, in the Midatoyo Porsche. He's sharing that ride this weekend with Daniel Quimby, the 16-year-old gun. Between here in America next year, between Michelin Sprint and, was it F3? My God, what a talent.
And he's only 16 years old, the New South Welshman. So he's been lightning quick so far this weekend. You were telling me earlier, Emma, just the amount of acreage that he was using, every last inch of rubble strip on the exit of 12 when it was bone dry on Friday. It was an incredible spectacle to watch as we see a couple of machines that I love here on the screen. This is the Andy Tudor, currently steered the number 79 Audi R8. Holding off that Sin R1 of Ben Schutz that we spoke about earlier. Great to see that one getting driven in anger after it had a pretty nasty crash at Bathurst.
Yeah, it did, and it was rebuilt, but some of the things that were rebuilt in it weren't quite up to scratch. Maybe that seems what it's like, but they've had a few problems down here on the track this weekend. Seem to have them fixed. They retired early yesterday with smoke coming out the car, so it's great to see Ben back on track. I love watching him race. And it's probably not a familiar position for him because at state level or Island Magic level, he's normally a full lap ahead of everyone else.
Certainly is. He's definitely used to being successful in this particular race as well as he tries to get up the inside of Dave Allen in that number 327.
Shut the door on him, didn't he?
Yeah, big time. Slammed that door on him. But Ben Schutz will be keen to get up to the front because he is the most recent winner of the trophy that we're racing for here today, that Victorian Tourist Trophy. We didn't compete for it in 22 or 3.
How cool is that for a shot, Matt? We've got a Porsche, a Sin, and we had the Audi in there in that shot as well. Andy Tudor in that earlier generation LMS is doing such a fantastic job. He only started racing that at the start of this year, and his times have been coming down and down and down. So he's actually getting a really good handle on that aero and that spec car. So love watching him go around, especially with the sim up his bum.
He's in a great mind frame as well. I was having a chat to Andy earlier on because I'm used to seeing him going around with the Porsche 944 guys, which is a much, much different car in many, many regards. And I was asking him, how
almost every regard.
In almost every regard, mainly apart from the fact that it's got 4 wheels and 2 doors.
And a steering wheel.
And a steering wheel, indeed.
Yeah.
But, for what is his first season really driving such an aero-heavy car, he's doing great.
Yeah, you have to trust the ABS, that's for sure. You've got to trust that the car's going to do. If you get in that flow state with it, you've got to trust that it is going to stop and get you around that corner and power you out. It's not like driving a Porsche. But a Cup car is a nice introduction to the Audis, that's for sure.
Got a couple of great looking Porsches going around here. The 130 currently being steered by Rodney Forbes, holding off the number 66, who I believe has Tim Wolf behind the wheel of it right now. Another former 944 driver from WA who's been having a great run last year in the Porsche Michelin Sprint Challenge in the AM category, I believe he was running. Pro-Am, I should say. 6th position in the season standing. So really, really quick driver, knows how to wheel the Porsche 911.
Do you know, it's just making me think we've got a few generations of Porsche out there, and it's really nice. It's making me think of Peter Fitzgerald, who we lost earlier this year. Peter Fitzgerald Racing. I got into Porsches very early on, being kicked out of Hamiltons and Duttons for taking photos of exhaust and brakes and all sorts of things. And Peter Fitzgerald was Mr. Porsche for me. So these guys knew him. I'd spoken to him a few times. Lovely, lovely man. Lost his battle with cancer earlier this year. So condolences to his partner, Marina. But his spirit lives on through these guys racing around in the 997s and the 991s.
He was certainly a great asset.
And the GT4.
And the GT4. He was certainly a great asset to have around in the wider motorsport community. And it's great to see these vehicles, these Porsches, just being ringed all the way around tracks like this. And we're seeing a battle shaping up quite nicely here for second position at the moment. Michael Kokonos is doing a great job gapping the front of the field. You just saw him flash across your camera shot there. He'll be looking to just get in a bunch of banking consistent laps until the time for the pit window to open, but he'll cross that bridge when he gets to it. In the meantime, Stephen Lacey sitting nice and solid in second position at the moment, currently holding off the 303 of Donaldson ahead of the 111 of
Yeah,
Donaldson.
well, he's got some defending to do, Lacey. Now he's not just attacking and hunting, he's got to defend from that Porsche and the other marked car as well. Michael's good 4/10 up, which he'll be happy with, but I'm sure he'd like it to be a little bit more comfortable than that. But we'll see how it goes. His tyres should be coming on now and the brakes should be getting up to temp, so he might just start to pull away more and more and more and come in early and get Courtney in for the changeover.
It's been an interesting day in terms of temperature as well, like weather-wise, because it looks to be a bit of mist sort of hanging around the circuit. Not necessarily that we can see in this close range from where we are across the track, but off in the distance it's pretty hard to see anything beyond the tree line right on the edge of the property, as you can see in the background of the shot there. So bit of moisture hanging around in the air, nowhere near as warm as it was yesterday. So pretty much every time any of these drivers here at Island Magic this weekend have been getting out on the track, it's basically a vastly different experience from the last time they took to the wheel.
Absolutely. And yesterday, oh, look at that action. Jeez. How about being in a Mark sandwich?
Mark sandwich, 111 there of Grant Donaldson was trying his best to have a look up the inside, but it's actually the 303 of Jake Donaldson who's gotten in front of both of them, and that's punted Stephen Lacey back down to fourth position, although I can't imagine he'll be falling off the back of this battle pack anytime soon.
No, and looking at those marked cars, I have to remark, on yesterday's accident with Jeffrey Taunton. I had a look at the car. The rest of the car is fine. It's just the front that's off, and that's that crash structure that's been designed by Pace and the genius Seppi that he is at Pace. And I saw that, and it actually saved him from injury. I would think it was a 6.5 7G crash up there in turn 12, on the inside of turn 12. And it's amazing. He walked away, no concussion, no neck strain, no scratches, no bruises, no cracked ribs, nothing. So phenomenal bit of innovation there from Pace.
For those of you who saw race one yesterday, you would have seen that crash. It was quite dramatic. As
we've got someone off.
A lot of smoke there. That's a 911 of some description. I'm not sure which one that is. We're waiting for the smoke to clear so we can see that number on the back. That is the 303 of Jake Donaldson, who was running up in second position and now finds himself buried deep in the gravel at Lukey. I'm not sure if he's stuck on that wall, but that car does not look like it is going anywhere in a hurry. What a shame for the New South Welshman Jake Donaldson in that 991.1 GT3 Cup car.
That's a real rot roll, Matt. I want to see what happened there because we didn't actually see footage of that. But hopefully he's all right in there. He looked okay.
We just caught a glimpse of it shooting across the top of our shot there. So let's take a look. We may have a replay coming here from Blendline TV. So here he is all on his own. He doesn't have anyone directly near him. And he just understeers by the look of it.
I wonder if there's a little bit of moisture there on the other side of the track limits that would have helped pull him off.
Well, he is back up and running, and he's dropped a little bit of gravel here and there. He did make not insignificant contact with that tyre belt as well. So we'll have to see how the right-hand side of that car looks. And from that angle, it already looks a little bit how you're going. That mirror was at a strange angle. There's a little bit of something flapping off the front bar.
I think it might be a bit of wrap there, Matt. Just a bit of the livery, hopefully.
Fingers crossed. It's still out there. He's still looking to punch in some laps there. Meanwhile, have a look at the number 66 there. 65 of Ben Schutz behind the 66 of Tim Wolf. This is for fourth position. It's only taken him 10 minutes to get up there.
What an exciting little battle between Tim Wolf and Ben Schutz. Two great drivers. Do not underrate these guys. Both have won multiple championships. Really smart drivers, really clean, safe drivers too. And I would not like to have that Sin R1 in my rear view at all. I know what Ben's like at hunting, and Tim Wolf's in his sights.
Just look at that Sin R1 though. It's menacing.
Oh, yeah.
It's a brutal-looking machine, and just wait till you hear how it sounds. Roaring past.
Here we go. Is this his chance? He's taking on the inside. Oof.
It's been
Tim just shutting the door on him.
It's such an interesting corner because you can take those two lines a lot of the time through turn one. And then that really has the follow-on effects through turn 2, where Tim Wolf has been able to get solidly in front and shut that door again on the number 65 of Ben Schutz. But it is a long race, so the Ben can afford to bide his time a little bit here. They're not drastically far away from the front runners, relatively speaking, and he is already going to have a look into turn 4 at Honda. There's a little bit of a slick patch on the inside there. You can see the number 65 getting a little squirrely on the anchors, but he did really well to pull it up, and that's a nice clean pass up into turn 4, but it certainly would have been a lot harder than Ben made it look, I'm sure.
Tim made that Porsche twice as wide as it actually is. He did everything he could, but nice clean racing, like I said, from the both of them, and he left it wide because he knew Ben was coming down and he wasn't going to back out.
You certainly don't want to risk getting into a tangle this early on in the race. So it's great to see really nice, respectful racing. A lot of these competitors have been, you know, around the traps. They've been racing alongside each other for seasons and seasons. They know each other well. They know what it's like, especially those who have been around the production sports car category here in Victoria, who've raced, you know, through event to event. They know what it's like to race alongside these competitors. They know them pretty well, and they know they've got great spatial awareness, where to leave space, how to race certain drivers, and how to really handle that. And that's the number 67 Mark Focus. I believe that's the Leafhead vehicle that is currently being driven by Andrew. That is the left-hand side window that is not in the door frame as it should be, so that might catch the attention of race officials. They may potentially, if they can't get that one secured or at least off in a safe place, whether that might attract a black and orange flag, it's hard to say.
Yeah, it doesn't look too secure. And he's coming up the rear of Stephen Baker in that beautiful Gallardo. I was having a chat to Stephen about the lack of livery on his car, and I actually congratulated him on it because I love the way it looks. It almost looks velvet or suede, just in that flat black on top of the carbon.
It does. It's a brilliant looking Lamborghini, that car.
It's actually horrible when you're on track, Matt, to have an all-black car in your rear vision because you don't see them until you actually see them on you, and then you can't see their headlights. They're that close.
And I can only imagine what it would have been like to sit in that car yesterday on track. It would have been an oven basically out there.
Yep, absolutely. But to your point about the production sports, Andy Hall does a great job at running these guys. I was in all the driver briefings this morning, and it's all about safety, keep it clean, let's not wreck our cars. You've got quite a few $1 million worth of cars out there. No one wants it to be wrecked.
As we just take a look, we've got a bit of a battle here on screen. This is the number 34 holding off the number 70. So that is the 34 currently being driven by Jonathan Crossing, the Queenslander. That's the Mark 1 Focus. He's got Andrew Smith bearing down on him in the number 70 997.2 GT3 Cup. Just wait. Andrew Smith is no slouch behind the wheel of that car, but just you wait until Daniel Quimby gets behind the wheel of it.
Yeah, we're going to have a couple of young guns out on track once the driver changeover happens between Courtney and Daniel. They'll be out there. They're like little unleashed greyhounds, so I can't wait to watch those guys.
It's going to be fantastic here.
But yeah, to my point, Andy's doing a great job as president of Production Sports Cars. They've got a great year lined up next year. All the guys here are really, really lovely. They're really, really helpful with each other. It is a bit family-like. Everyone's kids are down here, wives. It's really, really nice little community, that category. So I'm rapt to be a part of it. And they've got no problem having a chat with you about their cars, what their strategy is, what they hope for the weekend. So, yeah, and there's some points on the line today. The first, because we missed race 2 yesterday, first place gets 84 points today. Second place gets 76, and then -4 for every place down. So Andy should win. But if, we got Dave Allen off. I wonder what happened there. At least he's safely tucked out of the way for now. Can he get it going?
Dave Allen car. I think it might be Mark Cirillo who's currently driving that one,
yes,
because I believe he started the race. So we did get caught out because we don't have Cirillo's name on the side of the door there, but he has rejoined safely, which is good to see. So let's see how that one happened. It was all on his own and just put the boot in a little bit too early, I think, on the exit of Honda.
Yeah, and the grass is still super wet. And like you said, we've got this mist over it, so it could feel a little bit oily.
It certainly could. Have a look at Ben Schutz now. Stephen Lacey is about to get swallowed up around the outside here as they're going to turn 1. Although he might be getting blocked off here. They're going to be side by side here. Stephen Lacey does quite well to hold on to that one, but there's not much in it at this stage.
Get the feeling Benny backed off there with a lack of grip. Just get the feeling there looking at that. But, oh, geez, that was close.
It's so good to see these cars just going out there and racing. And like we mentioned earlier, imagine having a rear view mirror full of the front of that Sin R1. It is
I know.
a beast of a car to look at. Let's see if he can have another run down at a Honda. He's giving it another go. He's had plenty of practice here, and he gets the move done very, very nicely. The compulsory pit stop window is now open, and they've just blasted the siren on the main straight to let us know. So we can hopefully expect some drivers to start filing into the pits pretty soon. Now, we were talking a little bit in the lead up of this race about the different classes and how they've got different sort of pit stop, I guess, handicap times. Now, that's not necessarily total time stopped in the box. That timer starts when they cross the speed limit entry line into pit lane. Is that right, Emma?
That's correct. And some of that time, so it's I think it's 40 seconds, is it, from the start to the finish of the pit, or it could be 30-something seconds. So that's included in your handicap time. So then if you minus that off, say, for Michael and Courtney, the 160 seconds that they've got to take, they've got to extract and get in and ready to go in that, I don't know, 80 seconds left.
Speaking of Michael and Courtney, they are the first car into the lane. Michael Kokonos has darted straight in. He's getting out of that car. It is 160 seconds on the clock for them, and it's also the number 34 of Jonathan Crossing coming into the lane behind him. Quite a few cars, 3, 4 now, filing into the lane. So of these cars, Michael Kokonos has the longest amount of time that he needs to spend. It's 160 seconds that car needs to be in the lane for, and that is a rocket of a machine. It's got the fastest lap already so far with a 133.18. He's braining them out there, and just you wait until Courtney Prince is behind the wheel of that machine.
Yeah, it's her first time in a GT3 car. Oh my goodness, we've got a little bit of passing action here with Ben Schutz on the GT4 of D'Alessandro. Who's in the car at the moment, Matt?
That is Joseph Di Benedetto who started that car there. So D'Alessandro will be coming in once that car makes its pit stop, and they may be getting around some what might be lap traffic at this stage for that GT4.
Out of all the cars that we have on track, which is 18, half of them, exactly 9 cars, are going to do a driver changeover. So the Leithheads are doing a changeover. Steve Sluger and Vin Stenter are doing a changeover. Andy Hall and Rodney Forbes is going to jump out the car now for Andy Hall to get in. Michael Kokonos is getting out of the car for Courtney Prince to jump in. Ash Goose Rogers is jumping out for David Stilwell to jump in. You said it was Joe Di Benedetto jumping out for Anthony D'Alessandro to jump in. Cirillo is jumping out for Dave Allen to jump in. Andrew Smith is jumping out to let the gun of Daniel Quimby in. And Tim Wolf is going to jump out to let Matt Slavin in. And Matt Slavin is no slouch, is he, Matt?
He certainly is not. He was also one of those campaigners in the last season, 2023, of Michelin Sprint Challenge. Second in the standings in the Pro-Am category that year. So he knows how to drive a Porsche 911, much like Tim Wolf. It's a great pairing in that car. And if you didn't get all those names, tough luck. There's a test on it and you're going to fail, but we'll keep you abreast of it as we run through the pit strategy. It is also important to note that not just the cars that are sharing drivers have to pit. Every car has to make a stop, even if there's no driver swap taking place. But the benefit for those cars who are just riding solo is they just get a little bit of time to just sit and have a little bit of a breather.
Well, yes, there's benefit in that too, but your tyres are cooling down and your brakes are cooling down the longer you're in the lane. And it looks like that Mark car had the window. Did it have the window replaced? Not sure.
I'm not sure. They would have probably tried their best to either secure it or get it out of there. And this is what we mean. That car is 25 seconds down the road already as the number 8, now being driven by Courtney Prince, takes to the track. And that is where the handicap time comes into effect. It's nowhere near as detailed, nowhere near as strictly regulated, or it is regulated, of course, but it's nowhere near as rigorously, developed and tested as something like, your balance of performance that you might see in GT3 and World Challenge, but it doesn't need to be. That's not what we're here for.
No.
And it's just a nice and simple rule set, a way to get multiple different types of GT cars out here on the track so that we can see great battles like the Sin taking on Porsches and Mark cars. GT4's getting in the mix as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And Matt, I will note that while the drivers are exiting, when they're exiting pit lane and they're crossing that blend line, there's a strict instruction for the other drivers on track to give a more than a car width's length from the blend line. So do not come over. Allow the re-entering driver to have enough space, so we don't need a collision here at all.
That's exactly right. It is a slightly tricky pit lane here to navigate when you're coming out because it sort of just jumps out into what tends to become the racing line as Ben Schutz and the number 66 have resumed their battle pretty much straight away. That is Matt Slavin now behind the wheel of that number 66 car, and it is seeing the back of the Sin R1 once again. We haven't seen Ben Schutz come into the lane just yet in that number 65 car, but he will need to make his compulsory pit stop, and he has until, I believe it's the 35 minutes elapsed mark of the race. So
to enter the pit lane.
To enter the lane. So with the clock in the position it is, drivers only have roughly 9 minutes or so to get themselves into the lane to make their stop. It's a pretty short window.
It is short, but if you were just doing a solo drive, you'd probably wait for all the driver changeovers to come in so there's less traffic in pit lane to come and serve your drive-through. So I think that's why he's probably still out. I think Sven was going to do the same thing, and there he is. He's just come into the lane to serve his pit stop, and he's not doing a driver changeover, so we'll just see him sit there for a little bit.
It's certainly not the widest pit lane in Australian motorsport, very well suited for motorcycle racing, but for cars it can definitely become a little bit congested, as you said, which is why there's such a benefit to get a clean run without any whole lot of traffic that you have to deal with on exit.
Especially with these cars, the GT3 cars, they're very wide-bodied, lots of aero on them, lots of big bums, lots of big tyres. So when they get released, it can often be unsafe if it's not controlled properly. And there was a lot of talk about that in the driver briefing today with safe releases and just making sure that someone is clearing the lane.
Lots of aero elements, canards, splitters, all of that as well. And it's not cheap. It's a lot of carbon fibre as we see Courtney Prince getting around that Porsche Cayman through MG. So Courtney Prince is having a great time in this number 8 machine. Had a really, really good run in yesterday's race. Absolutely brained a lot of them in that number 8 car. We saw just how fast it was, and that's why it has its own special handicap, 160 seconds. That's 20 seconds, or 10 seconds, I should say, more than the next fastest car that it has to spend in pit lane. It's quite literally in a class of its own.
It just means she has to go hunting, that's all. But yeah, she's done a brilliant job this weekend. Couldn't be more proud of her. Pulling a 128 in the race, 128 in her practice. And there were some teething issues in the car. I don't think she could see her front tyre. Needed to put a chock in the car. So there's a seat insert. When you have a change in driver size getting in the same seat, they often have race seat inserts. The insert is crucial because if they get into an accident with a temporary solution under their bum or their back, it can really, really, if they have a collision, you can have some nasty spinal injuries from that kind of being unsupported. And Courtney has just, speaking of her, pulled a 129 in the race on her second lap.
First flying lap, fastest of the race. We love to see it. Just looked out to see Ben Schutz is now getting ready to depart the lane. It's such a long stop. You can see all these cars going a lap down straight away just because of how quick the lap is here. You're going to lose a lap when you come into the pits. So we've got two effective races happening here right now. Those who have pitted versus those who have not. Of those who have not, this car is currently the leader. It is Grant Donaldson, the Queenslander, in this Mark II Mustang. This is one of the cars that has to take a 150-second stop, I believe, as it's a Mark II.
Yep.
So that will be in the lane for quite some time. So he'll be trying to focus on getting as much of a gap as he possibly can. He's got 12.8 seconds on Steve Lacey last time over the stripe. Now, let's take a look. Oh, bit of conjecture there. There's the number 67. That's the Leithhead car. So the window's definitely in place. I can see that much. It was very nice of him to get close to the camera so we could confirm that, if that was the car that we were looking at earlier. But that's not what he wanted in terms of lap time through that really long escape road at Honda Corner.
It looks like he was looking for a drive-through window. It was cruisy.
It's always important to grab a snack on a long drive such as this, isn't it?
So to your point, Matt, there's 5 classes within this race. So they will be the racers themselves. And then the drivers will have someone at their skill level or their performance level that they're racing with. So, you know, only one person can come first, but there are racers within the race. And there's always someone, as pally as you can be and as friendly as it is, there's always someone you want to beat or that you don't want to place behind. And there's always the race off the bottom as well. You don't want to be last either.
Here's a great scrap ahead of this number 67 car. We've got the cars in that same class, the GT4 Cayman and also the Ford Mustang FRC 500 CS, currently being steered by Goose Rogers, I believe, is behind the wheel of that one, unless it's already been through the
David
pits.
Stillwell.
It is David Stillwell. So Goose Rogers has stepped out, David Stillwell has jumped in, and now they're actually both being rounded up by that number 67 machine, the Leithhead car, which is that Mark 1 Ford Focus. It's a brutal looking car, that Mark car. You look at a car like that, you don't know like how it can go that fast, but that just is what we were saying about the engineering of these Mark cars. And it's a bit of a move there, so he's got the move done. And David Stillwell, he gives that car plenty of room because it's not a battle that he's having.
No, that was nice and clean. A lot of these guys are not fighting for points today, so there is no point having the elbows out and having argy-bargy. Keep it clean, keep away, and when in doubt, back out.
So as the rest of the field is slowly coming in to complete their stops, they only have another 4 or 5 minutes or so to do so if they haven't already entered. We're starting to see this battle now. This is for the effective race lead. These two are neck and neck. Ben Schutz was leading last time around. They are a lap down on the scoreboard, but these guys are in the effective lead. Courtney Prince has gone straight back past the number 65 of Ben Schutz, but it looks pretty close on pace between these two.
To be honest, Matt, I'm not sure she'll be worried. I'm not sure she'll be worried at all. Courtney is having an amazing time out there. She's having so much fun in her GT3, and I think that's what she's hunting for in 2025. So from what I can see, she's such an amazing steerer. Her positioning and her lines are phenomenal, and she is just speedy, speedy, speedy. All 5'4" of her. Tiny little frame getting into that car and just showing everyone how it's done.
She's been a regular campaigner of recent in the Carrera Cup as well, so she knows her way around a car quite similar to this Audi, but it's obviously a very different beast to that Porsche 911 Carrera Cup car.
Well, absolutely, yeah. I mean, look, they are different. I mean, it's not chalk and cheese exactly. There's a fair bit of aero in those Cup cars, but getting in this with a clutch on your steering wheel, not at your feet, there's a lot to get around. And when you have a look at the steering wheels in those Audis, they are so complex. It's almost like a level down from F1. So there's buttons everywhere. The restart, if you come off, is complex. It's a lot to get your head around. So, to her credit, she's done it overnight because they only got her in the car like Thursday, Wednesday. So yeah, she's done a great job of acclimatizing herself. I'm getting tongue-tied, Matt.
She certainly is. This is our leader on paper for the race here, Grant Donaldson, finally coming in to make his compulsory stop. So that'll promote Rodney Forbes up to the effective, or not the effective, to the actual lead of the race once he cycles around. So he'll be a little bit further back. He's at a gap of about 25 seconds further down the road. So he's currently leading on track with Sunil Vora in the number 447. Motorsport Australia CEO, currently sitting in third position as a result of still being out there, having not taken that stop. As we see Courtney Prince making her way up the inside of that number 90 car of Sven Boykarts, which is now lap traffic, and around the outside of that 34 Mark Ford Focus as well. So, yeah, Courtney Prince is just... It's almost like she just has total freedom to just get out there, put the foot down, and just get some nice consistent laps in. Not a huge amount of pressure on her as a result, and that means she can have a lot of fun behind the wheel of that car.
Overtaking between 11 and 12, there's a lot of drivers still out there that are very experienced that still wouldn't do that, and she made it look like a piece of cake.
She certainly did, and like you said, it's not very easy at all. As she comes through now the southern loop, we've been seeing, it's been interesting watching a lot of the categories throughout this weekend adapt to the changing conditions throughout, with certain dry lines appearing. There hasn't been much sunshine, and coupled with the amount of rain that we had overnight, it sort of created a few interesting lines here as Courtney Prince makes her way past that Lamborghini Gallardo number 63 of Stephen Baker. So that gorgeously presented Lamborghini that we were talking about earlier. But the track is, for all intents and purposes, bone dry now. Not really any moisture on it, but still a lot of moisture in the air. So interesting conditions as we see Stephen Lacey rolling out of the pit lane as well. So just about everyone has made their compulsory stop. There's a couple more cars I can see. It looks like that was the number 90 of Sven Boykarts actually being rolled into the garage, which is such a shame to see. It may have been that one. I may have misspoken, but it was certainly a black Porsche 911 with red side seals going up the side of it. So we'll keep an eye out on the timing. It's certainly marked as being in the pit lane, so that looks to be race done for Sven Boykarts.
Yeah, and for anyone wondering, on the Audi, there's a lot of sponsorship, and that's because it's come out of the Fanatec GT World Challenge Series. So to be in those series, you need a lot of sponsorship. But in this category this weekend, most of the guys are self-funded. They may have their own companies as sponsors. But that Audi's laden with sponsorship because it takes a hell of a lot to run it. The guys at MPC down here with Lee Burley and the hired gun himself, Racy Jason Dunstan, doing a great job.
So that's the car that was leading the race earlier, Grant Donaldson, and because of the amount of the field has sort of thinned out between the start of the pit window and now, still rejoins in 5th position. So a great run so far from Grant Donaldson, who's just got the number 303 tucked right in behind at the moment. That is the other Donaldson car of... So Grant is in the 111, and it's Jake Donaldson in the 303. I don't believe there's any relation there, but they're going side by side, resuming their battle they had earlier in the race.
So now the pit window is about to close, a couple of seconds to go. So now the job is for all those, there we go, we've just heard that the pit window is closed. So now it's hunting. Now everyone's hunting to get back up into position. So you'll have battles going on, and Courtney and Lacey, they have to actually move through all the and unlap themselves and get through the lap traffic. So there's a lot of dodging and weaving going on. Their lap times are going to come down a wee bit. Although having said that, Courtney's just set a 128.09. She's just getting faster and faster regardless of all the traffic she's got to get through.
She's just having fun out there. So this battle for 5th is still raging on quite well. Grant Donaldson's pulled a little bit of a gap over Jake Donaldson, but Jake is not letting that Mark Mustang go in front of him right now. Really good matchup between two quite different cars here. That Mark Mustang with that thunderous V8 at the front versus that flat 6 in the back, sitting right over the rear axle. Two very different dynamically handling cars. And in terms of pace, it's great to see that they're just so evenly matched right now.
Well, there might be, 80 horsepower between them, so the Mark cars can pull away a little bit on the straight, but those Porsches can wait to almost the last second to brake. They've got amazing front and rear braking. Like, the stability in them under brakes is phenomenal. So, not to say the Mark cars aren't great about going around corners, but Porsches are famous for it, so... And I'm biased. But yeah, it is a great matchup for these guys. When we're getting the flashing lights for lap traffic behind David Stillwell there.
Is starting to come into play here, so that might fall into the hands of Jake Donaldson, who now finds himself all over the back of Grant Donaldson right up front. So he's used the number 60 of David Stillwell as a bit of a pick there to try and get as close as he possibly can. Is he going to try and make a move into the run into Honda? I doubt it with how defensive that Grant is positioning that number 111 car.
Yeah, well, he's trying desperately to show him, I'm here, I'm going to try and pass you whenever I can. He's doing a great job of holding back in the 111 car.
So with Sunil Vora rolling out of the pit lane, I believe that is the last of the pit stops done and dusted. So as you see them on the totem, that is how they run. It is still Courtney Prince leading this race over Ben Schutz by a margin of nearly 30 seconds. That is a 127.5628 that Courtney Prince has done last time around. Up on screen right now, the fastest lap of the race so far. She's just getting faster and faster every single lap.
These guys still battling it out. I can't wait to see what these guys do. But just looking at the screen here, Matt, we seem to have Sven Burkhardt's out. He's had 4 minutes in the pit lane. That can't be good.
Yeah, I believe that is the car that I saw getting pushed into the garage earlier. That is day done for the number 90. So it's such a shame to see. So down to 17 cars running at this stage, which is a shame because it is such a beautifully presented 911 that we saw there.
It is. And the fact that he's spec'd it up to be a GT3R is even cooler. That 4-litre, my goodness, it's just phenomenal. But all of these cars are phenomenal. I love seeing, we've got a Mustang, a Porsche and a Lamborghini racing around with GT3 wings. How cool is that?
It's brilliant. And even though, unfortunately, we do see Sven Boykart's pulling in, we've got no shortage of awesome racing machines out there on track, giving it their all right now. So this battle is still raging really well, although Grant Donaldson's trying to get that gap back once again that he had formed initially before they came up upon Dave Stillwell this time last lap. So this is a battle that we're going to keep a bit of an eye on. It's a really interesting one here. As we see a little bit further back, this is another scrap between a couple of Porsche 911s. There's a bit closer here. I'm trying to see
Dave
that.
Allen.
That
is
Dave
Steve
Allen.
Sluger.
And Steve Sluger right behind him in the number 68 machine. So as they come over the Lukey Heights hill there to crest down into MG, we'll take a look at that one back in a second. Now, Courtney Prince crosses the stripe. Is she going to go faster again? Not that time. She's actually done a 131.4. So taking her foot off the throttle a little bit there as we see this battle forming behind them. So that is Matt Slavin in the number 66. Right behind him is that number 70. Now, Daniel Quimby. We've been talking this kid up all day, all weekend, and he just made a great move on Matt Slavin there, flown past him. This 16-year-old out of New South Wales, you do not want to take your eyes off him. He is dynamite.
How is a 997 Cup making a 991 Cup look like it's standing still? That's cool. I like seeing this racing. I have to say, Matt, a big thank you to Sven Burkhardt's because his Callis Kenny Intellects Lawyers that Sven is a partner at is the major sponsor for this category, and he has been all year. So a big thank you to Sven for sponsoring these guys. It's a great group of cars and guys.
Without Callis, Kenny, Intellects, Lawyers, and all the other sponsors who come on board for the drivers, the categories, to make this racing possible. We just wouldn't be able to go racing, so we can't thank the support enough, and we really do appreciate it.
While we're at it, Tim Manga from Beat the Reset, Bisha from Stormrake, Craig Finn from the Melbourne Motor Show 2025. They've all sponsored the Audi. And we've got Andy Hall. I think he works for, where is it? I'm going to get this wrong. It slips me at the moment. But Andy Hall has always worked with Panther Racing Fuel, and his Osco, his company that he works for, also sponsors the car.
This battle's still going on here between the number 327 of Dave Allen and the 68 of Matt Slavin. And there's another battle crossing the stripe right now. That one is still raging. That's Tim Wolfe, Daniel Quimby, Matt Slavin and Daniel Quimby running in that reverse order. And they've just gone past that black. No, that's the Porsche came in there.
Joe De Benedetto is in that car.
It was Joe De Benedetto who started it. It's Anthony D'Alessandro.
Anthony.
He's running it now.
Anthony's got a little one on the way in a couple of days.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's welcoming a new bub soon, a little girl.
Another member to add to this vastly growing sports cars family. We spoke about all the family getting involved in, speaking of Andy Hall as well. It really is a family affair, this sort of racing, both in terms of your personal family and just everyone who races sort of banding together as competitors to help one another out, but also in a literal sense of Andy Hall getting his two sons cleaning his wheels of his car for him.
No, it was only Daniel. Yeah, Daniel's a little karting champ, and he's got a ride next year with the team. And he was in the pits before, polishing all the rims of the 991s and the 997s. So you got to start him young, but good job, well done.
That's how you get the kids involved in motorsport. You get them in the garages soon. You get them experiencing those sights, the sounds, smells even of motorsport.
Or speaking of that, Andy's wife Lisa is phenomenal as well. Every now and then she does a barbecue for the guys, and my God, top-notch food. Well done, Lisa.
Maybe that's not actually mist we're seeing around the track. Maybe that's just her cooking up an absolute storm around here. We can't smell in the commentary box, but if someone on the pit wall can tell us that it smells like sausage sizzle, let us know. So let's take some stock of where this race is at the moment. It is Courtney Prince absolutely braining them out the front. Last time around was a 1:29.7844. That is just 2.2 seconds slower than the fastest lap she's managed so far.
She is driving the wheels off that thing. She pulled a 1:27.5628 in lap 20. What? Phenomenal work in the MC Labour Audi.
Ridiculous stuff. It's great to see her. 45 seconds down the road is this car currently sitting in second position. That is Ben Schutz, the most recent holder of the Victorian Tourist Trophy. And then 3.2 seconds behind him is that 111 car. So this is beginning to be a really spicy battle here for second position with the 111. And I believe that's the 130. No, so that's not the 130 there. That's the 303 that's not involved in this battle at all. That car's a lap down, basically, in terms of this racing here. The next car out on track behind the 111 that you see here is the 130, now being steered by Andy Hall, having taken over from Rodney Forbes. About 30 seconds down the track, but this is an awesome scrap here for second position as Ben Schutz is finding that rear view mirror just all of a sudden being filled by Mark Mustang.
Yeah, that Donaldson saying, yeah, let me through. Ben's done the nice clean thing and has done. Looked like Ben was like, I don't know if I can outbrake this guy. But yeah, this is a great battle happening. It's worth noting, Matt, the guys have been driving for 43 minutes, the guys that haven't done a driver change. That's a long time in a car, although these drivers, especially the GT3 drivers, are really conditioned at long races. They are generally a 1 hour race and they do a couple of enduros during the year. But for the guys at state level or at the grassroots level, it's normally 20 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. So your head can start to go off after a while. The fatigue gets to you, the concentration, especially if you've got someone covering your rear mirrors and you're trying to attack as well. That's a lot of concentration. The heat builds up in the car, in your suit, in your helmet, your balaclava. It's a lot to contend with. So these guys are doing an amazing job right now, and the cars are built for this. They don't get as exhausted maybe as some of the drivers do, but you never know when it's a car's turn to have some brakes fade or to have something go wrong, and this is just a true testament to GT3 racing.
It was an interesting conversation I was having with Andy Tudor about that same topic, but we'll get to that in a moment because look at Ben Schutz all over the track here. He's got a lot of straight line pace and he's having a look up the inside of turn one, thinks better of it that time, and Grant Donaldson shuts the door, but that is promising pace from Ben Schutz there. Not too far off the back of this 111 car now, so it's great to see that sin being thrashed around here. And it's really good to see just how close this battling still is with 15 minutes to go.
Yeah, well, he might have let him through, but Ben Schutz is definitely saying, I haven't given up on hunting you.
just getting back in Grant Donaldson's mind a little bit. Didn't want to let him have that pass too easily. Didn't want to let him have it without a fight and just say, yep, I'm still here. You can flash those headlights in my mirror all you want, but I'm still going to be right behind you at the end of this one. So
it's a tactic. It's head games. It's mind games at this point. The flashing lights, the covering the mirrors. It's all about getting in your head and applying that pressure, hoping that you'll make a mistake or that you'll get nervous enough that you'll give them some room and they can get past. And it looks like the Mark might have a little bit of horsepower on him, but Ben is phenomenal in this sim. Let me tell you, he won the championship in it. He knows his car inside and out. Owned by Richard Bendell, who's on track this weekend. I think he turns 83 this week. Been in motor racing for 67 years,
Goodness
Matt.
me.
How is that?
Unbelievable. It's so good seeing those characters who've been floating around, motorsport paddocks for decades and decades and decades. It's great to have people like that around, still supporting motorsport as well. And it's good that it's interesting to mention. You talk about, the mind games and getting in the person's head, because even when you don't have someone right filling up your mirrors, concentration at this point of the race is still a really important thing to be able to nail down. And I was having a chat to Andy Tudor, who's currently steering the number 79 Audi R8 LMS, the older spec Audi R8, at a solo run. Now, it's not a particularly hot day by any standards. It does get pretty warm inside race cars, but it's certainly nowhere near as hot as it was yesterday. But even on relatively cold days, Andy says he will still run a cool suit just to regulate his body temperature and just to make it that little bit easier for him to concentrate. Every single little bit that you can do to just keep mind and body in sync when you're in that car. It's so demanding for that 1 hour, and you've got to give yourself every possible shot at being on the money for that whole hour.
And this is not a track day where you're looking at how fast can I go, and you've got clean air. You will have turbulence, which is like basically a hot wash from the car in front or beside you, and that can affect how the engine performs as well. And then everyone's changing positions the whole time. You're constantly going either through lap traffic or being lapped yourself, and you've got to give room and get out of the way for faster cars, but you've also got to keep your line, and there'll be a race for you as well. So you've got to be respectful of the leaders, but you also have to run your race. That's a lot of concentration, as well as what's going on inside the car, whether you're shifting, whether you whatever you're doing in there. And sometimes comms can fail, our water bottles can fail, all sorts of things can happen in the car that the driver has to deal with as well. So it is a mental game, this.
It certainly is. And there's a couple of side-by-side races that have just gone across the stripe here. Now, this is Dave Allen just trying to hold off two outside moves in a row around turn one. That was Sluger going around the outside of the number 327. And while that was happening, Ben Schutz made it around the outside of Grant Donaldson as well. And now this Schutz and Donaldson battle is going to come up on the back of this battle of Porsches in front of them. So what can Ben Schutz do with blue flags waving for those 911s in front to use them as a pick? Is this going to be to Grant Donaldson's detriment, or can he navigate the lap traffic successfully to stay on the back of that Sin R1?
The door slamming is real, Matt. Everyone's shutting doors left and right. I'm loving it.
It's brilliant stuff, isn't it?
Yeah, love this toe-to-toe racing. It's amazing. And they're keeping it clean, by the way. No one rubbing doors, no one taking off door handles. They're keeping it super clean, but so close.
I think Dave Allen will be pretty flat that he's fallen off the back there as Grant Donaldson squeezes himself in between these cars. That number 68 machine of Steven Sluger will be having blue flags thrown to it left, right and centre, so he'll duck out of the way here, let Grant Donaldson slip up the inside at MG, and now Grant Donaldson has to put the foot down once again to catch up to Ben Schutz, because all of a sudden we've got a sprint race on our hands. Just over 10 minutes to go here, 11 minutes and some GST, so they've got to get them up. If they want to get a move done, they've got to get it done right now. It was a slow burn to start with, but not anymore.
Matt, are you ready for this?
I was born ready.
Courtney Prince, this is lap 27 of hers now. She has just set the lap record here in this race of 127.4721. That is nuts.
Unbelievable.
For reference, Brendan Leach here in the opening of the GT3, I think was in the low 27s or the high 26s, and he's an ex or maybe current Lamborghini factory test driver.
That is a fantastic lap from Courtney Prince.
First time in a GT3.
Like a duck to water, honestly.
Absolutely. I don't disagree now that she probably is the fastest woman in Australia.
It was a self-claim that Courtney Prince made to us, but it's a pretty valid one that we're starting to see here as she is putting on an absolute clinic. Meanwhile, this is that battle for 6th position that's still raging on. These two cars have not left each other alone just about all afternoon since the pit window. So Daniel Quimby hasn't been able to shake off Matt Slavin behind him. They're two very, very good drivers. This is experience versus just raw young talent here right now on show.
This is a mini Michelin Sprint challenge in itself. These two, both from Michelin Sprint, both very experienced. 16 years old in that Mitutoyo 997.2 Gen Cup car. Phenomenal. This is a great, clean, technical race between these two.
It is certainly excellent. There is a little bit of management involved in these races as well because they don't really get the chance to change tyres or anything like that in the pit stop. No, certainly no refueling. So even though there is a pit stop, it is effectively a sprint, for what these cars are used to. So there is management involved in not, breaking out the tyres as the number 67 just goes for an excursion there. Another off-track run there for the Leafhead machine who takes to the escape road. So whether he caught a little bit of the grass on the brakes into Honda corner there, but that's certainly not the ideal racing line there.
Yeah, another drive-through attempt. Maybe there was a coffee there earlier, not sure. Oh, well, at least he's safe and he got out of everyone's way and he's rejoining safely.
He certainly is, and it hasn't affected this battle that we're seeing either here for P6. Although Quimby is starting to put a few more car lengths between that number 70 machine of his and the 66 of Matt Slavin behind him as well. So it'll be interesting to see how this one shakes out between two different generations of Porsche 911 here.
Yeah, we're missing Jeff Taunton today in this race, Matt, because he obviously crashed out yesterday in his marked car. Having a chat to Jeff earlier, he's such a rat for Blendline TV. He loves it, and he has it on in the office. Gets people to watch his races back and back and back. So he was more than happy to talk. I thought he might be a bit shy, given that he had a spectacular off yesterday. But all he really wanted to talk to me about was how much he loved Blendline and the coverage, but also how great that crash structure is on the marked car that's been designed by Pace.
It's brilliant engineering. I totally agree, because those who were watching the race yesterday would have seen that when the car got loose for what we couldn't figure out at first, but it seemed to be because like a mismatch between trying to hit the rev limiter and shift at the same time, just unsettled the car, spun it to the inside, hit that wall in what looked to be a pretty spectacular crash, and as we saw, the front fell off the car, basically, and that's not very typical. I'd like to make that point. As we see, the Dave Stillwell machine, the number 60, has gone off the track and is not looking to be in a good way. No damage to the car, but whether he's had an excursion or whether there's an issue with that machine, it's very, very hard to tell. Not ideal for the number 60 machine, though,
it does look a bit slow to get going. Maybe there is something wrong there, not sure.
So we'll have to see if he happens to coast past the pits. He's not exactly putting the foot in. Indicators are on. He will be coming in. You know who else is coming in? Courtney Prince is in the lane. We're just taking a look. That one has gone, is lit up on our timing screen as being in the lane. Courtney Prince is pitting. We're trying to have a look from our vantage point up in the comm box to see what's happening. Is that a tyre change I'm seeing? It is. Courtney Prince is coming in for fresh rubber. That is unbelievable. So whether she just cooked these tyres, you can see in the lane, they're doing a rapid tyre change. She's got quite a bit of time up her sleeve, but it's not going to be a whole lot of time once she's able to get out on track. Now, they are able to make pit stops outside of the compulsory pit window, of course. The compulsory, that time, that 160 seconds in Courtney Prince's instance, had to be served during the window, but there's nothing stopping these cars from coming in to make extra stops if they need to. So Courtney Prince has done exactly that. Got fresh set of boots on that number 8 Audi R8 LMS Evo 2, but still has a massive gap to Ben Schutz here, the second place car. So here he comes around turn 12. He's got no danger of catching, and it's almost like in Formula One when a car comes in to put on a fresh set of boots to get the fastest lap point.
Absolutely. Courtney Prince on a fresh set. Oh, I want to see this. But I had to have a moment of silence there, sorry, Matt, because I love hearing that V10 take off out of the pit. It's fantastic of the MC Labour Audi.
Glorious sounding machine, isn't it? And Ben Schutz still has Grant Donaldson to deal with as well here. So this battle is far from over. That 111 car is not getting off the back of the Sin R1. He's all over him like a cheap suit at the moment. You cannot separate the two. So this has been another one of those great scraps that's just kept going all the way from when the pit stops were made earlier. They're coming up here. That's the number 447, being driven by Sunil Vora, the Motorsport Australia CEO, ahead of them. And we have just confirmed that David Stilwell is in the pits. That is day done for the number 60 machine. Another retirement, unfortunately, with only 6 minutes to go in the race. So almost got all the way. So we're not sure what the issue was with that car, but unfortunate to see the number 60 Mustang FR500.
He did well to limp that back though, Matt, so that's fantastic. This is a matchup that I'm not sure I thought I would see this weekend between Ben Schutz and the Mark Cars. We knew the Mark Cars would come out with all that horsepower and phenomenal just performance, full stop. And Ben, phenomenal driver, and that Sin is just ridiculous. So in between like the Sin and the Mark Cars, what a great battle. And Courtney's just extended that lead again, almost to where she was, 19 seconds ahead of Ben Schutz in the Sin R.
She's just crossed the stripe for the first time on a flying lap, so we'll check back in probably roughly 1 minute and 27 time to see how that one shakes out. In the meantime, Ben Schutz is doing a great job to hold off Grant Donaldson. They're going to take some pretty different lines here. I think Ben Schutz has the distance on him, so Grant Donaldson can't really make a move here through turn one. But he's got a bit of time here so far. A couple of different lines here. Donaldson's going to have a little bit more pace coming into the southern loop because Ben Schutz is just hugging that inside line, really defending now. They're pretty similar on pace. Ben knows it, and he doesn't want to get his line wrong at any one point or just open a door where he doesn't need to. Yeah,
I've noticed once or twice just on cornering, Ben seems to be a bit tentative with. I'm not sure if there's something we may not be confident with the brakes.
That's the number 111 that's just run wide behind him. I think he's gone just slightly hot there.
We had a moment.
Almost had to take to the paint there. Didn't go all the way around. Didn't go straight to the drive-through window, but has lost quite a bit of time, as you can see there. So I think he just missed his braking marker by a couple of meters there. He's still in this hunt, but he's lost a bit of time there.
Yeah, I think sometimes when you're trying to overtake and you're hunting down, that can be your main focus, and sometimes it can take your focus, especially when you're fatigued, off actually doing your proper lines and your proper braking as well.
It certainly does. So as the gap between those cars extends a little bit, I've now got my eyes on the timing screen to see Courtney Prince rounding the final corner for her lap. Let's see what this sort of lap time does. First thing out of the pits on a fresh set of boots, 131.7. So a little bit of traffic should have had to contend with there for sure. Looks to be some fresh air in front of her for now, but knowing how quick that car is, she can probably round up any car on this track.
Do you know what, Matt? With 3 minutes 40 left in this race and maybe another lap on top of that, I don't doubt that she's going to... I think she's going to hunt the 26s for sure.
I think so, absolutely. To be rude not to, I think you've got a car with that kind of pace behind it and that new rubber on there as well. So really interested to see how that one goes. In the meantime, Grant Donaldson, that gap at the stripe was 3.7 seconds between Schutz and Donaldson. So he does look a bit slow, doesn't he? Whether that car's having an issue or what's going on with that one. Let's have a listen. It does sound okay from what I can tell. It's hard to get a good look, but speaking of cars that sound okay, my goodness, this thing is a beautiful sounding machine.
I got to tell you, the biggest lament I have is that Formula One got rid of V10s, Matt. It was the worst. It was like a black day for me. It was a very dark day. Those V10s sound phenomenal at full rev and at full anger, and they are angry engines.
They are very, very angry engines. I love them so much. They're just such a unique little thing that we have in motorsport, and it's great to have a couple of them roaring around Phillip Island here in this race. Of course, the one that we're looking at, the one that we were looking at on screen, and Andy Tudor's machine now. In the meantime, that is one of the Mark Ford Focuses just coming around the final corner there, being rounded up by Courtney Prince in the number 8. So she's going to fly past this car by the time they get to the end of the straight. Look at the size of the gap now, just for reference. About 3 or 4, 5 seconds or so. Doesn't really account for much because they're on different laps here. But that car will be a little bit... it's not going to take very long for Courtney Prince to round out that car. 133.47 last time around. So Prince might be they might have just told her, yeah, look, we're putting fresh rubber on, but just go a little bit easy. Maybe it was genuinely a case of her just chewing up those tyres a little bit too quickly in the first stint.
I'm not sure, but whatever it was, she's got a fresh set of boots on, and that's always a good thing for someone as competitive as her and as fast as her. Just watching this car come around with the lights on, the livery ablaze, it's just beautiful to watch.
It's really well presented. You can see just how, just a little bit bumpy that run into turn 4 is as well on the brakes, so it's such a tricky corner to get right when you're jumping on the anchors there because you just come out of the long left-hander of Stoner, trying to get the car squared up. and you're trying to get it nice and even. Now, this is going to be a sight. Roaring up what is effectively a back straight. We're going to turn it up so you can have a listen to this beautiful engine underneath this Audi.
I miss it. the Audi has a beautiful hum, and actually when it goes down the straight past you, oh, listen to that.
That is pretty good, I tell you what.
Listen to that. But when it goes down past you on the straight, it's just got this beautiful hover type hum, and that's all that aero working in the V10. Just lovely. Oh.
It's just so harmonious, isn't it?
That's racing. That's the sound of racing, Matt.
It is. That's what dreams are made of.
Absolutely.
So just over 30 seconds to go in this race, which means they'll come around and be given one extra lap. So this is the last lap is what I'm hearing in my ears at the moment. They are just getting the last lap board ready down in the pit lane. So checkered flag will not be too far away. And what a weekend it's been for this number 8 car. Has been on the pace, has been rapidly quick all weekend long. Both in the hands of Courtney Prince and Michael Kokonos, who started this race in the number 8 car, who didn't get a whole chance to run very much, obviously, with that second race being cancelled for the sports cars yesterday, but it has not affected his car's pace at all.
No, actually, he'll be really happy with this pace run. I think he was in the 33s, which is great for Michael. And seeing Courtney, being able to give Courtney an opportunity to get in a GT3 for the first time.
Sorry, that acceleration out of Siberia.
Phenomenal.
Oh, jeez.
Giving her a chance to get into a GT3 when that's the category that she's hunting to drive in. Michael's been more than happy, and I'm involved with the team as well, more than happy to get her into that car, and she has just made this thing sing. The body language on the car when it comes around looks so settled, so calm, so smooth. That's down to the driver.
Absolutely. It's one of those things where smooth driving, it's so hard to appreciate if you don't know what you're looking at, but it really is the fastest way around the track. I am seeing the last lap board is out for the 67 car, but the checkered flag is at the ready for Courtney Prince, who has dominated the 1 hour race here and will take out the Victorian Tourist Trophy.
Oh, no,
that's Ben Schutz in the gravel at Lukey Heights, I believe that is. What an unfortunate end to that race for the number 65. That means Grant Donaldson is going to take second place back from the number 65. That Sin R1 is not getting out of that gravel trap in a hurry. Local yellows will be slowing everyone down there. What a shame.
The driving on Ben this weekend in this hour-long race. Let's look at this replay.
Just sounded like
the brakes. That looks like a little bit of brake fade to me. Honestly, the driving he's done, and he did look a bit tentative on those brakes, but my God. Whoop,
this battle's not over yet. This is the number 70 of Daniel Quimby ahead of the 66 of Matt Slavin. They got 2 corners left here. They didn't have the passing opportunity over Lukey into MG. It looks like Daniel Quimby's going to have the gap, but can there be any slipstream gotten? There looks to be a little bit of something hanging off the front of there. So whether these two have been getting into some action we haven't been seeing around the track, can the number 66 of Slavin get a bit of a slipstream? It's going to be tight, but it's going to be Quimby who crosses the stripe to get 6th position. We missed, so that's actually 5th position as we see Stephen Lacey coming into the lane.
What is going on in the last few seconds of this race? All of it's coming undone. Ben had such an amazing race. Stephen Lacey had such an amazing race. And they've got DNFs now. How horrible is that to finish your weekend on? I'm so sorry, guys.
What a shame for Stephen Lacey. That car has been so quick. It had been doing so well. Sports Sedans, it was cleaning everyone up, but they just had to pull it into the lane. So a vastly different finishing order to what we were expecting, but
let's enjoy the European parade coming into the pits now.
This is what we like to see, like all these beautifully presented machines. That Cayman is a lovely looking car, that GT4
it's beautiful.
As well.
And he's got a new one coming.
Oh, look out for that one. There's the 130 of Andy Hall. Daniel Quimby, who finished in 5th position with Tim Wolf there in 6th. Now, here are your final results. Courtney Prince by 14.5 seconds with that extra pit stop in hand. Grant Donaldson making his way up into 2nd there as a result of Ben Schutz's unfortunate journey into the gravel there. Andy Hall ending up on the podium as a result of that, with Daniel Quimby and Matt Slavin 4th and 5th respectively. Ben Schutz and Steve Lacey will not be classified, so it will be Andy Tudor from 6th position, Jake Donaldson in 7th, and Sunil Vora will be making his way up into 8th position. So Dave Allen and Jonathan Crossing will be rounding out our provisional top 10 as a result, and behind them, The Leithhead vehicle, the Leithhead car ahead of Steven Sluger, that number 68. Anthony D'Alessandro bringing that one home in 15th, the came in that we saw earlier, with Stephen Baker in the 63, the last of the runners that we have on track in that Lamborghini. So that's just the drivers who finished the races in those cars. We've got to give a massive shout out to every driver who was out there in any of these cars at all.
And Matt, that makes Andy Hall the championship winner for this year for production sports car. So congratulations, Andy, with Tim Wolf in second.
Massive congratulations to Andy Hall. A great way to cap off a fantastic season. That has been the Victorian Tourist Trophy, and that is now going home in the hands of Courtney Prince and Michael Kokonos. Fantastic performance from them. That is it for sports cars action here at Island Magic and for 2024. But we've still got quite a few more races coming up here in our broadcast, with Formula Ford Race 2 coming up next. Don't go anywhere.
I'm back on my game, rocking these rings, all leather, no shame. We'll be in the backseat, I'm flossy and flashy, so bring the champagne. Tattoos, perfume, got me feeling so damn cute, no blues, yeah, I'm feeling so high, about to elevate that sun, taking the view when I walk into the room. Everything that I make, every look I create, yeah, I elevate the mood, change the game, make the rules. Everything that I touch goes from good to great, yeah, I elevate. Oh, I wanna elevate the style.
Formula Ford action coming up in not too long now to be one of the last categories to go out on track. We just saw the Sin R1 of Ben Schutz rolling past the pit lane there. That car has been recovered and made its way back to the lane. Just a little bit of clean-up happening around the track there to get a little bit of gravel and gunk. 1 hour of solid racing does tend to throw up a little bit of gravel, dirt, mud, grime onto the track, and it's good to get it nice and clean as the course car goes around for one more customary check before the feature race for Formula Ford gets underway. 20 minutes plus 1 lap will be coming up here, with not a whole lot of races left to go here in Island Magic and indeed in 2024. So 20 minutes plus 1 lap here, and that will be followed up by the historic touring cars just after this, which will be the last race of the program. So 2 races left to come. My name is Matt Dunlop, continuing alongside. I've got Stephen DeVries joining me to have a bit of a chat as we look at the grid for Formula Ford. So great racing. Saw Lachlan Evanet get the win and pole position now for the last race of Formula Fords here, alongside the number 1, the reigning, the current Victorian and Australian Formula Ford champion, Eddie Beswick, for one last hit out before he goes to the USA to compete in US Formula 2000. For next year. So we wish him all the best, and he's going to be starting alongside the number 88. Nico Mendes, who had a lot of pace in that 155, is sitting in third position next to Bradley James, the former XL driver who had a lot of great results in that category and has carried that pace over marvellously to Formula Ford, running that number 145 car out of the Marcus Ambrose garage. Great to see him doing so well. Jack Clifford and Seth Boycart's behind them in 5th and 6th, respectively, ahead of Giuseppe Imbrogno and Jared Hurst, who both had a couple of off-track excursions there. So they're back out on track and still running, which is good to see. Tabitha Ambrose, not the race she was hoping for first time out, so she'll be starting from 9th position, the back of the Duratec class grid. Also for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport. Now, that is a Duratec class. We've also got 9 of the Kent class cars running. So Todd Vince and Brock Brewer, both out of the Okie Dokie WA stable, will be starting 1 and 2. They're pretty hard to pick those two cars apart, and they're both very, very quick. Andrew Tordy, who's been a very seasoned competitor in Victorian Kent class Formula Ford racing, will be starting at a 3rd position, with Thomas Chapman, who dropped a couple of spots from where he started in the last race. He'll be down starting in 4th, in front of Nicholas McBride, who I believe was our pulse hitter earlier today, is now down in 5th position next to Malcolm Coleman in the number 52 with the yellow stripe that you see on the right of your picture right now. So we've got a nice little field there of Formula Ford cars with Mark Redman, Gavin Dumas, Craig Arnold in that red and white, that iconic Chevron livery. Don't know if I'm legally allowed to say the name of that particular tobacco brand that it emulates, but it's a beautiful looking machine, that number 90 car, with Byron Thomas in the Momentum Landscaping number 24 car rounding out the grid. So Steve DeVries joins me in the commentary box as we just get ready for racing to get underway. Cars are still sitting in the dummy grid right now, but we shouldn't be too far away from a race start, Stephen.
Don't think so. I'll tell you what, Chevron is not necessarily one of those types of brands anymore either. It's now officially, in current modern day, it's classed as an energy brand. So, but back in the day, yes, I know exactly where you were going with that. And I guess it's a tribute livery to what it was back in the day. So good to see that, I guess, some of the historical components of the historical element of Formula Ford still live on in some way, shape or form. And I know we see a lot of competitors that do some sort of throwback or tribute livery to their sort of cars that they idolised over the course of time. So I think Rob Vile with sort of in Formula V with the Golf McLaren livery colours. I think of Greg Lynch, who we saw in Sports Sedans today with that tribute to the Mark Scaife HRT era.
Love that car.
Love that car. Those are the sorts of tasteful tributes that we like to see in grassroots motorsport. In the case of Formula Ford, they've gone a slightly different approach, but fantastic to see. So with that, I guess all in mind, I guess it has been a difficult weekend with everything all considered. Unfortunately for Formula Ford, they were one of the categories that did have one of their races cut with the unfortunate events of yesterday, along with the historic touring cars, which are coming out next. But like all the competitors here this weekend, they've accepted the situation with good grace and just gotten on with business.
That's exactly right. We spoke we had a bit of a driver's briefing this morning as well, where we're all sort of, we just had a bit of an open chat, I guess, about, the situation. And I think the general mood is that, like, we want to go racing. It's like, we all love it. Andrew as well. We, of course, you had that beautiful tribute to him at the improved production race. And that's what he would have wanted, for the race to go on and for everyone to be able to get out there and just give it a red hot crack. And that's why it's so nice to be able to see everyone putting on some great racing as a result.
I'll tell you what, I've been keeping an eye on the weather. That's been a bit of a concern for me, Matt, because out of our commentary box window and on the pitches here, it looks like it's raining, but in fact it's not raining. It's just some sort of mist that's been hanging around. It started playing tricks with a few people, I guess, on the eyes especially. You look into the distance and you think something's about to come and start hitting the commentary box window, but in actual fact, the circuit is almost bone dry now. There's basically no wet patches. There's almost no slippery painted white lines. So I'm expecting to see in this next race that we're back to full racing sort of spec, with the exception here that we're looking at right now, because this is some of the stones that have probably been left from Ben Schutz and the Sin R1 that's been recovered from the kiddie litter after that 1 hour sports car race.
Speaking of weird weather, something that we're not used to seeing here at Phillip Island, barely any wind, which is part of the reason why there's so much mist hanging around here. It's been just such a topsy-turvy weekend in terms of weather. Boiling hot yesterday.
And Friday.
And Friday as well in those practice sessions. And then, polar opposites. 4 seasons in 1 weekend, as you touched on earlier.
Well, I'll tell you what, it is the lack of wind that probably is part of the reason why it's taken the track surface as long as it has to clear back to a dry line. It's one thing we saw in June when we had the state round here, which sadly didn't go to live pitches, was that it rained and it took a good 7 or 8 categories to go over that surface to pull that water out of the surface. But there was no wind there either to clear it and blow it away from the track. So it got lifted, and then some of it went away, but then a lot of it just resettled back down on the circuit. And the same thing's happened this weekend. It's taken virtually all day from the very beginning at the first race of the weekend to clear up all of this standing water that's been on the circuit. I mean, yes, the rest is a little bit ambient with the air temperature. It's not, bone cold like it was in June when it was winter time. There's still a little bit of heat in the air, but it's just taken a hell of a lot of amount of time to get this circuit back to a full dry specification.
There is a little bit of heat in the air, but not a whole lot. And
No.
there's really not been any sunshine either, which would normally speed up the drying of the track dramatically. But because of that, it's just it's been overcast pretty much all day. So that's resulted in, just that ever-present, I guess, that very slow drying. Like I saw earlier in the, I believe it was one of the races I was calling just a bit earlier, the lap times were coming down, the 9:44 race, they were taking chunks and chunks out of lap time. So there was a period there where the track was speeding up quite a bit as we see the flag marshals keeping themselves occupied as we wait for the cleaning crews.
There's a few photos going on there, hanging on to the yellow flag by your chinny chin, I think there, but they're enjoying themselves and
showing us all on Blendline how he folds towels when he gets back home as well.
That's true. Well, I'll tell you what, they've had to prepare for every extreme this weekend, haven't they? Like I said earlier in the week that it was going to be like 4 seasons in one day here in Melbourne, but 4 seasons in a weekend. It's one extreme to the other extreme. But like everything with the Victorian flag marshalling team and all the volunteers here, they've done this many times before. They know how to prepare for all conditions. It doesn't matter whether it's rain, hail, shine, or blistering hot. They know the routines front and back. You have your fluoros, you have all your long clothes, pants, shirts, those sorts of things. You dress for the conditions. In the case of heat, one thing that was very paramount yesterday is, and getting it through not just to all the officials, but to all of the competitors as well, is hydration. Hydration is so important because the sun yesterday was absolutely sapping.
It absolutely was. It was really just exhausting. No, probably more from a driver's perspective than me. My dainty little self was just stuck up here in the comms box and didn't have too much temperature to worry about. But it was still a hot day as we're doing a little bit of wildlife spotting. It looks like a wallaby picking away at the grass over there. One of the sort of things that Phillip Island is renowned for is having, bountiful wildlife around here. Sometimes it causes a little bit of havoc with a few, birds who like to get onto the track every now and then. That one's just, that wallaby that we're seeing is just sitting somewhere out near MG as one of the local magpies is spectating from one of the tyre bundles as well. Just getting a really good look at the action. Probably one of the best seats in the house there for that magpie, apart from the flaggies that we were having a look at earlier.
I think they're waiting for the race cars to move out so they can have their track back. I think that's more what it is. One thing we haven't seen is the Cape Barren geese haven't really made much of an appearance this weekend. They're usually hanging around somewhere. I tell you what, they were...
Now, that is a commentator's curse if I've ever heard one.
They were an absolute menace when the bikes were down here a little while ago, but we're being furiously told, do not jinx this. We do not want them to make an appearance.
You heard it here first, folks. Stephen De Vries has just summoned the Cape Barren geese as we see them live on the shot here. They do like strutting around here like they own the joint. They may as well do. They like to just walk across the tarmac like they own the place. Formula Ford Race 3 won't be too far away because we're still waiting for just a little bit more gunk to be cleared off the track here. Course car is just going around to have one last check of everything right now. So we'll have 20 minutes plus 1 lap of Formula Ford action, and then it'll be Race 3 of the historic touring cars to round things out. So... a couple of really good races coming up. Historic touring cars earlier today was great.
And in the absence of all things motorsport, we had this little escapade, I think it was a couple of years ago here at Island Magic while we were waiting for a clean-up to happen. We got a good view of what was going on at the go-kart track. This is a bit of a different view. I think the last time we remember calling it go-kart race here, this is the view we had last time. It was absolutely chucking it down, and the poor official that's sitting there in the golf cart on the inside, he was having to pull everybody out of fences and all sorts of things, and I think it was one of the best bits of commentary all year, and he's about to get involved again because someone's just gone nose into what is the inside wall at turn 4 on the go-kart circuit.
I was right away to get there to get that help that driver out and get him back on track, and while that's happening now, Formula Fords are on track as well, so let's get rolling for Race 3 racing for the Formula Ford, the Phillip Island Formula Ford Trophy, which has been contested pretty much every year since 1992. A lot of great names who have won this trophy. Let's see who can add their name to that one this time here. So I'm just running through the list here from our history. So as we watch the Formula 4 cars run around here, let's have a look at a replay here. Take a look at the hairpin now on the miniature Honda circuit.
Oh, that was up the inside with, was the door firmly closed or was that an ambitious move?
I don't know. I was looking at this person on the right-hand side who just had a full excursion and just turned left off Siberia and went bush bashing. But that driver at Honda corner there just, just jumps on the anchors a little bit too hard and turned it in. But now we're racing for some real silverware here, the Phillip Island Formula 4 Trophy. Some great names have won this in the past. Adam Macro, Luke Yilden, Marcus Marshall, Mark Winterbottom, 2001. Tony D'Alberto. There's a lot of great names here. Taz Douglas, John Martin, Chaz Mossett won it in 2009. And then we're seeing Elliot Barber, Gary Jacobson, a former Supercars driver as well.
I'm only seeing a couple of people on this list that have won it more than once, actually. So Tony D'Alberto went back-to-back. Taz Douglas went back-to-back at one point. They're the only two names I can see on this list that have actually won it more than once.
There's been a lot of, shuffling around.
A lot of single entries.
Yeah, a couple of, so a few years they were awarding 2 trophies for 2 different classes. So, for instance, they'd be awarding a 1600 and a Duratec class trophy, which last year, Eddie Beswick, that number 1 car you see, black and blue, won the Duratec trophy with Tim Hamilton winning the Kent class trophy. So if anyone can win it here, Eddie Beswick is trying to go 2 from 2 here in this that number 1 car. It is the reigning champion car. We know it's super, super quick because he's won it, because he's basically won everything so far this year. It's been so good seeing him racing all around Victoria and Australia to put together what has been an incredible season for him. We cannot wait to see how he does over in the States. But before that, he's got to get past Lockie Evanet, that number 88 car.
That's right. It's going to be a very, very nice battle between the two of them, I think. I wouldn't put it past maybe Nico Mendes maybe to make a bit of a challenge towards the trophy as well, but I think realistically it's out of the top 2. One of these two will be taking home the Phillip Island Formula 4 trophy at the end of the race that's about to start.
I alluded to earlier in the weekend that number 88 car of Lachlan Evanet, it wasn't as quick in the national championships as Eddie Beswick was, but did take home 3 podiums this season just gone, all of which were here at Phillip Island. So Lockie Evanet loves this track. He's very, very quick here, and he has been rapid so far this weekend, and he will be taking pole position here. Now, the jump is going to be super crucial because if you can get good traction off the line, you can get that run because it's actually a pretty long run down at turn 1, and you can sit side by side if you know where the other car is, if you've got good spatial awareness as well, and if you get the right read on the conditions, because they don't know what it's like here. They haven't even seen the front grid yet, and because they don't know how much it's dried since their last race. So this will be a very interesting start. Everyone is getting ready for a race start. We're waiting for a green flag at the back, which is not too far away now, and we'll get getting red lights soon.
The 2-row grid separation between the Duratec and the Kent class cars is a customary thing you need to remember about Formula Ford, so just only for the start. And off we go. Good conversion from Eddie Beswick straight away. Much better start. We've got a stalled car on the grid. It happens to be the number 155 machine.
That is Nico Mendes. He's had a rotten start from 3rd position there. He's shaking his head as he rips the skid off the line there, so he gets the car going. Everyone gets away roughly, cleanly. Oh, a little bit of inside action there. That's the number 88 of the 188 of Thomas Chapman, I should say, just getting out of the way there of one of the Okie Dokie cars that made its way past there from WA. So a little bit of conjecture here and there, but we're also on the track now, and it's Lockie Evanet who still has the lead for now over Eddie Beswick, but just behind them, bearing down, is the number 61 car. That's Jack Clifford for the Racer Industries Cool Drive. Miguel SJ11, side by side through Honda. There was a lot more pace around the outside when it was a bit wetter, not so much now. So Lockie Evanet can hold his line, and he gets on the defensive straight away as they go through Siberia. Eddie Beswick is not letting that gearbox of that number 88 car go in front of him. These guys are going to be neck and neck pretty much all race long, and there's only about 15 minutes of racing to go, so not a whole lot of laps here. If they want to get a move done, it's going to have to happen soon. They might even be going side by side across the top of the hill. We'll keep an eye on them. Meanwhile, this is Jack Clifford holding off. That is Bradley James behind him. in the number 161 car, and he's trying to have a look up the inside for third. Doesn't get the job done there, but he's having such a sensational weekend, that number 161 car for Marcus Ambrose Motorsport.
And importantly, they've already lost a fair bit of ground to the leading two cars, Beswick and Evernet. That air margin is starting to become quite large already. I wouldn't say it's insurmountable at this point, but it is definitely something that's going to be a bit difficult to overhaul, because as we all are aware in open wheel racing, especially at Phillip Island, the draft is super powerful. The leaders get across the line with about a 1.5 second margin at the end of lap 1. They're going to duke it out, but they're continuing to pull away from Clifford and James behind them while they duke it out. So keep that in mind. These two are very much a race in their own at the moment. There's your next two pair for for third and fourth. Where did Mendes get back to after that start? He's back to 8th. So he was 8th across the line. The back of this tail here, there's the 24 of Seth Boycart's. Mendes is about 3.5 seconds behind him. So he's had a costly start.
Meanwhile, the number 161 of Brad James is up in the third position with a puff of blue smoke on the inside. That's not ideal for him. He's only got 15 minutes left to go on these tyres, so you hope he hasn't flat spotted them a whole lot, if at all. Now, this is Jared Hurst and Giuseppe Imbrodno in the numbers 3 and 5 respectively here, battling it out as they go through Siberia. Right behind them is Nico Mendes.
One of them very, very close there to actually dropping their two right-hand side tyres to the backside of the sawtooth curbing on the exit of Siberia. So pushing very, very early in the going here, only on lap 2, but already getting super close to maybe overstepping the boundaries just a little bit too much. Back to the Kent class battle here. The two Okie Dokie cars going side by side for a brief moment, heading up the hill towards Hayshed, and now up and over the top of Lukey Heights. The 57 of Brock Brewer had to tuck in behind the other sister car there, and well, he's settled for a little bit longer, but this is a great little pack of 5 cars in the Kent division.
Big lock up there for Andrew Torti as well. He's not going to be too happy with that behind the wheel of the number 55 Spectrum 010. He is a quick driver. He's been all over the back of Richard Davison in the Victorian State Series so far. 2 wins and 12 podiums so far in this season alone. Richard Davison not here this weekend, and that beautifully presented wins car as they go 3 wide for the lead of the Kent class race behind. Andrew Torti is looking back here as we see that is the number
57
the 57 who leads on the 188 of Thomas Chapman, who's getting stuck right back in. So he started down in 4th position and he's battling for the lead of the class honours here.
He's battling to keep it on the road there too. Was very twitchy into the braking zone for turn number 2. The leader there, which is Brock Brewer now aboard the 57, tucked in behind the 188 there to Thomas Chapman. So he got rather interested when it became 3 wide down the front chute. That demoted the 17 of Todd Vince back to 3rd. And then you've got 2 more back in here again, more wiggling in the braking zone. A little bit of a rear lock up there for Vince as he approached turn number 4.
I don't know how you commentate for Formula V day in, day out at this corner. When you see them from that angle coming through Honda, I'm always nervous that they're going to tangle wheels there, but they're just such good racers all the way up and down. They know where their wheels are. They've got such good spatial awareness, and it's crucial when you're racing these vulnerable open wheelers.
It's amazing too, because you really think that they're leaving their braking till almost the last possible minute in some cases, and you could see visually the illustration there dancing around on the nose of the car. And you're right, they just seem to have this sixth sense about where the width and the dimensions of their car are. I'll tell you what, that got close.
17 there, that is Vince there, who just got a little bit shaky on the inside of Lukey Heights there, had to drop a little bit of pace back. Meanwhile, at the front, side by side for the Duratec lead, look at this margin, 0.012 between Evernet and Beswick. Evernet gets the lead through turn 1 because he gets the line. These two have not been able to be separated at the front of this race. I don't think this battle's going anywhere.
Now, the previous lap, they went across the line. Literally, it was Evernet was almost touching the gearbox of Edison Beswick as they went across the line. Like literally, I could not see an air margin between the nose cone and the rear gearbox of the other car. It was that close. They are pushing each other super hard here for this race victory. And to think there's still 10 minutes to go.
Now side by side across the stripe there, side by side into Honda. Eddie Beswick runs it a little bit hot there. The crisscross gets completed by Lockie Evernet. He'll be putting that one in the memory bank. Will Eddie Beswick don't break there, don't get that line there at the same time. He'll have to be adjusting that one the next time around because he doesn't want to sacrifice too much position there. Meanwhile, behind them, Bradley James is in 3rd position still, 2 seconds behind, so he's not necessarily out of this battle. This battle for the Kent class is still raging here. That is the number 188 of Thomas Chapman, who's doing fantastic in the Van Diemen RF01.
Sad thing for Bradley James is his lap times are about 2/3 of a second slower than the leading two pair, and they're fighting. That's the sad part, and the sad reality for him is that he needs them to fight harder, to trip over each other a little bit more. Someone outbrake it themselves and slow themselves up to really erase that margin. James himself is trying to pull away from Giuseppe Imbrogno, who at one point did hold the fastest lap of the race, but that has been surpassed by Edison Beswick that we saw a few seconds ago.
Puff of smoke there as we see Tabitha Ambrose, who's not having a fantastic race in the Duratec class cars. Still a lot of learning to do for Marcus Ambrose's daughter there in that X-Paul Zitty machine. Eddie Beswick, meanwhile, at the front of this race, just sneaking around the outside of the number 88 of Lockie Evanet again. A couple of different lines there, but this is the battle for third. So it is Bradley James from the number 61 of Jack Clifford, the Victorian, ahead of Giuseppe Imbrogno as well, who is currently the fastest car on track right now.
He would have got a tow from the 61 of Jack Clifford there coming down the front chute. So it's only about a tenth of a second or so extra gain over what the previous fastest lap was, but the tow is just enough. You get that exit right out of turn number 12, you can make so much time up the front straight. We saw that with, even in the wet conditions with Formula V, that's where the grip was. So if you get your line right in these dry conditions, you can be on the power hard going through turn 12 and you'll pick up that tow, no problem.
I think the best indication of how dry the track is now is just how much of the ripple strip these guys are using. They are all over it, getting every single millimetre out of the painted curbs there. It was a bit treacherous early on when they were covered in water and you didn't want to have the loaded side of the car resting on the curbs on the exit of a fast corner. But now they've got a bit more space there as we have a look at this shot of MG from turn 12. Not much moving happening there this time around, but it's always an interesting section here, 11 and 12, because there's a couple of different lines you can take, and momentum and getting you set up for the draft onto the main straight is everything here. So Lockie Evanet will be tucking right in behind. There's about a car length between them now, but just you wait to see where these two cars are positioned as they cross the stripe. They're going to split apart now. They're going to be side by side. It's going to be Beswick in front by nothing. 0.020 across the stripe. And Lockie Evanet is going to sneak his way around the outside there. It's such an easy move to make, and the beauty of these Formula Ford cars is the finish line here at Phillip Island is just in the right spot to make it nice and spicy.
It absolutely is. It's literally opposite the commentary box position, so we get prime view of it the minute they cross the line. So when you look at it, you can usually see if someone's got a nose ahead or someone's not got a nose ahead, depending on where we're standing. The broadcast pictures, it makes it a little bit difficult to understand sometimes, and you have to wait for that timing tree to catch up. The timing tree, though, what I have noticed is in the last two laps, it has come down by about 2 or 3 tenths of a second, the gap between these two and Bradley James. It was the last time around, James was quicker than the pair of them by around about a tenth and a half. So it's not over and done with yet, as you alluded to a bit earlier, but now the gloves are really starting to come off here. This is where you cost each other time, having to send one car wider than the other car, having to compromise on corner entry and on the apex because you have to allow for that extra car over your left side.
Safety car
called. Okay, well, that changes the complexion of this race.
Wow, it certainly does. Well, there's a car there. That is the number 61 of Jack Clifford. What a shame. He was running so well, up to third position at one point there.
The front left wheel, have a look at that. That looks like it's at a bit of a jaunty angle compared to the other two wheels that we can see from that shot.
He's got one of his tyres pointing at Tasmania while the other one's looking at the Mornington Peninsula, which is not ideal when you're in this part of the world. What a shame. He was running as high as third there. He was having a good scrap, and that may be part of the reason why Brad James was able to gap fourth and fifth position by so much, because there may have been something happen there that just drops Giuseppe Imbrogno out of that sort of space as well. That's all going to be academic at this point because the safety car is going to neutralise that, and we hope we're going to be able to get some more running. It depends on how long it's going to take them to get that number 61 car out of the gravel trap at turn 1.
Well, I'm a bit worried because usually if it was something like an improved production car or things like that, like we saw with Ben Schutz and that as well, as we got the number 5 car.
Giuseppe Imbrogno, so he was the one who was battling with the number 61 at the time, so not sure what has happened there, but what a shame for Imbrogno. I can only imagine he's coming into the pit lane to retire. We do have a replay coming up, though, so let's take a look here and see if we can get a bit more of an idea what happened. Turn 1. Watch them come into the top of the track here there. So these are the leaders. We were looking behind them here, behind Bradley James, and there was a contact on the run in. So Giuseppe Imbrogno was already rotating, so he was the one spinning out there. That white car was spinning on the inside, so whether he's come back on, because he would have just been a passenger at that point, and either clipped the number 61 or the 61 was taking avoiding action to get around that car, and Not sure what else has happened there, but I don't know whether there's been any contact between those two. It's very hard to gauge from the angle that we had.
I'm going to hedge my bets, and I'm going to suggest that maybe there was an attempted pass under the draft there going into turn number 1. The track does narrow up. You can visually see it from the broadcast angle. It comes in quite abruptly before you get to turn 1. So my guess is there was a draft and a slipstream, an attempted passing move, and maybe there's been a pinch of the rear brakes going in because you're typically on that narrow line for turn 1, which you usually don't want to be. And then maybe that sent him partially around and maybe made a little bit of contact. So it'd be sad if that's the case. I have noticed they've just dispatched the flatbed truck to pick up that car, so this might be a slightly longer safety car than anticipated. We'd be lucky maybe to get 1 or 2 laps after the car has been removed from turn 1.
We can only hope we get a last lap blast here as we see the field filtering through there. So Tabitha Ambrose has made her way back past the Kent class cars and is back onto the rear of the Duratec class field. So they are separated 1 through 9 Duratecs, well I should say 1 through 7 Duratecs, as we've lost 2 of those cars now. The Kent class cars all filing in behind, so that has neutralised a couple of really, really spicy battles we're seeing there. So we're really hoping that we can get at least 1 more racing lap under our belts, because it is going to be a real ding-dong battle if we can.
This is a bit of a blessing, I think, for Brad James. He was starting to reel those leaders in as they were fighting and squabbling. Just before that safety car was called, I was just alluding to the fact that Beswick and Evernet, they were having to compromise. So going up through turn 7, up through turn 8, when you're running side by side like that, you can't take your usual line that sort of feeds you out, from the corner apex to the corner exit. You have to take a little bit of speed off. You have to compromise for the car that's over your left shoulder or your right shoulder so you don't interlock wheels. That in turn slows both of you down, whereas the cars behind are then sort of running on their own, as James was, carrying full pace, so they're making time. That's money for jam at that point. So for James, he would have been seeing that off in the distance and rubbing his hands together going, yes, please keep doing that. Now the safety car's been called. I'm 50-50 on whether he would probably have wanted it to go safety car. He would have probably preferred the battle to go on for a little bit rather than and then have maybe an extra lap or 2 to fight with if he was able to catch up. But I don't know how this sits for him with a safety car restart and potentially 1, maybe 2 laps left on the board maximum.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard to say as the Ineos Grenadier safety car continues to lead the field around. You mentioned Bradley James is going to be rubbing his hands here. You know who else is going to be rubbing their hands? Marcus Ambrose, Adam Macro, the rest of the crew down at Ambrose Motorsport, because this is his first race outing in a Formula Ford car, and he is doing brilliantly. He's only really had a little bit of testing time under his belt up until now. This is his first race weekend, and he is putting on an incredible show.
He is showing a very, very mature head, I think, this weekend. I can't recall him putting a foot wrong so far this weekend. I believe he's finished every race. He's driven very, very well. Acquitted himself, obviously, very well in one of what will probably be fast becoming one of the feeder categories into all things motorsport in the Hyundai XLs. We see so many people from that type of series jumping up, going into Formula Ford, going up into Toyota 86s, going up into, in cases of people like Jalen Robotham, Super 2, and wildcarding in supercars as well. So it's very fast becoming, I guess, the next proving ground other than karting before you jump into an open wheel.
It certainly is, and Hyundai XL racing is it's hard to call car racing cheap, because it depends on what you're relating that to. But in terms of other racing categories, Hyundai XLs are one of the most affordable ways that you can go racing. And if you've got a young kid, if you're talented and you want to have a go, it's such a great category, because then you can get that talent. And then to move into something like these Formula Fords here, this is one of the best proving grounds for young drivers, because you can't hide in these cars. There's nothing that you can really sit on the sort of, everything here is a direct link to what you're inputting into the car. It's fully mechanical, zero aerodynamics, it's an H-pattern gearbox. You've got to be on the money all the time. And there's not very big contact patches on those tyres either. They really bring out the best in a driver, and you have to race respectfully, hard but fair, because those cars are not, look at them, there's no protection on those wheels, and it just brings out the best in a driver, which is why we've seen so many of these great names coming through Formula Fords here. And just to give you a few examples that we're running through who've just won this trophy alone, like it's a who's who of Australian motorsport. Adam Macro, who I mentioned earlier, Luke Youlden, Marcus Marshall, Mark Winterbottom, who won this very race in 2001, Tony D'Alberto, who won it the following 2 years in 02 and 03. And then we go to Taz Douglas, John Martin in 2009, Chaz Mostert as well that year. So Gary Jacobson, it's very much, it's like this is, and historically, this has been one of the main stepping stones into supercars. Now, we can see the lights are out on the safety car, but this will be a finish behind the safety car. The checkered flag will be waiting for the field as they come around. So it's an anticlimactic end to Formula Ford action here and to the Phillip Island Formula Ford trophy. But Eddie Beswick, doesn't matter how anticlimactic it is, a win is a win, and it's a very thoroughly deserved win for Eddie Beswick, as he's going to be taking home that trophy for the second year running.
It's the crown, I guess, on the, what has in other words been a stellar season for Eddie Beswick. You know, as he said, he's had a massive campaign in Victoria this year, massive national campaign in Formula Ford. This is the icing on the cake for him. Not so much a coronation ceremony, but the icing on the cake of what's otherwise been probably one of the best seasons, I think, in Formula Ford we've seen. And he'll head off to the United States knowing that he's achieved as much as he possibly can in all things Formula Ford here in Australia.
Remember the name, Edison Beswick, who wins the Victorian Phillip Island Formula Ford trophy and wins the Duratec class trophy, while the Kent class trophy goes to Thomas Chapman in the number 188. A fantastic battle for the Kent class there as well, and it is Thomas Chapman who comes up trumps ahead of that West Australian pair of Todd Vince and Brock Brewer in the 57. So at the front, it's Beswick from Evanet, and then Bradley James in his first weekend, rounding it out with third position in the feature race. What a fantastic showing by the young Marcus Ambrose Motorsport driver there. So a lot to get out of this Formula Ford race and this season as well, as you touched on. Keep your eyes peeled. There's that number 20 machine of, I believe that's Gavin Dumas, the Miguel SJ07A. He's had a couple of podiums so far as well, so a lot of great talent up and down. If you want more of this action, Formula Ford is going to be back better than ever next year as well. Let's take a look at those results once again. So for the Duratec class, it is Edison Beswick, your Phillip Island Formula Ford trophy winner, ahead of Lachlan Evanet, Bradley James, Jared Hurst, Seth Boycards, Nicholas Mendez, and Tabitha Ambrose rounding out the Duratec class. And then it's Thomas Chapman who takes out the Kent class Victorian Phillip Island Formula Ford trophy ahead of Todd Vince and Brock Brewer, both from WA. And then Andrew Torty in the number 55 car ahead of Nicholas McBride, Mark Redman, Craig Arnold, Malcolm Coleman, and Gavin Dumas. Non-finishers were Jack Clifford and Giuseppe Imbrogno, and I think Byron Thomas was a scratching from the start. So 16 runners in the end there. What a fantastic way. It's an anticlimactic finish, but we were treated to some brilliant racing there all the way up and down. Thank you so much for watching Formula Ford. We're not done here yet, though. Historic touring cars will be out there to round out the last day of school here at Phillip Island, Island Magic 2024. Don't go anywhere.
Just one race left here at the 2024 running of Island Magic. Historic touring cars leaving the marshalling area for what is going to be a great finish to all things racing here in Victoria. I'll tell you what, though, I'm a little bit concerned about the number 14 sitting there of Stephen Pillikers, the bonnet up there in the marshalling area. That is not a good sign. They're doing their best to try and get him out. I think the rules are sort of dictate that if they can get him out by a certain point, he will be allowed to take his original starting position, but if he comes out too late, they will have to start him from the rear of the grid. That is a shame. They're trying to get that Tirana going as the rest of the field leaves the lane. I'm Steve DeVries, staying on for the finale here at Island Magic. Opposite me is, of course, one of the men who knows a lot about historic touring cars in Victoria, and that's Darren Knight. Good to have you back, Darren.
Thanks, Steve. Stephen Pillikers is underway. Great to hear.
Excellent.
It's great to be back down here for Island Magic, which sometimes I think they should rename the Hay Fever 500 because I'm certainly in pole position for that race at the moment. Had a tell fast yesterday, and I think they should rename it Tell Slow.
Doesn't kick in very fast, does it?
Not at all. So anyway, we'll battle through. But coming up, only the second race this weekend for the historic touring cars with the truncated program yesterday, but a win. No surprise for Paul Stubber this morning in that famous yellow and black number 31 Chevy Camaro. Adrian Moyle certainly made him earn it though in that black and silver 68 model Chevy Camaro number 25, and he'll start alongside Stubber. Then it's Jeff Mundy and another 68 model Chevy Camaro starting alongside the Charger of Glenn Miles in the mustard coloured Charger number 16.
Peter McNiven on the next row in the number 13 machine with Quentin Bland, the number 133 starting out of 6th place. William Trengrove and Stephen Pillikers, the number 14 Tirana there. Now hopefully if they can get him out and running round the circuit to catch back up, that's where he is going to start. If not, it'll be at the back.
Stephen Pillikers had a very strong run this morning. He knocked off Pete Millman in the number 43 all-black Mustang, and he'll start in grid 9 alongside David Brown in the Datsun 1600 number 73. Trevor Talbot, keep an eye on the yellow and black Camaro number 76. Went the wrong way with tyre choice this morning. Finished all the way down in 11th, but he'll be coming through the field on this drying track, and he'll start alongside Rob Van Stockram in the number 17 yellow and black 68 Ford Mustang.
Darren Jones out of 13th in the number 5 machine. Craig Miles, the 37, is the Charger RT E49 out of 14th. Andrew Beard and Donald Knight in the number 32 machine. That little Cortina Mark 1 is a little joy to see. There was a couple of them here this weekend. Unfortunately, we lost one in qualifying yesterday morning. And the fields finished off by John Clark, Peter Oliver and Gordon Cox.
This race will be for the Alan McKelvey Trophy, a former campaigner in Group N Historic Touring Cars who unfortunately we lost a few years ago. Started out with a Tirana and then moved on to that fearsome Mustang that's now piloted by Rob Van Stockram. So a great campaigner through the years, and it's good to honour him here with that trophy here at Island Magic.
Sadly, he was one that never won this race at Island Magic either, which is it's a bit of a tragedy, but he was a big competitor in historic touring cars. I remember calling his name for several years in the early going of my life as a commentator, and we did lose him not too long ago.
Thank you very much to the Isle du Capri for their sponsorship of the historic touring car races this weekend, and of course Just Cars magazine, who cover all of our races throughout the year, the category sponsor for historic touring cars in Victoria. So thank you very much to Just Cars magazine. Always worthy for a peruse and what you're going to do with I think it's $100 million in Powerball next weekend, Steve.
Yeah, I think a few people are eyeing off what that Powerball Lotto jackpot's going to be and thinking, what car can I buy next? You know, what's the next big thing that I can invest this money into? When is the next edition of Just Cars coming out? Do you happen to know?
No.
I was about to say, I was about to pick one up for my dad, I think, for his birthday.
The deadline is a long deadline, which I'm very happy about. We're having to chuck out race reports very quickly. Keep an eye on Paul Stubber. He's going to have a little look at what he can do about the existing lap record, I'm told. So this will be very interesting. A dry track. The temperatures dropped quite significantly for what it was definitely yesterday and this morning. The big V8s, so they love the cold air through those intakes. So we'll keep an eye on the lap times of the number 31 machine.
So he's on the front row. He's won this event 3 times before, Stubber. 2014 and 15, he went back-to-back, and 2 years ago in 2022. So he certainly knows how to get the business done here at Phillip Island. He's not had it his way last year. Michael Michelli's had a couple of wins as well. He's also got 3. Darren Collins has got a handful. I think he's actually got 4 overall. And if Stubber can get another one today, he will go equal on the top of the standings with Collins with 4. And away we go. Slow starter in the middle of the pack there. The 68 machine of Jeff Monday did not get away well from, I think it was the second or the third row of the grid. So that's the red and black Charger, Mustang there on the run down to turn number 1 on the far left-hand side of his shot. And I'll tell you what, he had to tuck in there really quickly because he did get a little bit of the grass as the circuit narrowed up on approach to 1.
Adrian Moyle, not a good start either, as Peter McNiven running a little bit wide there, but gathers the number 13 RX2 back up underway, and he's challenging that red Mustang of Bill Trengrove.
Down the chute they come now from turn number 2 for the first time through the high speed. Turn number 3, aptly named after Casey Stoner. And on to turn number 4, which had changed names from Honda, as it had been known for many, many years. It still is a bit hard to get out of the fact of not calling it Honda, but it is now affectionately known as Miller Corner.
Quentin Bland having a very strong run early here on the number 33 white and blue Ford Capri, the 3-litre V6 under the bonnet. He's having to work very hard to keep behind that red Mustang of Bill Trengrove, with McNiven right on Trengrove's tail as they head up towards the hay shed.
Up they come past turn 7, which swings to the left, up past turn 8, that swings to the right. Then they do another big left-hand loop here, heading up the hill. It's deceptive how steep this is until you actually get in a race car. Then you get down the other side, and it doesn't look like much here, but it does take a fair effort to pull a few tons of race car up for the bottom of the hill, the slowest corner on the circuit at MG. I'm just keeping an eye out to see where Stephen Pillick has got to. Did he actually? I don't think he got back to take his starting spot on the grid, because I can't see him sort of in the top half a dozen to 10 spots. So he may have had to start from the back. He may be progressing his way through.
Peter McNiven now, after a relatively slow start for his standards, he's right in the mix now. He got past the Mustang of Bill Trengrove on that lap, and now has he side set on the Capri of Quentin Bland down the front straight.
So Pillikers is back to 11th place, so originally scheduled to start in 8th. He has managed to get himself back into a reasonable position here in 8th place. He's tucked in behind the 86 Chevy Camaro of Andrew Beard. They're just at the back of this group of cars. There they are, just the blue car and the red car. They're just going into turn number 2 now. I'll tell you what, Paul Stubber, he has bolted. He's some 4 seconds up the road from the second place car of Moyle.
Talbot and Jeff Mundy, the two 68 model Chevy Camaros side by side, to try and reel in that black Mustang of Pete Muirman. Monday, he'll be cursing that start. All sorts of wheel spin, fell right down the order after starting on the second row of the grid. And the other man on the charge is Andrew Beard, just in shot now, the silver and black 69 model Chev Camaro. Had gearbox issues in qualifying, gearbox issues in race 1 this morning, so we'll keep an eye on Andrew Beard's progress as he gets into the top 10. Problems for Craig Miles in the Charger, one of the 2 Miles Chargers out there, and looks like Craig is going no further at turn 1.
Yeah, he's as far off to the left as he can possibly get at turn number 1. I'm not sure what the officials downstairs will do, whether they'll throw the yellow flag to cover that car and see if they can get it off the circuit, but I wouldn't be surprised to see them go with a safety car. Big lock-up for somebody going down the hill into MG corner. The only car I could see that it might have been, maybe it was a little bit left from Paul Stubber that maybe went through a couple of seconds earlier, or it would have been the number 25 of Adrian Moyle. One of those 2 cars left a little bit of a smoke show in the braking zone at turn 10.
Andrew Beard now in the silver Camaro, putting the moves on Jeff Mundy. 69 versus 68, and they're still trying to reel in that black Mustang of Pete Muirman.
The Muirman's going to get swallowed up here by the Camaros. The silver one on the right-hand side for him, left-hand side for your pitch-up, and easy done at the end of the day. Has to cut back down, though, in front of the 68 machine of Jeff Monday, because that's the line you need to take for the turn. You cannot stay out wide for too long at turn number 1. You end up running off into that newly paved area that's been kept before you get to the gravel trap, and then all the new safer barriers and things that have been put in. It is just being covered with a local yellow at the moment at turn 1. Just so drivers are aware, they can observe where the Charger is off the road to their left.
Glenn Miles, the second of the Miles charges there. He's doing a great job in third place outright at the moment, so disappointing for his brother Craig to be stuck, but nevertheless, Glenn Miles doing a great job in third fastest lap. No surprise for Paul Stubber, a 1:44.58, so about a second out of lap record pace at the moment, with 10 minutes to go in this final race for the Isola de Capri historic touring cars.
So you're actually saying the time that he's done is actually inside, or is it still got another second to go? Because we're looking at another second to go, because we're looking at the timing here, and it actually has got a little R next to it, which is what threw me for a minute as well, thinking that maybe the record books are keeping us a little bit inaccurate at the moment. Big lock up.
Trevor Talbot. There's always conjecture over lap record times, but I have it on good authority that it is a 1:44.3, so still some time to get officially, but I'm not going to get involved in record-keeping discussions.
Not just yet anyway. Still plenty of time left on the clock for that to be the fastest lap of the race to be further lowered.
Trevor Talbot on screen now having a huge battle with Andrew Beard. They were neck and neck at historic Sandown a couple of weeks ago, and that battle is continuing on, with Jeff Mundy still in the mix there too, as they get past the Mustang of Bill Trengrove, the number 64 machine.
At the back of that group there, you saw the 68 belonging to Jeff Munday. Still hasn't been able to find too much of a way past. This is a bit further down there, the tail end of the field. So we've got the 96 here of John Clark.
Peter Olver and the Cortina GT, just rounding up Clarkey there.
Nice job there. And I think just the next car just up the road from them, I believe, was Cox in the 77, the Cortina GT. Back to this group.
Absolutely fantastic battle here, and they've caught up to that very quick Capri of Quentin Bland.
He's been doing a remarkable job, I think, to hold off the advances of, I would say William Trengrove has got a much faster car at this point. He's typically a very fast driver anyway, but placing his car in all the right spots, taking away all those lines, he's had his work cut out for him, at least for the first two of the first three laps of this race.
Well, the long flowing corners here at Phillip Island really help the smaller capacity engine cars, because they're not having that stop-start they do with some of the slower tracks or slower corners that we have. So Quentin can keep up the speed, but he's having to work very hard now with that yellow and black Camaro of Trevor Talbot riding his tail as they exit MG.
That was a defensive line if ever I saw one. Straight down the middle of the road, and he gave him the option of you can go left or you can go right. Pick your poison, and he decided to stay right where he was.
Andrew Beard in the mix there too, in that silver and black Camaro right behind Trevor Talbot. That is the battle for fifth place at the moment. Peter Niven in the Mazda RX-2, number 13, has broken clear of them in fourth place.
A couple of cars across the stripe there. The red Mustang just having to cede place to the black and red machine of Jeff Munday, rounding up the number 64 machine there of actually, who was the 64 machine there? William Trengrove. That's right.
That's actually the second of Bill's two Mustangs. They're both red. They're both MB spec. So this car was a spare road car, a Shell, that was sitting for many, many years, and Bill finally completed the build on it last year, so only a handful of meetings under its belt at the moment. But Bill was always one of the front runners in his old car, so he's hoping some more of that speed from this new machine.
The pinch brake on the right front there.
Beard
for the
also
76
goes
and
wide.
Beard, yeah, so he was very, very wide there. I'm not sure if he properly took the long lap penalty box there. I'm not sure if almost it was a half attempt at taking it there. The rule has been for a few years now with that long lap penalty box there, is if your front tyres crossed the dotted line, you had no choice but to go that long way around. So I'm wondering if he was sort of still in bounds, but maybe just had a little bit of an understeer moment and just tried his best to keep it on the black stuff, but ultimately got two wheels on the green stuff.
Peter McNiven now in the Mazda, throwing down that challenge for the final step on the podium. Is all over the rear of that Charger of Glenn Miles. That Mazda really coming into its own the further this race goes.
It certainly is. The bigger, heavier car starting to suffer a little bit here the longer the race goes on. The much nimbler RX-2 Coupe is really challenging hard. There's still a long way to go in this one. The horsepower advantage in a straight line is going to be pretty evident, but as you were referring to a little bit earlier, the long loaded corners definitely favour the much lighter, nimbler machines around this circuit.
Yep, keep up the corner speed, and that's definitely what Peter McNiven is doing at the moment. He was trying to get a toe off Glenn Miles down the front straight there. The Charger, the widest car in the field, in fact. They're actually wider than a Camaro and a Mustang, so they do leave a big hole in the air if you manage to get onto the tail of the Aussie two-door, and that's what exactly McNiven is trying to do now.
It's not exactly aerodynamic, I guess, the Charger is. It's a little bit of a brick, considering how old they are now, but the RX Coupe thought about a move down the inside there, forces the mistake from Miles. So
Nipped the brake.
Yeah, nipped the brake there on the inside and got a little bit excited on the rear there as well. Had to put the power down a little bit too early and kept it pointing the right direction. He's feeling the heat right now.
We're talking about aerodynamics, and the Charger actually has an integrated spoiler on that boot lid. It's not doing much help for Miles at the moment because he has McNiven almost side by side in the run up to the hay shed. This is a fantastic battle.
If he's going to pass him, I think he needs to do it probably up at turn 4. I think that's probably the best opportunity for the number 13 of Peter McNiven, because he'll then be able to use that advantage and the much nimbler attack and take off around this part of the circuit. Maybe get himself a little bit of an insurance policy for when they get back to the front straight, where the horsepower advantage of the Charger is a much stronger proposition compared to the little RX2. So you can see here he's managed to get through. He's got third place for the minute, but I fear it's only very brief. He'll probably be rounded up again before turn 1.
Great move from McNiven on the exit of MG. Hung tough around the outside there, which of course had him the inside line for the next corner. But as Stephen, you mentioned, here comes the 265 Hemi machine, starting to round up the little 12A rotary-powered RX2 of McNiven.
And he got him too. Has gone back into position number 3, Glenn Miles. So I did say it was probably going to be all but brief for Peter McNiven. And, well, here's the opportunity here. Stick close, stay really, really tight. They've got a little bit of lap traffic. That's the 96 of John Clark. So he'll stay to the right-hand side here. Very predictable. Great job there. And this is where McNiven needs to be close. If he can be maybe another car length closer, he'll be in a spot where he can throw it up the inside or go the long way round. That's getting super close on the inside there. He obviously heard what I had to say. He's through at turn number 4. Great little bit of driving. There was just enough room for him to squeeze that narrow little number 13 through.
Fantastic move from McNiven. Glenn Miles made him earn it, but it was all fair in love and war. And
that was absolutely fair.
That RX2 fantastic car under brakes just nipped up the inside of the big Charger, and McNiven now onto the final step of the podium.
Now this is where I expect McNiven to pull away a little bit here. Just these fast flowing corners, get a little bit of an insurance policy, because when he gets down to turn number 12, he needs to be a good half a dozen car lengths ahead of the Charger, and then he won't be repassed by the time they get back to turn number 1. Behind them, you've got the 76 of Trevor Talbot and the 86 of Andrew Beard. These two have been locked together behind the battle that we've been watching for the last couple of laps. Both the Camaros here running line astern, and I don't want to call which way this is going to go. They seem to be very equal at almost every part of the track.
Talbot and the machine originally campaigned by Angelo Taranto here in Victoria. Trevor, a long-time campaigner in historic touring cars with that very quick yellow XU1, which I'm sure some of our long-time viewers would have seen in action over the years. Finally stepped into a big V8. He's having a great run at the moment in 5th place, trying to hold out in front of Andrew Beard in his 69 model Chevy Camaro.
Here's the view coming round, I think, from looks like to be turn 2. They're actually watching a couple of the officials there, just watching as they come out of turn 2 and down towards turn number 3. We are awaiting Peter McNiven. There they go. There's Glenn Miles, and then this 2 pair of Beard and Talbot. Still duking it out. What's currently for 5th? Oops, mistake from Miles again. That's about the 2nd time in 2 laps. Now he's got to go the super long way around. There are, of course, 2 return roads here. One is if you go just over that little dotted line, you take the short long lap penalty. If you go further than that, you can't turn around and go back. You have to go all the way down the return road, come back on at what is effectively the exit of turn 5. Turn 5, of course, an inconsequential corner here at Phillip Island. It effectively is a kink. You take it flat. You don't even realise that it's there until you get past it and then get on to Siberia, which is turn 6.
Adrian Moore, the number 25, 68 model Chevy Camaro, a very solid 2nd place at the moment. And we're counting down to 45 seconds of this time certain race, brought to us by the Isola D Capri, the final race for historic touring cars.
So 2 laps to go, we're hearing. So we're on the penultimate tour on the last day of school, as Matt Dunlop called it, for racing here in Victoria for the grassroots part of motor racing. And, well, there goes your third place car there, Peter McNiven. There goes what is now 4th place
Andrew
for
Beard
the 86 of Andrew Beard.
Trevor Talbot, so Beard now up into 4th place. Talbot back to 5th with Jeff Mundy riding his tail in 6th.
Monday is recovering. He might get a little bit of a sniff of 5th place, I think, on the final tour. He's been driving along quite nicely here. He was actually quicker than Trevor Talbot last time around. Granted, Talbot had been passed by Beard, but he's right on the hammer, on the rear boot lid of the 76 as they exit Southern Loop for the second last time.
Stubber, a best of a 144.58 on lap 2, so realising that the track conditions perhaps not warranting another attack on that lap record, as Talbot once again locks up a brake. The Camaro is certainly working very hard at the old Honda corner there, with brakes locking up every second lap just about.
Just keeping an eye on this little margin between McNiven and Beard. Now that Beard is clear of Trevor Talbot, does he have anything in store to maybe grab a last-ditch effort at 3rd place on the rostrum? We'll have to keep an eye out for that, but here comes our race leader. He's got one more lap to go, Paul Stubber, and if he can get home quite comfortably here, he will join one of the greats of historic touring car racing here in Victoria, Darren Collins, and he'll add a 4th Victorian Historic Touring Car Trophy to his cabinet.
John Luxmore will be waving the checkered flag, Fast Johnny, as he's universally known in the category. He ran a very quick Cortina GT over the years, so he's having the honour of waving the flag this weekend after Eddie Dobbs, another great servant of the club, waved the flag at the recent Sandown historic meeting. Glad we don't have a mic on Johnny, because there'll be some swear words when that flag gets waved. Beard now up into 3rd place on this last lap, so as you predicted, Stephen, Andrew Beard has got through on Peter McNiven and now steps onto the podium.
Yeah, I was wondering when that was going to happen. It actually happened a lot earlier than I thought it was going to. I thought it might have taken maybe another half a lap for that to happen. We might have seen it going down towards turn 1, but he actually crossed the line in front of the little Mazda RX-2. So last ditch effort there, and unfortunately for Peter McNiven, would have been great to see him on the podium after a sensational drive and a spirited battle with Glenn Miles, but unfortunately has lost position number 3 with 1 lap to go. But take nothing from this man away. Did I just see him stick his hand out the window and say hello to the flag marshal?
And so they should. Well done to all the volunteers standing out there in all sorts of weather. We went from T-shirts to jackets over the course of 2 days, so well done to all the volunteers once again, and Paul just acknowledging them as he should, as he heads towards another victory. And,
check it out. Little bit of a slide job here. Last day of school, but that doesn't excuse the fun and antics there. He knows his home here. Little slide job exiting turn number 11. And check out the slide job, D1 Tokyo Drift style, as he comes round turn 12 and salutes for 4 historic touring car trophies here at Island Magic. Well done to Paul Stubber.
Standard procedure from Paul Stubber on the final turn up here at turn 12. Adrian Moore crossed the line in 2nd place. Trevor Talbot retired on that final tour, unfortunately.
5th.
Peter McNiven making a last-ditch effort here to get back onto the podium. He's right on Andrew Beard's tail as they head towards turn 12 for the final time. It looks like we might see 350 cubic inches of Chevy grunt just edge out the rotaries. They head towards a checkered flag. But what a drive from Peter McNiven in the diminutive RX2. Crosses the line in 4th behind Beard. Jeff Mundy will be 5th with the demise of Trevor Talbot on that final lap.
Wow. I didn't see that one coming. I didn't think that the little RX7 or the little RX2, would have a much of an effort for Andrew Beard after he went past, but he managed to get it done and hang on to that. So great job for Andrew Beard. Great drive recovering through the field there as the field exits stage straight ahead at turn number 4.
Glenn Miles was 6th in the Charger after the little boo-boo at the hairpin, but great drive nevertheless from Glenn. Great to see the Aussie two-door up there in the top 6, and certainly did not go home wondering.
Certainly did not. Couple of cars just crossing the line here. The last few home, the little Cortina here coming across the line is the number 54 of Peter Oliver. And then following him, Stephen Pillick is going across the line there. So unfortunately for Stephen, he managed to get back up to 11th place, but has dropped down the order quite late here. Last man across the line here now.
David Brown in the Datsun 1600 hasn't been his best weekend. He's had a couple of issues with the car, but I put the kiss of death on it, of course, talking about how quick that car was. He certainly was at historic Sandown, but hasn't been his weekend this time. But
refer to the kiss of death here in the commentary box as the commentator's curse. Fortunately for him. Here we go. Here's a summary of what we've just seen here for the final race here at Island Magic 2024.
The Isola D Capri Victorian Historic Touring Car Trophy, the Alan McKelvey Trophy won by Paul Stubber over Adrian Moyle, Andrew Beard, a Camaro 1, 2, 3. Peter McNiven was 4th in the Mazda, Jeff Mundy 5th in the Camaro, Glenn Miles 6th in the Charger, Bill Trengrove 7th in the first Ford home in front of Pete Muhlman in the number 43 Mustang. There's a good battle there for the Prix 65 cars there, won by Bill Trengrove. Quentin Bland was 9th in the giant-killing little Ford Capri, and Darren Jones rounded out the top 10 in the Mustang.
Robert Van Stockram and Stephen Pillick is 11th and 12th there after outside the top 10. Brown in the 73 and 13th from Trevor Talbot. Donald Knight, Peter Oliver, Gordon Cox and John Clark was 2 laps down there in the Mustang at the end, and a couple of non-finishes there. You can see Craig Miles in the 37. He's the one that's still sitting down at turn number 1. And Trevor Talbot came in at turn number 4 at the end of that race, so he didn't take the checkered flag either. Thank you, Darren. Been great having you on board, and good to see you as always, and we'll look forward to seeing you again in 2025.
Certainly will. Thank you very much. Next big meeting for historic touring cars in Victoria will be at the Island Magic meeting. The long weekend in March, 3 days of racing. It's just a berserko meeting. It really is a fantastic grid, and always a great grid of historic touring cars brought to us by Just Cars Magazine. And thank you very much to the Isola D Capri for their sponsorship of the historic touring cars this weekend.
Certainly. Thank you very much to them. And a big thank you to all of the other sponsors, of course, not only Isola D Capri for their sponsorship of the historic touring cars there, but also to Ramada Resort, the Phillip Island resort down here for the 50k plate for the sports sedans, Speco and VHT for Formula V, Cool Drive for Formula Ford, Yokohama and Traction Tyre Centre for the improved production and Matthew Flinders plate. We also had the Isola D Capri for the sports cars as well, the Pirate Victorian Tourist Trophy, which was great to see there as well. Isola D Capri for the Porsche 944 Challenge, and the Formula Open as well for their participation here this weekend. It's been a difficult weekend. It's been a difficult 24 hours for the motorsport community here in Victoria. The grassroots community is a very close family. It's hit everybody hard, the news that came through yesterday afternoon that we'd sadly lost Andrew Rhodes-Anderson after the conclusion of the first improved production race of the weekend. He would have wanted this race weekend to go on because that's what he enjoyed doing the most. He enjoyed racing with his friends, seeing his fellow colleagues in the pit and paddock area. It didn't matter what category you were from. He knew a lot of people and they knew him. So we thank you to PIARC, the officials and the crews, the flag marshals from the Victorian Flag Marshalling Team, the Fire and Rescue Services, Team Medical, all the people that put in all the effort to make this race weekend possible and to continue on with it after the events of little over 24 hours ago. There's some people that will be supporting each other. There will be people around to help everybody through for those that faced the worst of it and provided the best of care, but ultimately did not end in the outcome that all of us were hoping for. For season 2024, my thank you to Matt Dunlop, Emma Dean, and Darren Smith for all their efforts this weekend. Most of them, of course, are part of the Victorian State Race Series crew. We, along with myself, Steve DeVries, look forward to seeing you all again in season 2025 here on the screens of Blendline TV. We'll see you sometime in February when we kick off the 2025 Victorian State Circuit Racing season. But until then, please have a Merry Christmas and a safe and happy New Year, and please drive safely. We'll see you next time. Bye for now.